Okay, back out fresh on the scene, 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 back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team, franchise best on the team,
Franchise best on the team.
back out fresh on the scene,
Back out fresh on the scene.
back out fresh on the scene.
Same energy. Work on being better when I'm 70. Your drip is just a water spring. You know I drip different, just the 7 seas. I deal with life different, make that lemon squeeze. Wait no for my style and identity. Better bounce back and get the cheddar cheese. I guess that's why they envy me.
30 seconds left.
On track, now we going way up. W use as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, and you know we pray up. Way up, way up. On track, now we going way up. Way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. On track, now we going way up. Way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. I got his band like I'm Barry Bonds. Running through the money, but the money's long. I don't love it, but I need it, keep it coming on. Only friendly, me and friends, we don't get along. I put that on my name, that I put them on. I put myself on stage as they sing along. I might book a session, do 100 songs. I'ma let you hear them just to prove you wrong. On track, now we going way up. W use as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting recorded drop, you can't ignore it. I'm transforming now these cars and planes, I'm always boarding. Just out touring down in Charlotte like I play for Hornets. When I'm performing, never boring, now you can't afford it. Champagne Perrier, finish friends on my face. Looking like I'm from the D. These no Cartiers. Pockets deep, 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 bro. I can make it in my seat, bro. Do you, I'm doing me, bro. Making noise, use a peep, bro. Whoa. I press the button and the doors go off like, whoa. That money clip was not a new, that looks like, whoa. Upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like, whoa. Neighborhood on the scene, neighborhood on the strip. Neighborhood be the name, neighborhood no crib. Neighborhood that's me, neighborhood that's Nick. Neighborhood do the dance, neighborhood do the deal. Okay, thought I'd never make it like no way. I'm the real deal, no role play. My days off, that's no days. No, I hustle hard, young rose. E be the shooter, that's cold case. Those are the deals, that's brose. Got no pay, yo, no say. Okay, this the new tell 'em read it. Been the one since a fetus. Don't sleep on me, Tempur-Pedic. That's a no, no, no. Spending dope for no reason. Got a ball head, Mr. Cleaner. For the big bags overseas, then we gon' go, go, go. I press the button and the doors go off like, whoa. That money clip was not a new, that looks like, whoa. Upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like, whoa. I press the button and the doors go off like, whoa. That money clip was not a new, that looks like, whoa. Upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like, whoa.
There.
Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. Rivers running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And I'm feeling, and I'm feeling, and I'm feeling good. Stars when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Oh, freedom is mine, and I know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me.
Now to take it down to the 1v1. Soapy opting, quick scoping. Hello, good morning and good night. Z is a very appropriate name in this case. Put to bed, and Soapy hops on that defuse. That's a
Feeling good. Blossom on a tree.
And there we have it, your Pit of Valor
It's a
crown
new
champions.
day, it's a day, it's a new life for me, and I'm feeling good.
Welcome everyone to the most amazing, the monumental, the milestone that is one of many to come. I am happy to present to you the GLG Pit of Valor 100. Everyone tuning in, thank you so much for your support over the last 2 years, as well as following us through all the decimal places. It's been a while, but we are here with the $2,500 grand prize pool tournament. This is an amazing time for us here. My name is Orbital. With me is Eric, and we will be your openers here today. Of course, we'll only be here for one match because there are so many other amazing faces that'll be coming in here, as well as the B stream. Eric, how you doing?
I am doing amazing. It's been a very long run that I've been with GLG, so to see them come this far and to, progress as they have and bring out all the different bells and whistles that they can, it is awesome, man. It is great to see us get to the point that we've arrived to at this point.
Yeah, it's been a ridiculous journey, and I think this is one of the larger milestones that you'll see out of any tournament organizer. And I think that says something, right? On a standard, the Wednesdays on the $100 ones, I mean, the ones with community gaming have been amazing. And I mean, they bring in 64 teams max, right? Sometimes going over that limit on the wait list. Here today with community gaming, as well as control, as well as Medify, and so many others, we hit 128 teams on a Wednesday, Eric, on a Wednesday.
Mind you, not only is it Wednesday, but it's also 5 in the afternoon on the East Coast. That means West Coast, if you're playing West Coast, you're 3 hours behind. That's 2 in the afternoon that you are on and ready to play. And mind you, this is not just a few teams. As you said, we usually bring in the 64. This is 128 teams. And mind you, there were almost 30 on the wait list. That's over 750 players that came out, coaches as well, to play and run their chances at the main prize, which that's amazing.
It's crazy to think about. And at the end of the day, we will crown a singular winner. Whoever wins this tournament will be coming out with $1,000. We are also paying out all the way down to 8th place. Second place will be taking $600. Third and fourth will be taking $250 each. And then 5th through 8th will take a very nice sum of $100 behind it. And I mean, it couldn't have been possible without the likes of so many other tournament organizers. I mean, community gaming has been huge supporters here. They have done so much in elevating the Pit of Valor to what it is today. And then Control, of course, which will be having a giveaway later, so make sure to keep that in track over the course of this tournament. MSI is also giving away an MVP prize, so make sure to go ahead and vote for your favorite player throughout all of the games here. That MVP will go ahead and receive an MSI Optics G273 monitor at the end of the tournament. Remember, it doesn't have to be the winning team, just your favorite MVP. So go ahead and vote throughout. And then, of course, Medify additionally helping to sponsor this prize pool. And there's so many coaches there. And I mean, I'm sure some of them are here playing as well just to give us a taste of what they have to offer.
For the first game, it's going to be a banger. I've already seen the teams. We have Go Next, and we also have Fire's Money Crew. 2 teams that I've seen before that, I mean, if they play to their the best of their capabilities, if they came to play today, this is going to be hopefully a very close match.
Yeah, this is what we hope to see. And again, we're going on to the Medify select here. It is, of course, Ascent. I mean, Ascent is as bare bones as you can get. It used to be split, but it is Ascent. And I mean, that is I think the most humblest of beginnings, right? At the start of this tournament, why not go to the old days of glory of what Valorant used to be?
Yeah, I mean, once again, this is a map that we have seen so many times over and over again. Nothing new to us. I mean, it's kind of like a comfort pick, if you ask me. Somewhere that you can just get your strats consistently, run through. And I mean, realistically, better strat wins, better players win. So, on Ascent, it won't be anything surprising. But I would like to later on see some maybe Pearl, thrown in just to see something new, something a little different. But we'll see for sure.
Yeah, we hope so. We hope so, of course, but we never know until the players themselves go ahead and have a fantastic time. So let's go ahead and take a look there. So I believe we have the agents on our screen, and unfortunately we are a little bit blind here. So hopefully we get that on our side as well. But it'll be a good time, and really giving ourselves an opportunity to see what the teams want to bring out. Right? It's a time for them to go ahead and pick up, and some of these could be very standard. Some of them could be very safe. But at the same time, you got to break out your all stars if you really want to give us that time frame.
Absolutely, and excuse me, I'm excited to more so see if we're gonna get any wacky picks, more so in the idea of just out of the usual. I know something like Astra has been kind of let go of in play now, more recently, and I'm curious to see if anyone might pick her up to kind of go for anything that they've I don't know,
Choose your
maybe
agent.
found out in the past few weeks, past month or so, to benefit them. I know last week during the Pit of Valor 99.9, we had some really interesting play between a Raze and a, oh gosh, I don't remember. It might have been a fade, but more so the way that they were using each other's utilities to kind of help movement around the map and really take advantage in certain plays. But we are going to get into this map very soon, and I'm excited to see how these teams kind of conquer each other throughout the game.
Yes, and we would like to apologize. We are working through some things on our end, so we right now are able to talk about some of the agents that are being selected. Right, we do see 4 on the attacking side. We are going ahead and pushing forward, and oh, there we go. Actually, okay, I think I might have been good to go. I don't know what just happened, but it is. I think we're cruising now. I think we're getting there. So right now we are about underway with round number 1. Right, taking down about 10 seconds. Eric, can you confirm we are online with the tournament?
I can confirm that we are online with the tournament. I am looking at the 2 teams right now. Go Next and Fire's Money Crew are in game. Starting round 1 off. Zitro already onto this B site, grabbing 1, going to try and grab 2, is going to be backed up by his teammate. Luckily enough, drops a little low there, is bailed out. Now a 3 versus 5. Fire Money's crew in the lead right now in terms of manpower. DJ coming around this corner is not going to see anyone just yet. There's going to be 5 members here. 1 is going to go down. DJ taking out Zitro. That is going to be a good pick. Now going to see Tiz jump out, do a little bit of a peek, pop up, grabbing 1, but getting dropped himself. DJ grabbing another 1 for himself. A triple for DJ already on this first round of this chamber. Going to start pushing into this 1v2. Oh my goodness. It is shut down quickly. Cal making sure that this first round goes to Fire's Money Crew. Oh no, to go next?
Oh.
I'm correct. Fire's Money Crew does take that, right?
Oh man, I mean, Go Next, they clutch it up. It was a control clutch to go ahead and hang on to that stuff. So, I think they got the defuse going in there. No, we are wrong. You are correct. Fire's Money Crew came away with the round. Yeah, we're crazy. We're crazy. The round went to Fire's Money. I will gaslight you all I want because this is the GLG Pit of Valor number 100 on the mark. I will gaslight you all day long as we are opening here. But again, thank you so much to everyone tuning in here. It was a clutch up. The control clutch is real. All the sponsorships flooding in as the teams are going ahead and showing what they got here, really putting it all on the line. And of course, taking a look, Fire's Money Crew saying, hey, we're going to go ahead and take a little bit slower once again. Let's go ahead and reach around the corner, pop up saying, hey, I found a little bit of information, a little bit of a touch and go. Zitro said, listen, I know what you're doing, but Cal on the other side takes off DJ's head. The chamber on chamber action is way too real.
Right, already early in this second round, it is a 4 versus 2 in favor of Fire. And now you're going to see what's going to have to be this retake made by Go Next. I don't know if they're going to have an easy time doing this as Zitro tries spraying through the wall, not going to find anything there, not going to find a kill, but you do have the time ticking down on this spike. XNB only 1 health to his name as he and Frozen, I'm sorry, Fearzen, there it is. Oh no, only Fearzen, and now Fearzen dropping as well to Twist, and that is going to be your round 2, going to Fires, and just like that, 2 rounds up, 2 rounds down. But in this third round now, you're going to see the full buy come through from the side of Go Next.
Just a ridiculous show here, and this is Fire's Money Crew just having a ball right now, right? Really nice opening with that anti-eco, and I mean, I think it's gonna continue, right? I have a feeling it's gonna continue, but when saying I got some other choice words for you here, give me about 2 seconds, and I'll show you what happens when you decide to enter my territory.
Now we're going to see a more so stacked towards the B site here from Go Next, because this has been the site that has been pushed in these first 2 rounds by Fire's Money Crew. But now they're lining up to push onto this A site. Fearless is going to have to pop back. Is going to blind 4. Is going to find 3 members right there. 4 drop on Fire's Money Crew and Go Next. Now in a favored 4 versus 1. Cal, the only one alive, grabs XNB, is going to do everything he can to get onto this A site and get his kills. Is almost going to take down Pop-Up, but Pop-Up gets the headshot onto Cal, taking that round. Go Next on the board.
It just took a little bit of patience. And Go Next said, go next round. I'm going to go ahead and show you what I got. And I mean, it's already spicy. Now, I understand in the first rounds, it's very, very standard, right? This is standard Valorant. The first 3 rounds are pretty much predetermined after that first round, or at least that's what it feels like, right? This is where we get the meat and potatoes. This is where we get a little bit spicy. I want to see the teams really kick it off. Cal going ahead and running around with, I think, nary a gun. So we'll give it their best chance and go ahead and get a little bit of a spurt.
And now shots going through the smoke. Zitz not going to find anyone there through the smoke. No bodies for those bullets to hit. DJ holding this middle piece with an op is going to get Zitstro. That is exactly what you want right now if you're Go Next. Going for this aggressive defensive play out of A site. XMB and Frozen not letting anyone get close here, as you do see 3 members lined up on this A side. 1 member in the form of Cal lined up on this B side. Not really able to push, more so just looking for anyone that's going to be pushing out of B side. Not getting that at all. Frozen tossing a very good pulse grenade, but nothing found there. Ooh, knife coming out, almost gets taken out for that. Is going to back off now. Another kill comes out. Trades come out. Another kill goes down on the side of Go Next, now in a favored 4 versus 2. Fire's Money Crew is going to have to very much so carefully piece this together if they're going to push onto this A site out of this smoke. But there are only 2 members here on this A site. There are still 2 members on the B site holding down, and now you're going to see the potential push coming through. There is not much time left on the clock for them to do this. They have to be quick about this. If one's going to drop, they have spiked down, and now the 2 holding the site are going to be backed up by 2 more. Cal looking for any little bit of a pick that he can get, going to fire off a bullet, not going to find any damage onto anyone. Sees one pushing, is going to get one, is going to get dropped. So now, simple as that, Go Next 2-2. This is a tied game now, and it's very much so neck and neck. Hello, no, neck and neck in these rounds.
It just took him a little bit, right? It took him a little bit of time, but you saw the patience coming out of Go Next, right? Very, very methodical with their play. And Fire's Money Crew, after losing that initial open, it caused some problems on the A site, right? That is something that we do have to expect from them. And I'm excited to see if they're going to have some problems, right? So now we get this once again. Go Next in a really good weapon scenario. And it's Fire's Money Crew that are trying to work their way around it, right? Cal sitting there with the 2 to 4s, gonna be trying to break out that nasty 1-hit kill.
Yeah, does not find anyone yet though. Is going to have 2 members pushing up here though in this middle piece, not really committing to a site just yet. Now the play is gonna be made to go pick up the spike. Maybe they've decided as to where they want to go with the information that they have had so far. Looks like they are going to start rotating over to this A site, as Win coming through with the owl drone through mid, not going to find anyone, but Cal is gonna find somebody for sure with that tour de force. Beautifully played. That is now a huge pick for the side of Fire's Money Crew coming onto this A site, as XNB is going to get entirely onto this site. Or no, I'm sorry, is going to retreat back on the site, as trades are going to come out 3 versus 4 in favor of Fire's Money Crew. This is still exactly what they want, as XNB is now kind of stuck under this little in cave. Not much he can do. Is going to send the blind out, is going to send the rest of Fire's Money Crew into a frenzy. His Win is going to pick off Twiz. That is huge. Coming into this, Cal picking up another one, and XMP picking it up another one, as he's going to get dropped as well. 2 versus 1, and now a 1 versus 1 as the spike goes down.
TJ's playing inside of smoke, drops 2 rendezvous points. Is now gonna hope to hold out again. Keep eyes on the Omen. No eyes anywhere else, but you gotta take your swings. You gotta take your picks. Where are you going to go? Do you check your corners? And you do not. Typhon says, give me that round. It'll be 3-2 as Fire's Money crew fight back in a little bit of a thrifty round victory. I mean, that was one that they desperately needed, right? Taking a look here, trying to cut into the economy of go next. It's going to take a little bit of time, but I'm sure they can do it. 7 kills to Cal so far, and I mean, they pick up an operator in place of the 2 of force. This is going to be a fiery game number 1.
Right, and Cal, with 5K to his name right now, actually holding a lot of money to be able to give to his teammates just in case they are not able to afford it themselves. Oh my goodness! That is not what you wanted, DJ. Picking off Twiz. Twiz, mind you, is in his ult, so they can pick him up as they do. They do. So he's back in the game. 4 versus 3 versus 1 versus none. That is it. Fire's Money crew is down, and Go Next pick up another round for themselves.
Welcome to Swing City. Population, these 2 teams. They are going back and forth now, tossing the rounds, and we have a little bit of a timeout, a little bit of a pause from them, and we're going to try and get a little bit of information about exactly what they want to do. And while we do wait, I just want to type out, or point out at least, because I'm not typing here, Control right now has a little bit of a fan fave. Awesome giveaway here. So if you do want to go ahead and vote it out, and you are entered into a raffle to go ahead and grab a little bit of Control supplies yourself. And that is something that I desperately do want. Control is awesome, by the way. Meal replacements. You know, I'm terrible with my own diet, so Control is a very, very nice option.
Yeah, I know I'm gaming way too long. That I've gone, what, 5, 6, 7, 8, 27 hours without eating, drinking anything. I know that snacking is not really as nutritious as something as like Drink Control, more so with like their meal replacements that they do have. So for sure, check them out, guys, because I know if you're watching this stream, you are a gamer yourself. There is no way that you're not, unless you just wandered in here somehow from the gambling streams. Then maybe welcome from that. A little different from what you might be used to. This is Valorant. This is the GLG Pit of Valor 100 2500 prize pool, ladies and gentlemen. We have been doing POVs, Pit of Valors, for over 2 years now here at GLG, and back into the game we go for round 6.
Yeah, this is going to be another spicy one. Again, the teams have been trading back so much now that it's really hard to say that there is a singular team that is completely out of econ situation, right? Fire's Money crew, though, they are the ones feeling it a lot worse for wear. You can see them rocking around with those sheriffs and just saying, all right, give us a little bit of time and we'll see what we can do here. 2 ultis are online, the Nightfall as well as the From the Shadows. The From the Shadows, of course, repositioning. But Win says, hey, I kind of want to try. I want to try and spot something here. Go next, though.
Oh, DJ.
Oh, it's so dangerous, DJ. DJ hears someone running on that corner, wants to take the shot. Is anyone going to check the hero rifle in the chamber? Cal, you got to be aware of this. Oh, God takes a swing and boom goes Dynamite. DJ and Pop-Up take one apiece. Looking for a few more on the back end. A hard charge coming in as the rest of Fire's crew is absolutely extinguished. The Odin snuffs out any life. And that'll be a 4th round of Fire's Money crew. They move to 4-2.
My God, Win lying in wait on this B side absolutely pushes forward into the garage and finds 3 members of Fire's Money crew not ready. But with that Odin at that, just the wrath of Thor himself in the beautiful spray of the Oh my gosh, how perfectly could he have had it lined up?
Oh my gosh.
If not, then that.
I mean, that was so crazy. It made me forget which team was in the lead, right? Like, Win just made it seem like Go Next are perfectly there. I thought it was the Fires. It's crazy right now. 4-3 is the current score. Looking for another one as another Odin ripped through. Fire's Money crew picked up their own. And that is, I mean, this is are we going to get 5 Odins on either side? That would be hilarious if we actually get that. But we might not, because Pop-Up says, no, we're not dealing with that today. We are not dealing with more Odins. we're gonna deal with you yourself. Zitro is gonna find Frozen, and Pop-Up says, hey, Zitro, you can't get away with that for free. You will pay with your own life. Go next. Saying we are up a single player.
Yeah, and this is gonna be a little hard here, being that all these members are kind of getting picked off towards mid more so. But as you do see this slow push towards A, Typhoon is going to hear the noise of the utility being used by XMB, is not going to see him though. He's going to hear him jumping away as Cal now pushes on this 2-man onslaught. They know that they are on A as the slow rotation comes out as well from the side of Go Next. On site now, Spike is going to be planted. Cal going to put it down, and now here comes the retake attempt by the side of Go Next.
Yep, this is a little bit of a song and dance that we've seen time and time again, but this time it's the double offer. I love this so much. Watching two players try and play it out like this is so crazy, but Pop-Up found Cal through the wall. A beautiful spray to get a 3K. But last one alive is able to grab one. DJ goes down, and Pop-Up makes it a 4K. No clutch ups here from Typhon. 5-3 score line as Fires Money crew are chasing the back of Go Next.
Beautifully done. Absolutely beautiful. Now taking 2 rounds ahead of the side of Fires Money crew. Go Next now going to set up for what they hope is going to be another easy round to defend these sites on. Lineup looking pretty split, pretty standard from the side of Fires Money crew. As you look, this is definitely a safe round from them. Their economy a little in the drain right now, as you see half shields coming out, as well as pistols, stingers, and some sheriffs coming out. But we are not at all counting them out. A few picks, a few head clicks, and this could be their round by any means.
I could see it. The Stinger is one of those weapons that brings a little bit of potential behind it with, you know, the gamble risk, right? You pick it up, it's fairly cheap, it's not that big of a buy-in, but, you know, you still get some impact out of it. That was the reason why it's being run with so many people, and that blind might do enough work. Typhon able to find one on the XMB, but this is going to be a fire right back from Win. Win able to hit a few before falling. DJ finds TDS. Now looking for a few more. That's gonna be the rocket jump, but no! It's gonna get locked out with the suppression, but the suppression does almost nothing. Rosen still goes down. Pop-Up finds Cal, and you're looking for just a few more. Pop-Up wants to bring it back, but down into the 2v1.5. Go Next in a dangerous spot, as that is gonna be for Rosen. Finish off Fires Money crew. Say we have broken over that ult economy issue, and we are bringing Go Next to their knees.
Beautifully done as well. I mean, we just said this. The economy of Fires Money crew was not in their favor coming into this round, and now they're up 2v1, guns in hand, big boy guns in hand at that, and they are on this site holding angles like you would not want to have to contest. And like I said, you never know what is going to happen. A few picks, a few head clicks, and that is it. Fire Money's crew takes another round, making it only a 1-point lead between them and Go Next.
I mean, this is, I mean, not what we kind of expected out of a first round, right? Because remember, this is still a hard random seed, right? This is still a randomly seeded tournament with 128 teams, which in theory means that we are going to get so much more variety. A lot of these teams returning from other Pit of Valors. There's a higher chance that you run into a previous winner, right? There's a chance you run into so many other options. But right now, we are getting that opposite side. Teams are neck and neck here. They are vying for control of this singular map, and it is not going to stop. DJ going ahead with the call out from the Sova. Go Next, deny that original plant scenario over on B side, and are instead saying, hey, we're going to go A. We're going to go ahead and keep ourselves safe. Go ahead, keep moving forward and give ourselves the best opportunity. But can XMB do something about this? It's going to throw down a little bit on the Nightshade and said, hey, listen, let me hide, let me hold, a little bit of spray, and oh, tedious said it's tedious enough, but I'll take that one. Gets a headshot on XMB.
Right now, that's again the man advantage coming up, but DJ evening it out, taking out Zitro really quick in this mid piece. Good night, goodbye, and now the rotate going over to this B side. His Pop-Up is gonna grab Cal. That is going to put Go Next in the lead. Oh my goodness, but DJ is going to take out Twin. Is going to grab a third. Is not going to find the fourth because Win is greedy and says, type on your mind. But now that is 4 members healthy and alive on the side of Go Next coming out of that round. That is no new buys that need to be made and a lot of money in the pocket of this team.
I mean, that was okay. DJ, I understand that you want to do well in this tournament, right? I know you want to show off. It's round 1. It is, let me reiterate, round 1. Bro, save some energy for the rest of us. Save some awesome highlight reel for the rest of us. Nutty shots, almost a collateral, by the way, on that original round. That was ridiculous. So close to a collateral. Takes a snapshot now. Type it said, oh yeah, that's their top KDA player. I'm gonna run. I'll see you later.
Yeah, I don't think anybody wants any part of DJ right now with this op in hand. Gets blinded is still a huge square, and as we're saying it, DJ grabbing one as well as Pop-Up now is going to grab one, going to grab 2, and Firozin is going to close at the round. They only lose 1 again in the form of DJ. It does not really matter. This man is made of money right now, as is the rest of this Go Next team. 7-4 is the score, and we are close to the final. I'm sorry, we are in now the final round of this first half, of this first round, of this first map, of the 100 Pit of Valor GLG. A lot of ones there, but
we will trip over our words all day in our excitement, right? That's what we'll say. That's what we'll say, and we're seeing it here, right? The energy, the level of competition here in this POV is ridiculous, right? Go Next are basically saying, hey, we're gonna throw down a challenge, we're gonna give you a chance at a battle, and Fire's Money Crew are actually taking it to him, right? A 7-5 score is very, very respectable, but Fire's Money Crew, there's a chance they fall to 8-4, and especially when Pop-Up is on point, getting a little bit of that DJ action in there, a nice little quick shot, and then roaming right back out with that dash. I mean, it's fantastic, right? I give huge props to both these teams. Right now, Go Next are showing a little bit better gunplay, a little bit better in those 1v1 duels and the snapshots, right? Fire's Money Crew, though, I expect them to do the same when they're on their own defending side.
Absolutely, but also we have to point out more so. Look at this side of Go Next and how they are playing their more so technical side of this game. They're playing their swings so well. Their trades are very, very pinpoint when it comes to it. They're so much more on the ball when it comes to these shots. The head clicks are just so fast as DJ lined up does not get the shot as Typhon instead is going to get Win. Is actually going to have 3 members fall on the side of Go Next. What is going to be a trade back? 1v2. Firozin on this KO. Does have a little bit of utility left, can push onto this site and 1v2 this if he plays it correctly. Is going to look for anyone around, does not find anyone with the silent, with more so the knife that he tosses, is going to see one, is not going to be able to get him though. And now 7-5 as we do some squats here with Cal is going to be the first half gone, side switched, and now defense and offensive teams are going to be that of the opposite.
I mean, yeah, this is, again, Fire's Money Crew coming out with that last round, and I want to say it was like a deja vu moment where Fire's Money Crew got to rewrite the past, right? This was a round previously that we saw DJ, we saw Pop-Up absolutely crush it. And then Fire's Money Crew actually bit back pretty hard there, right? We saw some of those swings coming out, and we saw some of those amazing shots, and that's what allowed them to pick up that fifth. So seeing more signs of life brings in a lot of hope, and I'm very, very excited to see what Fire's Money Crew can do against what could be the aggression of Go Next. Go Next watched as Fire's Money Crew played it a little bit more slow, right? Running down the timer, being willing to take time, move at about 30, 20 seconds left on the clock. I want to know what Go Next do. I want to know if they're going to be willing to play it slow or if they're going to try and chase, play at an accelerated pace and force Fire's Money Crew to fight like a wildfire.
Absolutely, and as you see already, look at this middle area pushed up on by Go Next. Already, oh my goodness, but two
down
kills
mid.
are going to come out from the side of Fire's Money Crew. Beautifully played by Twiz. Twiz, though, is going to drop to Fears and is now going to be accompanied by Pop-Up, going to be looking to be potentially pushing into this A site as smokes are going to come out, and the spike has now been picked up and pushed towards B. The B site is absolutely open. Fire's Money Crew has nobody there. They rotated all the members onto the A site and now even have one member pushing up into mid in the form of Cal. Is going to get taken out as well. And that is huge as a rotation is potentially going to come out from the side of Fire's Money Crew onto this B site. There. Guys, get on the site. Get on the site. You had it. You had it. Oh no. This potentially could be disaster now.
I mean,
I don't want to look. I don't want to look.
don't worry, Eric. I'll look for you. I promise I will look for you and
Please
give
look.
you the updates. I'll
Tell
give
me
you the
what's
update.
happening.
Pop up. Pop up. With the pop swing before is getting ready for another one. Put the hard rush in. The plant goes down, and now it's Go Next, ready to fight it out. XMB is gonna fall. Pop up gets one on the back end and is able to clutch it out with the 3K. Not exactly a clutch, but close enough. Fire's Money Crew on the cusp of being able to turn that one around. Are able to break it right back down and give over a chance to Go Next. And Go Next are going to come out with some nasty weapons online.
Okay, well, that was scary. I'm back. I'm looking again, I promise. But yes, 3 rounds now ahead for Go Next. If I am Fire's Money Crew, I am a little worried because this next round is almost, not fully, but almost guaranteed for the side of Go Next because of the buy capabilities, the gun power, as we do see one drop on the side of Fire's Money Crew. Typhoon is going to actually get a trade back though, so not the worst thing that could happen. A 1-for-1 here, and that's kind of the best case scenario. If you are Fire's Money Crew, you do want to make sure that you are trading whatever kills you can get, as we're going to see Pop-Up take action against this team pushing onto this heaven area. Excuse me, I am choking on my own breath, but smoke is going to come out as everyone is here on this A site. Smoke all around it. Oh my goodness, 3 members drop on the side of Fire's Money Crew. 4 all down. That is a very quick up and down of these teams, or more so the team on the side of Fire's Money Crew, because 4 members survived on the side of Go Next after that one trade came out. 9-5 is the score now after these first 2 rounds in this second half. Full buy coming out for Fire's Money Crew. We should see a more even round coming in here now.
Yeah, this is, again, we expected that round to go the way that it did, right? And for the fact that Fire's Money Crew were able to get all 5 on site does breathe a bit more hope in there, right? Saying, hey, we're going to take this chance. They played it slow, and to their own affair, they are well-versed in playing it slow and kind of drawing out the round and maybe forcing mistakes out of Go Next. That last round went in Go Next's favor, more because they had the weapons, right? Very heavy artillery. Right now, though, Fire's Money Crew willing to play a little bit further up into that B main area. They're saying, hey, go ahead, test the waters. I'm willing to see it. You see DJ saying, yeah, I know you're gonna test me. I don't want to test it right now. Go Next looking for a double-digit round score here, hoping for a 10. It looks like a little bit of the Fade utility is coming out.
Right now, very methodical, very more so slow push than what we've seen from these teams. Not kind of butting heads just yet, but I'm sure there will be something to erupt very soon between these two teams, because I mean it's been an action-packed game so far.
It's been extremely action-packed, and you can see it here. Even the game is having a bit of fun trying to handle it, right? This is, again, the team's just kind of punching over and over, and we did see a couple shots ring out earlier. The showstopper was used, but didn't really get anything. Now Zetro is going to find one, but Wind sprays down with the Spectre of their own. The Ghost bite back. Say, hey, let's go ahead and give ourselves a chance. Wind is going to get the plan down and Go Next, saying, hey, yeah, you got to keep moving. You're going to have to keep pushing. Pop-Up takes off Twiz's head. Fire's Money Crew down to only 2 members alive.
Right, and these 2 members have to pull it out here. This is realistically their round, as only 1 more is left. DJ putting a bullet right in Typhoon's head, not letting him get anything on them now. And Cal, the last hope of this Fire's Money crew. This is going to have to be the craziest 1v4 we've seen here, but instead Win is going to do exactly that for his team, and now 10-5 as Go Next hits double digits in this first map. This has been really big so far for Go Next, showing a lot of dominance first on defense and now on the offensive side, as a timeout is going to come through for the side of Fire's Money crew.
Yeah, and while we are here, we would just like to, again, shout out all of our amazing sponsors. Control has been here from a very, very long time ago. Same with Community Gaming, and then, of course, MSI, Metafy, and so much more here with GLG. And if you are interested in supporting and also just joining in with the family, the GLG Lounge is open. Go ahead and swing by. Anyone that is local to the Rochester area, just go have some fun, right? Go ahead and take a look what they had to offer. They have so many different gaming PCs, open PS5s and Xboxes. If you don't have one for yourself, you can go play there, or if you just want to play on better graphics, right? I personally, I work off of a laptop most times, and I mean, my laptop can do so much, right? It can only do so much. So, I mean, if I were in the Rochester area, I would absolutely go check that out. Also, just a heads up, we are taking a look at, seeing some of the amazing, as Halloween approaches, we want to see more of the Halloween theme. So as we get closer along in the next few weeks, make sure to shout out to GLG and, tag what your upcoming events are going to be, because we have something special for October 31st.
Ooh, sounds spooky, and I'm excited to see it. But now, we are going to see Fire's Money crew go down in money after that last round. Again, a stinger. Well, more so, when they were in, let me tell you what, man. When they were in this position last time, they did so well in getting their picks and getting kills or getting guns in hand, more so, to make sure that they can pull this that round back for them from behind. But not looking too great for them this time. 3-5 in terms of manpower. Go Next in the advantage. That's not what they want if they really want to pull off what they did earlier in this game.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit of time. And right now, with 2 ultis against their name and almost no weapons, right now, Fire's Money crew are just trying to do what they can. Win going to go ahead and take Twiz life. Cal is able to find one on Frozen. It's at least it's a little bit of a trade back, and you're happy to take that econ off their hands. But I mean, you're still up the creek without a paddle. This is I mean, you're clawing your way. DJ though, yeah, that is an op. That is an op. And Typhon says, hey, no, you don't get to carry that one over. That was an ambitious buy. You are gonna pay for it. And Go Next say, yeah, but we'll still take the round. 11-5 here. It was so close in the first half, and Fire's Money crew can have a singular chance to try and bite back once again. You can see it, the Operator, the Vandals, and so much more, the Phantoms here and there. This is their last chance if they want to try and make it into the top round, because if they don't, they go on to match point against Go Next with very little to purchase.
Yeah, this has to be a round that they take in very convincing fashion, because if not, it is going to be money down and almost a free round in terms of match point for Go Next. So we're going to see this push onto B site. Very, very quick, very aggressive push. Not going to get on just yet because of the smoke that has come out. Pop-up going to fire through, going to find one. Ooh. And now in a great position, pushed onto this B site, going to check every single nook, cranny, angle, and idea that they can on this site so that they don't get picked off or lose any members at all. Spike goes down, Win with the plant, going to slice the air to make sure that he gets that fly right out of his face. Now, members of Fire's Money crew going to push back on the site, try and get a little bit of information before they get in. Beautifully played, but it's going to get dropped. It does not matter. DJ saying, yeah, that was cool, goodbye, doesn't matter. Kyle is going to find trade, but now in a 1v2 situation, it is all up to Tedious Deer, and he is not going to be able to find the 1 versus 2, is not going to hit the clutch, the control clutch counter to make it 2, is instead going to drop and make it match point for Go Next.
I mean, what a way to make a match point, right? You can see it there on the kill feed pop up. 22-6, might I tell you, and I mean, if you're talking about the assists as well, behind it, that is over a 3.0 KDA. That is over a 3.0 KDA for pop-up here in game number 1, outstripping any of the opponents right now. And I mean, that is a record that you are happy to hang on to right now. Go Next looking to move on into the round of 64. They want to be one of the first teams to make it into the next round of the 128 amazing teams that are joining here. Fire's Money Crew gonna give it one last shot, and for Rosen, Papa said you tried your best, but your best was just not enough. Cal is able to find win. Pop-up finds Cal, and Twiz says for Rosen, you are dead. 3v2. Ultis are available, but DJ says, let me spin you one more record. Omen is the last one alive. Typhon says, I am all alone in a 1v3. Let me hide in my hole and not do much else. You could technically teleport out if you have the ulti, but I mean, it's a hide and seek situation. You are the defender. You cannot be hiding the whole way. Go Next, feeling like $1 million or 1,000 in this case. They're chasing on to A, and that'll be their plant site.
Yeah, and as the time ticks down, they had plenty of it, almost 50 seconds to be able to wait for DJ to get all the way to the A site so they can all push on together. Typhon now with a different gun in hand. Might want to reload though. 13 bullets in this Vandal. I don't think he... Okay, there we go. The reload comes out. Very cool reload animation. Very nice. Very cool. Thank you, Kanye. But now, in a 1v3 situation, it is all up to him. Spike planted is going to get knives put into him, but Pop Up gets popped instead. But it does not matter because the trade comes out, and Go Next does exactly that. Goes next right into the 64 team round. Beautifully done. Congrats to them. Sadly, we do have to say goodbye to Fire's Money Crew because this is a best of 1 scenario with no terms of a loser's bracket. Hopefully we see them next week instead.
Well, next week we are taking a little bit of a breather from the Pit of Valors, as of course this undertaking here has been amazing, right? We have this stream going on here. We have a B stream going on just on the other side, so go ahead and make sure to check them out if you're interested at all. Go ahead and type !commands to see all that is going on and where the other stream is currently located. Not just that, there's giveaways, there's currently votes running on. There's so much going on during this entire tournament, and we have so much more Valorant for you to take a peek at. But we're going to take just a little bit of a breather. We are going to have a little bit of a quick word coming in from the most amazing, and phenomenal Ben alongside Vincent here in just a few. So don't go anywhere. A word will be coming shortly.
Laugh it to the bank like watch it make light. I'm a star, got no stage fright. Please don't get me mad, I'm a nice guy. My baby say I'm cute, yeah, I'm tight fine. I be waking up when you go night. In a different zone with the time. Laugh it to the bank like ooh, go. Laugh it to the bank like I got anything. Flip it and continue. I've been going dumb, I've been going mental. Going up, I'm on another level. All black clothes like a medal. Little this and this, little Ricky Rick. It's my grandmama, I'm her Nicky Nick. I just wanna love, but I've been hit or miss. I might up and leave, never take a pic. Laugh it to the bank like $20, $50, $100s, $10s, $20, $50, $100s, 20, 50, hundreds.
Enough of the code switching. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Yeah, alright, okay. We get it. No contest. Wait. See this gold on me. Surf's up, nigga. The world been dying, days is numbered, check the climate. I'm sick of it, fuck the harebrained scheme to get the riches quick. I played a long game with serene scene and the whip that's quick. From the back room to the hearts, I'm in the thick of it. I grind too hard for y'all not to see me a star, bitch. I'm raising a bar like they really pay me to talk. My life been in shambles, but I got handles. I'm finishing at the rim. I remind you time and again that I'm really him. Oh, you ain't know? This shit not just for the show, but bet you entertain. Anybody not for me is below me. Blow me, you in the way. I live my dreams, I got it locked, the master keep it on me. Back in the field, running audibles with the team. Everything I got out the mother, told my truth. I shake that fake shit, they praise you, then minimize you behind you. Just know I notice you. Stay woke, no joke, it really be the ones you closest to. Had to stop sleeping on myself like I ain't know the truth. Oh, this to me like it's really nobody code is this. And if you disagree, then you jaws and your claim get audited. Who you know do the beating and talking and write the harmonies. I'm really convinced there's nobody out here going hard as me. Wish well the dog that claim belief in me so he could use me. Look at me now, you chose your route, I know you sick to see it. You talk a lot, all that flop, but that shit not harming us. Capping your status, we back, ain't nobody raws us. To the ones that held me down for the count, look at what growth will do. I'm the kid from the cul-de-sac, feeling double sex with loot they pay to play my shit back. In a way I'm going back until I'm fossil fuel to the flame, just like I'm supposed to do. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know nigga. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. I've been on a job, trying to take it far. I need that ROI, shit I done paid the cost. I'm all in on me, little baby she agrees she really been here through the fall. She the only thing I need. I wanna be free, I know that they want me for my ideas so they can line their pockets. Don't hit me to tell me that you give a fuck about me. You don't even know nothing about me, trying to force me on your timeline. You know you need to stop it, I live for more than attention. Might not be your trending topic, put my worth in analytics. I admit that took a toll, I got addicted to scrolling. We know well that get toxic, I got caught comparing me to people I don't even know. They say it's lonely at the top, or maybe then I'll focus on things that's more important and let whoever think whatever and just keep it moving. These niggas won't work on themselves, they'd rather see you losing. You'll never see me losing. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me. Want you to grow with me.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it.
Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with a who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust you. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why is you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side, I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and dot on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause they got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause check out problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again, yeah. State your name, big dope on flame. I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again. I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it. I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again. Pump up the action. I'm active. If he never heard of Ben Dope, he just napping. Jackson's off the rapping. Keep it on my body, bitch. I'm broke if you asking. Don't gotta sell him, mostly all flawless. Broken whips as long as it is foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's in since she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest. Do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, I came in. Did it like the Porsches. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again. Okay, alright. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10, yeah. I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business. Stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Bend dope with the switch again. Boy deliver like he happening. Core with digits, give him estimates. Summer sauce for my Benjamins. I got what you need, baby. Skirt the Chevy, make a scene, baby. LABB been the team, baby. Been Papa, word the G, baby. Look, labs till I'm finished. Had a handful of lemons through the hand. Got a bag, now the hands in the business. For my hand, it's a ticket. Talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I've been playing with the minutes that they been shoulda gave. And I'm flipping every digit that they been shoulda paid. Had to find a way to get it. Know the season what you made. If I ever wanna dip, then I'm brink with the blade. And I'm brinking a blink on the brink of some dumb shit. Watch how I move, cause I know the brink's coming. Watch for the blues, cause I know that they dumping. Nothing in my view, so it's hush on discussion. Hush on discussions, you know what you need to.
Yo, Vincent. We're here, bro. We made it. We made it to Pit of Valor 100. Can you believe it?
I know.
100.
That's
and it's
insane.
been how long? How long has it been, Vincent?
I mean, for me, it's been, over a year at this point. It's been crazy. The journey that we've been. I went back and looked, by the way. I looked at what number Pit of Valor did Vincent start with Pit of Valor.
Yeah.
Pit of Valor 23, by the way.
And that was January 2021, right? No,
Yeah,
2021. Yeah. Yeah.
Which
because we started. We started in spring 2020 when Valor came out, and it was a peak pandemic. Everyone's panicking. What else are we gonna do? We're gonna be just chilling in our apartments, in our homes, only playing. Oh, where did my camera go? I think my camera got lost. That's so sad.
That's a classic bed moment.
Oh, dude, I know. Hold on. The good news is I have a backup camera. Look at that. I can just do that.
Hey, let's go.
So the good news is I got a backup camera on my laptop. Bad news is I don't have that good quality, but at least you can still see me here in the gaming lounge at GLG.
I was gonna try to work that in somehow, but you beat me to it.
Do you want to work it in? Go for it right now. Talk about it.
Listen. You can look this good if you too can jump over to the GL Gaming Lounge on your own.
Dude, what a plug!
Let's go. That's what you pay me the big bucks for. Is the plugs, isn't it?
Exactly. I mean, it is your job, right?
That's true. That's true. By the way, so I was looking back at my notes for the first bit of Valor that I'd actually worked. There's some crazy names here. YFP being one of them.
Yeah.
Do you remember Down to Earth?
I remember Down to Earth. D2E was there all the time, but here's the thing: does that D2E only have one Pit of Valor crown win?
No, they got two. They got two.
D2E has two. Okay. They at least got two. They're one of the few that have two, right? Because there's only about maybe less than a dozen that have two.
Yeah. There's like. Quick counting is like 8 or 9, something along those lines.
No, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them. All right, let's go through the list. Okay, Burger Region. If you remember Burger Region's got the 2 crown wins. Okay, that
true.
was a team. That was a pug team. I'm pretty sure that picked up all the time was there.
Definitely.
Then we have Eclectic out there. Now I don't know if that was the same rosters, but it's the same organization. Elysium, who is making a run back today, by the way. I don't know where they're at in the bracket, but if you type / bracket, you'll see Elysium in there somewhere.
They're actually a really funny team, Ben, because I remember casting that. Like, they had a very good team, probably like very early on, like that early 2021. Then they kind of left, and now they have been making a comeback. So I mean, it's cool that they're here today.
Dude, I love that. Elysium is one of those few teams that we've seen throughout like our entire careers here in Valorant, right?
Yeah.
Like, they've been there since day one. They are
lurking. I remember, actually, it's so funny. I remember casting a tournament. This was like beta Valorant with them in beta, if I'm not mistaken. Might have been like right on release. It was very early.
It was definitely on release because they were one of the first teams out there making names, clicking heads, showing up in VLR and the stats and all that sort of jazz.
I'm skipping down. I need Sakura White.
Sakura White. That's a throwback of a name.
It is. But they made a comeback recently. What was it? They were in a Knights event just a little while ago.
They were. Okay.
Yeah. Hold on.
While you're looking that up, I just want to shout out honorable mentions who are in the tournament tonight too. Nyx, Strong, and Nightblood Gaming, both playing. I'm pretty sure Nightblood Gaming is going to be on the B stream right now. So if you type !streams in the chat, you'll head over to Community Gaming's Twitch channel. You'll see Nightblood Gaming taking on Mystic, 2 names that we've seen in the Pit of Valor forever.
Oh, yeah.
And then Nyx is a recent team, several players that we've seen for a while too as well. But they've recently just won 2 Pit of Valors in the last couple months, so that's a recent 2 crown win. But yeah, back to Sakura White.
Okay, I may have lied, just like a little white lie. It was Sakura Storm that was in the Knights tournament. That I was thinking about, but listen, close. All right, I'm sorry. Yeah, but that was a good team, a really fun team to watch. Do you remember Titan Esports?
I do, and they're still pretty much. I'm pretty sure their players are still here and there. Scattered.
They are. They actually were really solid. That's another one of those teams that was in the first Pit of Valor I actually casted back in 2020.
Yeah, but that wasn't the first team that won when you were casting, right? It was Ghoul Fate.
Yes, Ghoul Fate.
Yes, Ghoul Fate.
That one was a free agent team. They were only around for a few months, if I'm not mistaken.
And the cool thing about Ghoul Fate is that they were also participants in our Radiant Arenas when we first started those way back when. It's been a very long time since we did it, but they were one of those early participants in there.
Well, I mean, throwback to those Radiant Arenas, right? Like Wave Runners, Able Esports, all of those teams. That was a lot of fun. I think I was part of every single one of those Radiant Arena events. That was a lot of fun.
They were like what we're supposed to like. The Pit of Valor is here open for everyone and anyone of any rank. That's the goal of it. to bring in people that are of various different ranks, getting that first exposure to the competitive scene. So like, that's what that's for. But then we also had to appeal to our teams that were of higher competitive nature, right? The higher ranks, the Immortal Plus. That's what the Radiant Arena is for. Looking to bring that back soon, guys. I don't know when. I promise we're working on it. Radiant Arena soon. I don't know. Soon TM.
Soon TM.
Now
I have a question. I know
Yes.
I'm literally stealing your thunder here, but
no, this is why I brought you on.
So like, I think we can officially say longest running, most consistent for sure weekly event
100%.
Out there. And listen, it was sort of a back and forth between GLG and VCS for a little while. But
yes.
but VCS, they've done
two
falling
weeklies.
off.
The two weeklies.
I know, but we're still out here. They moved to once every 2 weeks. What?
Yes.
Was there ever a thought to go to like once every 2 weeks?
Are you kidding me, dude? The point of the Pit of Valor is to be your most consistent and trustworthy tournament to show up to all the time. Now, no shade to VCS, because VCS has been a huge influence on the scene as well, because they did offer a much significant prize pool compared to us, right? The prize pool for Pit of Valor used to be $50. Shout out Community Gaming for helping us get up to $250. That's a huge increase.
It's also a paid entry, to be fair.
But it wasn't always, remember?
That's true. You're right.
But again, now they're appealing to the higher competitive, which is great because we needed that gap filled, right? So that's what VCS does. But then who's going to take care of our littler teams, or less known teams is what I'm trying to get at, right? Our less known teams.
You know, there's a big gap between becoming a team that can like hang out at that like high level and then get the chance to play against teams that are actually competing against other tier 3 and then tier 2 teams. It's really hard. There's not a ton of events in that space, and I think Pit of Valor does a really good job of being in that sort of position. And especially when you tune into Pit of Valor often, you see there's a system, right? Like you'll see, okay, this team is starting to attend Pit of Valors often. Now they're starting to get up there. They're going to be making top 8, top 16. And then, when they start winning, that's when you see the likes of another 3-time winner like Aspire Entertainment making the move into what I would consider more of a tier 2 scenario.
Yes. Aspire, shout out Aspire. They're playing right now in the Pit of Valor. And before we send it, because we got to get the other casters in here, next matchup I think is Wreckaroo versus who do we have? Who's the next matchup? Yuki Hyoga or Yuki Yoga. That's what it is. So yeah, pretty banger match coming up. But before we send it, Aspire Entertainment, fun fact, in the Twitch chat today, they said they go 50-50 on a Pit of Valor trophy if they win it.
Oh.
So
let's go.
I kind of feel bad. I wish I would have thought about getting a trophy ahead of time. That would have been
cool.
Especially like the Pit of Valor logo. That would be sick.
That would be
so. I'm all for it, Aspire. If you're there in chat listening, I'm 100% down. I'm all down for it. So now all you gotta do is just freaking win the thing. Get yourself you'll be the first and only team to have 4 Pit of Valor crowns. So
that would be trophy worthy. To be fair,
that is trophy worthy. Yeah. All right. With that, Vincent, I think we're going to call because we got to get the other casters in here and we don't want to keep the teams waiting too much longer. Thank you so much, Vincent, for joining me on this special little gig to show off all these different teams. I'm sure if you guys have been watching on the side there, you could see all the past winners. I don't even know which way I'm pointing. I've never done this before. You guys know how that pointing works on the... But anyway, thank you so much, Vincent, for joining me and sharing in this awesome achievement that we've all done across these 2.5 years.
It's been a great time. I've loved being here, and well, on to the rest of the action. We'll see you in a few.
Yes, sir. Take care, everyone.
Laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha. I got in it 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s. Laugh it to the bank like pedal to the floor, need no brake lights. In the dark, watch me make light. I'm a star, got no stage fright. Please don't get me mad, I'm a nice guy. My baby say I'm cute, yeah, I'm tight fine. I be waking up when you go night-night. In a different zone, what's the time? get it up, flip it and continue. I've been going dumb, I've been going mental. Going up, I'm on another level. All black clothes like a medal. Little this and this, little Ricky Rick. It's my grandmama, I'm her Nicky Nick. I just wanna love, but I've been hit or miss. I might up and leave, never take a piss. Laugh it to the bank like.
Enough of the code switching. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Yeah, alright, okay. We get it. No contest. Wait. Surf's up, nigga. The world been dying, days is number, check the climate. I'm sick of it, fuck the harebrained scheme to get the riches quick. I play the long game with a serene scene and I whip this quick. From the back room to the hearts, I'm in the thick of it. I grind too hard for y'all not to see me a star, bitch. I'm raising a bar like they really pay me to talk. My life been in shambles, but I got handles. I'm finishing at the rim. I remind you time and again that I'm really him. Oh, you ain't know? This shit not just for the show, but bet you entertain. Anybody not for me is below me. Blow me, you in the way. I live my dreams, I got it locked, the master keeping on me. Back in the field, running audibles with the team. Everything I got out the mother, told my truth. I shake that fake shit, they praise you, then minimize you behind you. Just know I notice you. Stay woke, no joke, it really be the ones you closest to. Had to stop sleeping on myself like I ain't know the truth. Oh, this to me like it's really nobody code is this. And if you disagree, then you jaws and your claim get audited. Who you know do the beating, the talking, and write the harmonies. I'm really convinced there's nobody out here going hard as me. Wish well the dog that claimed belief in me so he could use me. Look at me now, you chose your route, I know you sick to see it. You talk a lot, all that flop, but that shit not harming us. Capping your status, we back, ain't nobody bras us. To the ones that held me down for the count, look at what growth will do. I'm the kid from the cul-de-sac, feeling double sex with loot they pay to play my shit back. Ain't no way I'm going back until I'm fossil fuel to the flame, just like I'm supposed to do. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know nigga. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. I've been on a job, trying to take it far. I need that ROI, shit I done paid the cost. I'm all in on me, little baby she agree, she really been here through the fall. She the only thing I need. I wanna be free, I know that they want me for my ideas so they can line their pockets. Don't hit me to tell me that you give a fuck about me. You don't even know nothing about me, trying to force me on your timeline. You know you need to stop it, I live for more than attention. Might not be your trending topic, put my worth in analytics. I admit that took a toll, I got addicted to scrolling. We know well that get toxic, I got caught comparing me to people I don't even know. They say it's lonely at the top, well maybe then I'll focus on things that's more important and let whoever think whatever and just keep it moving. These niggas won't work on themselves, they'd rather see you losing. You'll never see me losing. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me. Want you to grow with me. Want you to grow with me.
Problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about about nothing, why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it, line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust you. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune, I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe, and 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me, like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side? I don't know if you thinking I'm blind, cross on my crosses and dot on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling.
Welcome back, everybody, to Pit of Valor. It's the big 100, and we're ready for match 2 of the night. My name's Infernosis, joined here by Endless. We've got Yuki versus Rekaru on the chopping block here for round 2.
I mean, it's such a beautiful event. I mean, finally we hit GLG Pit of Valor 100, and I mean, for the first time ever, I think, unless I'm mistaken, it's the first time we got to see Ben on screen, on camera. So this is kind of like Ben's debut as well, but hey, I enjoyed every single part of it, learning a little bit more history about the Pit of Valor, you know, even before our days. And I mean, I have to say, I mean, I'm sure he's extremely proud we've hit the 100th, and on top of that, the grand prize $2,500 tournament. I mean, that's amazing.
I mean, you can't do a $2,500 tournament like this without our sponsors either, Endless. We have so many to thank, but let's first and foremost plug ourselves, because we're just selfish like that. We've got Pit of Valor coming back to you guys next week, and while it may not be the big 100, we're trying to keep the ball rolling. We don't have any upcoming tournaments beyond that, but be excited for 101. We're going to be back over the same old things, and it is that open and stylized tournament we love to do and bring to you here for GLG. We also would like to thank our sponsor, Control. You already see Control clutches in the corner of your screen. Whenever players really clutch up and do what they need to do, there we can thank them for a big giveaway that they're doing. They're hooking up our fan favorites with a bag of Control to be selected for their fan fave in chat. If you do !fan fave, make sure you get your votes in for those players, and they'll win themselves a quick little bag of Control to kind of get that juices a flowing, so to say. Here, we always love Control.
Yeah, and on top of that, I mean, we have our sponsor Medify as well for amazing, you know, additional prize pooling to this event. And on top of that, if you guys have any Medify coaches in the chat, I mean, feel free to self-promote a little bit, but because Medify is one of those services, if you're looking to get better at Valorant, this is a great service. There's a lot of awesome coaches on there. I think there's over 2,200 coaches experienced in many different games. So hey, any game you're looking to get interested in or get better at, learn more about, this is definitely the website to do so.
Yeah, maybe I need to hook that one up there, Endless. I don't know if you know this about me. I'm horrible at Valorant. I am awful at Valorant. All I can do is talk about it, cannot play it. Just not my forte. I'm not skilled enough, but these players here should be. Yuki versus the side of our list. We have Ascent coming up first. It's gonna be very interesting. Rekaru can kind of take the W here in this scenario. I'm rooting for them because their name is funnier to me, and that's usually how I decide how I go for my team victories. But Ascent's a very interesting map. A lot of teams will kind of go for that gentleman's agreement map of Ascent. Sometimes they pick up Haven, sometimes they pick up Icebox, but Ascent is really that tried and true one. Very similar to a lot of the older stylized like Mirage and CS:GO. Very comfortable trying to push towards that side. We saw that just in round 1 as well, where once that second half hit, it just sprinted forward one team over the other. It was a landslide victory to kind of string rounds back to back. You have to deny that momentum.
Honestly, Ascent is one of those maps that we're very accustomed to here at the Pit of Valor. It is also one of those maps, like you said, it's a little bit more even. You never really see one team completely stomp, and even when you do, the reverse stomp usually comes into factor. As we're going to jump into Agent Select here, and we're going to take a look at what kind of compositions they're going to go with. I'm going to expect the Chamber on both ends. Maybe a Brimstone over Omen, but at the same time, maybe not. But it looks as if we're going for a double initiator setup here from Eli and Glyph. And that is something that I always like to see on this attacking side, because it really gets you so much information as to which agents are playing towards which site. And on top of that, it allows for a lot of fakes.
A lot of the mind battles come down to getting rid of the chamber early in these engagements, whether you're top mid swinging over to bottom mid, trying to engage with the tour de force, or just usually having an operator or a headhunter in hand. And a KO is an amazing counter to that. A lot of the times you see that KO from top mid, toss down the 0 points, getting rid of the tour de force or headhunter in the hands of the opposing chamber on that defense, and really starting to give your team a little bit of that flush energy to start to swing in towards courtyard, start to walk up towards market, clear out pizza cubby, and maybe start to swaddle in on over towards that B site. A lot of the times you'll see teams kind of struggle to kind of save that 0 point for the right time. They'll expend it a little earlier than anticipated. And because of that, you have scenarios like we saw in round 1, where it was a 1v2. Both players on the attack in the post plant were very low. A single shot would have killed, but the defending player swung their 0 point over towards defender spawn, wasting it against the tour de force that was popped out, and they inevitably died to it very quickly afterwards.
Yeah, it is one of those maps where I think the communication really is going to be important here, because whether or not they want to play retake on sites, especially on this defensive side for Yuki, they really need to communicate that together, because often enough we see teammates try to hold the site. Meanwhile, every other teammate, they have the mind of a retake in mind. So when that happens, that causes for an easy take and losing members unnecessarily without any trade possible. And when that happens, I mean, I'm expecting Yuki to really understand how they want to play this map, and as long as they work together, I think they'll be okay.
Now, the first round, while it doesn't actually really tell us too much Endless, and a lot of teams just like to bull rush in, like we're seeing right now from the team of Rekaru, what they buy in terms of their pistols tell us about how they want to engage. Tyler Boy, despite being that raised in the foray, is not buying the frenzy, which means they'll probably fight from a little bit further back once they close that space. They do just that right next to Jin. With a little bit of a teammate assistance from Zinc, they're able to clear out that player that was lying down below in hell. Now it's going to be a really hard fight here from the side of Yuki, who have to try to clear out that door. Instead, they should start to swallow 2 players up towards rafters, trying to maybe get a sight line over to players kind of extending out from below in hell. They'll easily clean up 2 in the process. Only Eli is able to find himself a bit of refrag back. The frenzy is now clenched up for 3 kills, and only 1 player remaining over towards Tree means that you'll probably be able to cleanse them fairly quickly as well, because you've already tagged them quite a lot. Recon bolt over the top, a great attempt there by Infernals, but ultimately it's not going to last very much longer, as Nico will finally manage to find some success here from the side of Yuki. They miss enough classic shots, and there goes the victory for Team Rekaru.
I mean, right off the bat, Tyler, I mean, really using that duelist to its capability, instantly satchelating into sight, creating that space for Rekaru, and right away, Yuki had no choice but to back up their players and play that retake. But unfortunately, one was stuck in sight, and all was said and done. And right away, Team Rekaru come out with that commanding first round. And it didn't really look like they ever lost control of the round. You saw Tyler, after getting that sight control, just jumping around, bouncing in sight, not really doing much, making noise towards hell. And right off the bat, again, you can see the early aggression. Paranoia gonna go out. They are noticing some info towards the site, as look at Tyler just satcheling in, getting another kill yet again, and Glyph getting the second, and just like that, Rekaru, they take sight again.
You've just opened up the round for taking entirely, and you're expected to find this second round win after you find the first, but a dominant way to put your foot forward. Tyler's still sitting up in Raptors, has a little bit of assistance from behind, but takes the majority of the lick of damage in the process, down to 10 HP, but still survives, and Wrecker will find themselves a flawless round win. Great acceptance between these two teams. The tandem duo swinging aggressively, they're always working together, but now the problem is going to ultimately lie with the fact that they don't have the proper weapons all in all over across the board to kind of deal with the full rifle defense of Yuki right now. They'll still have 2 mainstay rifles of the Vandals. They will have that bowler trying to work with as well, but past that, Tyler's going to have to get there very quickly, still with the Bucky, and Zink still has that Spectre. Should be an expected loss for them one, but I have seen teams pull out miracles, so I'm expecting Rekru to still come out full swing.
Yeah, you could see that they definitely still have a chance, especially with this man named Tyler here, already satchelating into sight. I mean, Eli takes full control of the space that was created and catches Infernals off guard. But right away, this is the exact outcome you want from Rekaru. Being on this bonus, they want to get as many guns down as possible. And all left on Yuki with Goofier Acorn. And he is taken out. Glyph with a huge 4K. And now 3 rounds in, they haven't even officially bought their guns yet.
A lot of teams struggle once they send their duelist very quickly into the foray, like Tyler Boy's amazing double pack over towards Staircase inside of Switch. They were in a very tough spot. They needed a little bit of assistance. Zinx opens up for that first kill, and then once they do that, they try to send the Roomba down the staircase leading towards site, and Glyph saves Tyler's life as a player was lying in wait around that corner. That is what you need to see from an attacking team, constantly aware of not just their own surroundings, but their teammates, and looking to save them at every turn. Tyler's going to once again quickly engage towards this site, still has that judge, looking more like the jury and the executioner at this point. Two players immediately killed off, removed fast, and now Yuki have a two-man disadvantage. Thankfully to them, Tyler is down to a 3 HP diff, but you're looking at the site control handling in their favor once again, and you're not going to have much to deal with.
Oh my goodness. Tyler with 3 almost gets the 4th, even took out the knife at that point. But Glyph there to get that trade, and it's all left down to Frosif. And man, right now, Yuki, I mean, yes, that was a save round, but they basically had no resistance towards this A site, and on top of that, Tyler again. Those double packs have honestly done wonders for the team. And he's just created so much space, and on top of that, he's only been using shotguns so far.
I gotta respect it, Endless. Honestly, if you're finding a weapon you're comfortable with, sometimes you just say, all right, I'm sticking with it. Why break what's working, right? Why, if it's working fine, don't replace it with something new. And Wreckaroo are kind of idolizing that exact point. Tyler possibly once again goes to that high ground position over towards the A site, quickly swing forward. But it doesn't look like they're going to send the raise that direction just yet. Instead, they'll work through courtyard over towards the walkway side and maybe apply a little bit of double pressure towards A. Nightfall is utilized now by Team Wreckaroo. Tyler has already swung through Garden. The Showstoppers outbreaks window and kills off yet another. Yuki have not found a single frag back. I manages to take down Nico. And you're looking at a 5v2 here as the spike goes down and red time is ensured. Vinny's aggressed to the defense on the B site as he was the lone man army over on that direction, and they'll clean up the last two trying to work their way up towards Raptors.
Let me tell you something. I think Tyler is honestly opening up these rounds drastically for Wreckaroo. I mean, the amount of space he's able to get, and on top of that, because of the amount of pressure he's been putting on Yuki, they haven't gotten comfortable one bit. They haven't been able to set up or play the style they want to play, and the pace has strictly been dictated by Tyler. And right now, Yuki, they haven't found any solution. They do not know how to counter it, and Tyler's still on a judge. There's no reason to buy a gun.
If you're not dying half these rounds, you don't need to kind of change things out anyways. Great haunt tossed over by Team Wreckaroo as well. Kind of opens up the player of Tyler to step back behind Jin. King Vinny once again will cement their name early. Infernals on the side of Yuki will fall very quickly here in this round. And it's a total bait and switch on that A site. A haunt and the raise themselves fully committing makes Yuki kind of question whether they're truly going to that B site. But spikes down, and I'm sorry to break it to you, the last few remnants of Yuki, it's nowhere near. Random's the only player able to find a kill so far in this round with a stinger, no less. But much like bees, you sting once, you're more than likely going to die right after. It looks like Randoms is slowly being closed in upon by Eli, just waiting for them to swing outside of Gardens. They'll be cleaned up very quickly.
I think we're safe to say Tyler will get one every single round.
Yeah.
I mean, there hasn't been a single round, even just now. I mean, he satcheled into that A site, didn't connect with anyone, but yet posted up towards heaven, and the second someone peeked, I mean, they're dead. There's nothing you can do about it. The judge is just too powerful at that close of a range. But finally, Yuki, they're on another full buy yet again, but this is going to be a very crucial round. They're down 0-6 right now. And Wreckaroo, they're looking to run away with this, but look at Tyler. This time, he's going to go towards this B site.
There's no way for Yuki to deny Tyler's boost pack. I've never seen a single player this confident and so unafraid of death at every turn. Tyler, one boost pack towards site, a second to send them towards market, and they'll take first blood. Once again, completing the, I guess, history that we've seen of always getting at least one kill every single game. Frosif on site gets one, but Zinc will quickly frag them back after a little bit of time sunk. Glyph's able to take down Nico. And while Glyph had the shot over there towards Infernal's back in defender spawn, King Vinny will not just take that one, but also the player of Randoms, avenging the second kill that Yuki managed to net themselves. And that ball gets rolling even further down this hill. We mentioned that momentum would be an absolute killer, and it's the biggest killer yet.
Infernosis, here's the thing, right? You have Tyler on one side of the map, double satcheling in and getting one. And then you have King Vinny on the other side of the map, always lurking, coming from the flank. And right now, Yuki's just getting ripped apart. They have no idea how to adapt to this playstyle because they never know what site they're going to. And the second they decide on the site, it's literally the second the wall drops. So when the rotates come in fast, King Vinny, he has all the time in the world to just walk behind, go for an evening stroll, and that's exactly what he's doing. As right now, Tyler going the same route towards this market, doesn't get his one just yet. But, I mean, his teammates are there. His teammates are there. Luckily, Yuki this round got that one trade, and all of a sudden, they just get B site because Frosif left to his lonesome. And now the retake coming in from Yuki, and they're on basically a light buy round, so this is not going to be easy.
Oh, watch out for King Vinny, though. It's not over till it's over. Working from courtyard, rifle in hand. And, well, this may be a really bad spot for randoms to currently be lying with an easy pickup for King Vinny. Does not miss those shots. Pistol in hand for the lone chamber on Yuki. It looks like a wild swing employed by King Vinny once again, and that will deal with Infernals very quickly, but there goes Nico. Like I had mentioned, nothing really to fight back with, and it's another cleanup by the side of Team Wreckaroo. Lacking that KO to deny the satchel, all of that util and kits. At best, you're buying time, but that's a lot of information on top of it. That honestly feels like one of the big problems that Yuki are facing.
Yeah, they don't have... I wouldn't like to say that Chamber is officially a Sentinel. I mean, it's more so a hybrid between a duelist and a sentinel now, I would like to say, because of the fact that there's really only one trip now, right? The rest of his abilities are strictly there for fragging. So with one trip and a raise, that doesn't really work. The raise will instantly counter that, and on top of that, there's nothing else to really slow them down, aside from maybe sky flashes and a brim molly. But the amount of space that Tyler's creating, those won't work. He's already in your face the second you know it. At this time around, you see Tyler taking things a little bit slower. They're kind of lurking around, but hey, right now, Yuki, they're hesitating. They're not confident whatsoever, and oh my goodness, Vinny, you don't gotta do them like that.
They have families, Vinny. What is going? Crown the victor here. King Vinny goes off again to close things out. And I'll point out one other thing here, Endless. Tyler did not bring a primary shotgun in that round. Instead, did have a rifle in their hand. They brought the shorty in the secondary. So
you're right.
Still had the shotgun for Tyler. Still bringing that one forward, but bit of a different play style. You said they were playing slow. That was exactly why. They were trying to use the rifles that at least they had in their hands. And at this point for Yuki, they've essentially been able to buy out every round. That loser's bonus has reached its peak, and they're just trying to ride that wave. But the problem still is, if they win one round, Wrecker have not had to purchase anything. And Tyler goes and showcases already. Doesn't need the judge even that close. They'll get the first kill with the Vandal openings up.
It just looks like Tyler warmed up, you know, at like a gym or something, you know. It just feels like he's a gymnast of some sort, you know. Instead of, oh my goodness. Glyph is on another world of his own as well. I mean, he's just been popping off silently. Even though Tyler has been taking most of the fame, Glyph has always been there as well. And I also want to point out, if you look at Eli's assists this game, already 16. 10 rounds in, I mean, he's died twice. Zinc hasn't even died once, which I just realized that. But Eli with 14 assists, actually. Like, that's pretty incredible.
You also have to keep in mind, Zinc was the opening kill, I think, the first 3 rounds of this game. So they had to enter in the pistol, they enter in the follow-up bonus, and they had to enter in the round that's expected to fall in favor of Yuki. That's a big way to start. And since then, Zinc hasn't necessarily been on the board. Like I mentioned, only has 5 kills total, but the 0 deaths margin is very important, because that not only gives you a higher ego rating, but also just says, haha, another stat to kind of rub in Yuki's face at this point that you're not able to kill off this one net at the very least. Eli as well with that assist margin. We saw it kind of at the end there, swinging as they try to go up towards that Raptors player through that mid window. They didn't fire back. They wanted Glyph to get the 4K. They are feeding their hot players. That's what you want to see from a team. Even if it does risk you possibly losing a round, they want these players to stay hot. That is a big problem right now for the side of Yuki. Glyph gets 2 to finish things off. Eli as well. And there goes Zink to find that 5th. Another fabulous round by Team Record.
All I have to say is I'm so happy that our cameras aren't on screen right now, because my facial reaction to some of these plays. I mean, Glyph just now was able to walk all the way through B and killed the guy in spawn. Meanwhile, had his full back facing towards Boathouse. The guy missed his shot and Glyph turned around. Still gets that kill. And I mean, the scoreline is exactly as everyone is seeing right now. It is 11-0. And Rekaruth, 0 signs of slowing down. And look at Tyler. This time he's got the big gun, the Odin, and it goes Burr.
Here just trying to pull out everything at this point here, Endless. I think they're having as much fun as humanly possible. Tyler with that Odin gun go Burr unfortunately does not connect any targets just yet. Unfortunately, more for the side of Yuki. Well, Igor for your Acorn swings that same exact angle, and it's an easy cleanup for Tyler. Glyph sitting at top mid. They know where the last player is. They know it's the last round of this half. They'll send the Nightfall. They'll go and start swinging forward. Tyler wants the melee. The fan is out. They're going for it, but it is still not acquired just yet. Frosif gets 1. They're stuck in the reload. They've got to continuously fire down. They're trying to escape as best they can. Tagging once again. Glyph's going to try and drop him a little bit lower, but they still haven't even planted this spike. And look what Zink is doing. Zink is refusing to swing this. They don't want to lose the fact that they are undefeated, unkilled so far in this point. Though from the shadows all the way over to the beast site, and now he's going to be saying, hey guys, what happened? Now you're risking my KD. That's not cool.
I don't know if this was a pre-agreed motion, but right now it is down to a 1 versus 1 scenario. But is he just gonna stick it? Oh, that's not what you want. Oh, Zink could have missed his chance. But right now, Frosif extremely low. He's hunting. He knows he's stuck. He did hear the TP, but Zink, he doesn't lose those.
Well, he misses initially, right? So you can kind of give him a little bit of flash.
Switching sides.
That's even a spot right there if you're the player of Zink, where you're saying, please swing me. Please swing me. I need to kill you fast so that the spike doesn't explode and kill me, and that ends the round, right? I need to maintain my unkilled streak. And they're 7-0. They managed to get out of that round, escape despite the somewhat fun situation they brought upon themselves on the last player there, Frosif. It's a very even team right now for Yuki, though. 8 for the best player, but everyone else with only 2 kills. But every single one of them has that 12 deaths, so at least they're together in 1 mark.
I mean, right now, 4 of members in Yuki, 2 and 12, with Frosif being the only one putting up a decent fight. But Rekaru, I think they noticed that. But here's the thing. Now that Tyler is on this defensive side, how aggressive is he gonna go? As you can see, already spotting out mid, but King Vinny gets 1, instantly gets traded out, and Infernal is there with a shorty kill. And I think that's their revenge. They're looking to get that aggression going, to put Rekaru in that same situation they were put in. But right now, they're only up a man advantage, and things could fall south if they're not playing together.
Yuki had a lot of early pressure in Courtyard. They're still using that sort of like strong point to aggress towards another site. A lot of the time you expect them to start to move towards Market, where they did take down the KO, but they're not going to do just that. Ghost and Hand for Zink sitting up in Raptors. They tagged ahead of 1 and finally will acquiesce their first death here in the round, given to the player of Goofy or Acorn. And look who's the last player left standing. If you're expecting a player to clutch up, it would maybe be Tyler, but Tyler's the one and done typical player. Glyph's the player that has found 3, 4, 5, 6, feels like 23 Ks already in this game. I think they may be denied that one just yet. Infernal's up close. They'll swing that one wildly, and Glyph is completely caught unaware. Detail still in hand.
Man, I feel at the same time, I don't know what's going on in the heads of Yuki right now, because, I mean, 12-0 first half, that's got to be depressing and deflating. But at the same time, I feel like they're trying to have some fun as well. Infernals there had all the time in the world to kill Glyph there, but decided, you know what, I'm just going to try to walk behind him. I think they were trying to go for a potential knife kill there, but you know, they're getting disrespected, and I feel like that's exactly what they want to do back to them.
Now, heading into round 2, you're expecting a team to buy SMGs. Yuki, you're saying, I just send the rifles. We'll take this round and try to make sure that we can stay positive, at least by some margin, and bring at least 3 or 4 rifles into that next. The problem lies, interesting attempt there by Tyler. They swung early, and you only managed to get an even trade at the start, and now you have thankfully given yourself that little bit of that clinical edge necessary, but you're also haven't really taken control of an objective yet. You're really giving them the idea that they can rotate. Look at Team Recru, all 3 players now getting close to that A site. Zing can be the first player up on Raptors once again, much like they were just last round. But that dark cover hides them for at least the time being. Jindor will be pulled. 3 players on site directly, 1 sitting behind Generator. Random's finally able to their kill. This one to Zing. Glyph and Tyler are not done just yet, though. They've evened the odds now with 1 apiece to make it a 2v2. Goofy's not paying attention. Tyler with the right click. They'll toss the paint shells to zone out Infernals. And the paint shells nearly kill, and they finally will on the last tick of damage as Glyph will defuse this spike on the A site, and you'll be a 13-1 victory for the side of Team Recru.
Defenders win.
I don't even have any words, honestly, after that match. I just feel like Team Recru just did everything they wanted. They had 0 resistance. They were allowed to get every control of every area that they tried to take, and Yuki, they just couldn't adapt. There's no adaptation.
You've got to change your strategy, right? Especially if you're starting things off on the defensive half. And we saw a little bit of change, but it wasn't enough. And the change they tried to do was to stop Tyler's quick rushes through towards those sites. And once they do that, look what Tyler did. Played slow. We kind of categorized that push they did through Courtyard as saying, why is Tyler not on a site already? They have a rifle in hand. That's why they're going to start playing a little smarter. And once you think, okay, Tyler's buying rifles, we're finally breaking that curse of the shotguns. Guess what Tyler does the very next round? Uses a rifle and still boost packs into the A side as if they still have a judge and gets that first kill all over again. It feels like anything that any team would have brought out against Team Recru was still 3 steps ahead, willing to change everything on a dime.
And honestly, Tyler, I mean, started off the game just pounding A nonstop. And then all of a sudden, by the time, you know, Yuki tried to say, hey, you know what, let's sit a little bit further back. Let's play it this certain way. Tyler just goes B. And the B guys aren't ready for it. So it's just a constant switch back and forth. And they had no idea where he was going to satchel to, as every time he satcheled the B, he was going towards the market, he was going towards switch. There's so many different areas in that space and confusion and hesitation that caused, I mean, Yuki to kind of back up. All of a sudden, you have Eli coming in from Recru, just getting kills left, right, and center. And Glyph as well, just catching opponents completely off guard, searching for Tyler. And, I mean, by the time they found him, it was a little bit too late.
I was expecting a bit of a longer matchup here for our first cast together in this, but maybe we'll have to wait for round 3 to get that one underway. Still plenty more games to go for the night, but before we switch on over, let's go and give a big thanks to Community Gaming. Not only are they the biggest supporter for Pit of Valor, having been here for so long and extending our normal prize pool up to $250, they also have the B stream where more games are going on. Check out their Community Gaming Twitch channel, type !streams in the chat, and you can pick up that link. And another big shout out, because Team Recru may have just put their name in early for an early MVP bid by the end of the night, where MSI is giving away a MSI Optics G273 monitor to the MVP. It is a 165 hertz refresh rate, and it looks like maybe there was a 600 hertz refresh rate monitor on the side of Team Recru, because they weren't missing anything whatsoever. Smooth as all get out, because they wanted to send us out of that map very quickly in this.
Yeah, I think the two MVP candidates would definitely be Glyph or Tyler. Tyler for creating that space, but Glyph for hitting every single shot that he basically aimed at. He did not miss. Okay, he died all of 5 times, if anything, and I don't know. He was just a monster on that attacking side, and then on top of that, Tyler. I mean, both of them well played.
Great game for them, but that's the conclusion here for round 2. We've got another game coming up after this one. Stay tuned. We'll have a little bit more, but we're going to take a quick break before then. We'll see you guys soon.
To the bank like laugh it to the bank like I got anything much she make like. I'm a star, got no stage fright. Please don't get me mad, I'm a nice guy. My baby say I'm cute, yeah, I'm type 5. I be waking up when you go night-night. In a different zone with the time. Laugh it to the bank like. Ha 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 ha. Ooh, go. Laugh it to the bank like. Yeah. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, I got it in 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s. I get it up, flip it and continue. I've been going dumb, I've been going mental. Going up, I'm on another level. All black clothes like a medal. Little this and this, little Ricky Rick. It's my grandmama, I'm her Nicky Nick. I just wanna love, but I've been hit or miss. I might up and leave, yeah, take a pic. Laugh it to the bank like. Ha 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 ha. Ooh, go. Laugh it to the bank like. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, I got it in 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s.
Enough of the code switching. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Yeah, alright, okay. We get it. No contest. Wait. Surf's up, nigga. The world been dying, days is number, check the climate. I'm sick of it, fuck the harebrained scheme to get the riches quick. I play the long game with serene scene and I whip this quick. From the back room to the hearts, I'm in the thick of it. I grind too hard for y'all not to see me a star, bitch. I'm raising a bar like they really pay me to talk. My life been in shambles, but I got handles. I'm finishing at the rim. I remind you time and again that I'm really him. Oh, you ain't know? This shit not just for the show, but bet you entertain. Anybody not for me is below me, blow me, you in the way. I live my dreams, I got it locked, the master keeping on me. Back in the field, running audibles with the team. Everything I got out the mother, told my truth. I shake that fake shit, they praise you, then minimize you behind you. Just know I notice you. Stay woke, no joke, it really be the ones you closest to. Had to stop sleeping on myself like I ain't know the truth. Oh, this to me like it's really nobody code is this. And if you disagree, then you jaws and your claim get audited. Who you know do the beating and talking and write the harmonies. I'm really convinced there's nobody out here going hard as me. Wish well the dog that claimed belief in me so he could use me. Look at me now, you chose your route, I know you sick to see it. You talk a lot, all that flop, but that shit not harming us. Capping your status, we back, ain't nobody raws us. To the ones that held me down for the count, look at what growth will do. I'm the kid from the cul-de-sac, feeling double sex with loot they pay to play my shit back. In a way I'm going back until I'm fossil fuel to the flame, just like I'm supposed to do. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. I've been on a job, trying to take it far. I need that ROI, shit I done paid the cost. I'm all in on me, lil' baby she agree, she really been here through the fall. She the only thing I need. I wanna be free, I know that they want me for my ideas so they can line their pockets. Don't hit me to tell me that you give a fuck about me. You don't even know nothing about me, trying to force me on your timeline. You know you need to stop it, I live for more than attention. Might not be your trending topic, put my worth in analytics. I admit that took a toll, I got addicted to scrolling. We know well that get toxic, I got caught comparing me to people I don't even know. They say it's lonely at the top, well maybe then I'll focus on things that's more important and let whoever think whatever and just keep it moving. These niggas won't work on themselves, they'd rather see you losing. You'll never see me losing. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me. Want you to grow with me. problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it.
Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust you. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe, and 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me, like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side? I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and dot on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause they got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Coming in.
What is up, all of you GLG faithful? Michael Parati here, although some of you long-time GLG fans may know me better simply as Doctor. I hope all of you guys are sincerely enjoying the 100th Pit of Valor, because it has certainly been a road to get here. After the weeks and weeks, years and years of the show, we are finally making this big, great milestone. Now, as a show host and a commentator for a lot of the early times here at GLG, I could not be prouder of seeing how the show has continued to evolve and bring everything that we expected from it week after week. And honestly, at the end of the day, all of whatever you call GLG these days can only be attributed to the perseverance and the work ethic of GLG's founder and owner, Ben. Ben has done so much behind the scenes in every facet of what you would expect from a tournament organizer, and has time and time again proven to the staff at GLG, to the players of GLG, to anybody watching behind the scenes, that he's here to stay and he is one of the best at what he does. And I want to congratulate Ben for making 100 Pit of Valors, because there was a time when we didn't quite know it was going to make it this far. So the fact that he was able to keep his head down, keep grinding that stone down, and making sure that he brought his team here, again, it's marvelous. I am so happy with how the team behind the scenes has worked. Shout outs to all of the production staff, all of the commentators and hosts and content creators, the social media team, everybody, because every single one of them has allowed GLG to grow into what it is currently, and it is one of the best out there. So I hope you guys are enjoying the show once again. I hope you continue to enjoy the show as we continue and march forward to Pit of Valor 200. And while I've not been on the show lately, I'm still around, hanging out in the Discord, making sure that Ben doesn't get into too much trouble. And when the opportunity comes, I'll certainly be making my return. So until then, thank you everybody for supporting GLG, and we hope to see you forevermore. Enjoy the show.
Laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha. watch me make light. I'm a star, got no stage fright. Please don't get me mad, I'm a nice guy. My baby say I'm cute, yeah, I'm type 5. I be waking up when you go night-night. In a different zone with the time. Laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Ooh, go. Laugh it to the bank like yeah. Ha 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 ha. Go. Yeah, I got it in 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s. I get it up, flip it and continue. I've been going dumb, I've been going mental. Going up, I'm on another level. All black clothes like a metal. Little this and this, little Ricky Rick. It's my grandmama, I'm her Nicky Nick. I just wanna love, but I've been hit or miss. I might up and leave, and take a pic. Laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Ooh, go. Laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha.
And welcome back to this week's Pit of Valor. Pit of Valor 100th. Join with me is Inferno Sis. And I mean, we had a crazy matchup the first time. I don't want to say that, you know, it was no competition, but I mean, the score kind of told you otherwise. But this time we have Kitten Shelter versus Elysium, which are two very good teams. Not necessarily teams, I would say. I like to call them pugs because these players are not officially on a team together, but they're joining forces today to play against each other. And from what I've gathered, they're all somewhat friends in the server, as I heard some pre-game banter going on.
Yeah, we've been sitting in the break, and you've been in lobby and just been, you know, relaying information to everybody here in the booth about. I think this one may be a slaughter. No, actually, guys, it's gonna be good. No, it's good. We're gonna be back into this one. It's gonna be a close game. I'm hoping it's a close game. I'm hoping the last information you've given is accurate. Because Yuki, they were a pug stack. Rekaru was a Radiant team. They said we took one off of them. They were really happy about that result, even though it was a 13-1. Let's hope this one goes a little closer. But we're not going to Ascent, not like round 1 nor round 2. We're going to the map of Haven, the 3 objective of choice. It's going to be very interesting to see how they play out this map. Hopefully a completely different style than we saw in round 2 for Ascend. But speaking of happiness and where you're going to, maybe you guys should pick up some Control, which is one of the sponsors here for Pit of Valor. I mentioned before that they're giving away, if you do exclamation point giveaway, if I remember correctly, into the chat, or exclamation point Control, one of those along those lines, you can get yourself in a running for a free Control packet. But also on top of that, you can use code GLG to get 10% off. So there's even more ways to go about it here. So Endless, thanks to Big Control.
Yeah, and I also want to give a huge shout out to Community Gaming as well. I mean, they've been with us for such a long time now. And on top of that, they're helping Pit of Valor grow here at GLG. And I mean, from weekly tournaments starting at $50, I don't know if everyone was here when Ben was on doing that little segment about the history of GLG, but we started with $50 tournaments, and now with the thanks of Community Gaming, I mean, we're up to $250, right? So that is a huge difference, 5 times the amount. And on top of that, for those that are sitting enjoying the week tournament with us, MSI, if you guys don't know already, MSI is giving away an Optics G273 monitor to the MVP of this tournament. So we're gonna have a vote that's going on for the MVP. I mean, the last game, Inferno Sis and I talked about it. We saw the 2 MVPs that, you know, we kind of think is possible for candidates in Tyler and Glyph. But with this new matchup coming on, and especially on Haven, and there's some big names here, I'm not so sure anymore.
That's 10 new players up for the running, so to say, as they get brought here onto broadcast, trying to at least gun their way into a piece of that $2,500 prize pool, as well as maybe a really nice monitor thanks to MSI. So unfortunately, I can't participate in that monitor one, but everyone in the chat can also participate in our giveaways that we're doing. So as you hear us bring those out and kind of highlight those as these games go on, make sure you guys apply and put your names in for the running. We don't just do stuff for the players that are showcasing everything. We like to do it to the audience we're ever so thankful for. But let's talk a little bit more about the map of Haven. I'm sure you guys are thirsting for it. We've got ourselves themselves initially a quick lock-in coming out from the defensive side. We do have that fade, the raise that we had seen before. Veterans locking that one in. Corsonics looks like they'll be heading on over to that Omen and Crescent on that chamber. Only Corsema has not locked one in just yet. Darkest goes for that breach. A very strong choice on this map to open things up, especially on that defense, so you can initiate quite well on that attack. The fade, once again, you're expecting both teams to have that. The Omen as well for your main controller. And where else or who else but Chamber to come in last?
And I want to also bring up Vetreon. I mean, I've seen him play in the past. He has been that Raze main. And he's one of those Raze agents, and he plays Raze with those satchels in mind. I'm just going to leave you with that, okay? He's going to be able to satchel into sites, and he has some crazy satchel skills. And I've seen it in the past. I can only expect him to be doing the same type of things that Tyler was doing. But at the same time, the opponents are a lot more notable this time around. So will he be able to punish them? Or will the Kitten Shelter be able to punish Vetreon for trying to create too much space?
We hoping for the reincarnation of Tyler? I mean, that would imply that Tyler's gone. That's definitely not the case after a 13-1 game, but maybe we do see a little bit of glimpses of Tyler coming out from either of these sides. Playing with that boost back in mind definitely does give me flashbacks. Maybe PTSD if you're on the side there of having to deal with them last game of Yuki, but we'll have to see if that one pans out this direction. Prep phase goes underway as we head now into round one. And I mentioned this on our game, on our map of Ascent there for round two. A lot of what you see them purchase in this pistol round kind of gives you an idea how they may want to play this one out. Looks like a lot of util will be kept in mind for the Elysium side. For Kitten Shelter, a little bit of the same, but they're going to buy one more Ghost over the top to hopefully give them that range advantage, especially as we start to see them kind of peek themselves over towards C-Long, maybe take control of that site.
You can see Corsonics right off the bat spots a couple towards this long C, but has the Paranoia out and ready. However, Kitten Shelter, they're looking to just delay. They're looking to take their time, not over-aggress into a specific site, and keep Elysium guessing, as right now, Crescent, he's posted up towards this A lobby, does get spotted, has no choice but to TP off. But here comes the info. They're going towards this A site, and they're going to go fast as Apex coming up short, getting one right away. And just like that, Kitten Shelter, they've taken this A site.
When your pot starts to boil over and it reaches that boiling point and it starts to go over the lip of that lid, you don't reach for it immediately. You get the heck out of dodge, and unfortunately not able to escape the Chamber of the Elysium side. Thankfully, they do have a little bit of assistance from Corazon, who can kind of deal with not just one, but two, setting themselves up now for a bit of a retake. This is the most retakeable objective in Valor, but the problem for Kitten Shelter, the fact that they are just popping off on all cylinders, 3 kills back to back, now dropping into this little 1v2. Garros has a chance here, but a player towards short and sitting over towards Cubby may be their undoing. They'll try to swing out initially off the back of that Prowler. Hot sent over that top as well. It is cleared fairly quickly, but the right clicks just don't connect enough of those shots, and they'll be cleaned off just as quickly with Apex Zero managing to find a 3K ultimately in the end.
I mean, Kitten Shelter, they were very, very passive in the beginning, you know, getting spotted towards this long C, then cutting noise completely, going towards this A site. And the second they decided to group up and take A, they took it by storm. There was no hesitation. Every 5-member, they just ran in. They did not hesitate one bit. There was no one trailing behind. Their spacing was perfect. And that forced Elysium to just fall off completely. They didn't have any opportunity to really hold the site. And I also have to give credit right there to Apex as well. I mean, he went in huge, got massive picks, and just as I say that, he gets another one yet again, buying the Vandal second round. And look at Duck. I guess the satchel went a little bit the wrong way, as now it's the battle of the Razes in this garage, but Duck comes out strong and wins it. But Corsonics with that shorty, we've seen what the shorty can do. But right now, Kitten Shelter only losing 1 member right now. Still up that man advantage. Gonna get that bomb down.
Spike planted.
And now they just have to play this post plan.
Interesting decision making by Kitten Shelter as well. They initially wanted to plant in default. They moved it back over towards Plat. They don't want to hold towards C long. They want to take advantage of the up close potential they have here with those SMGs. Stinger and Spectres across the board, seemingly initially, but it will be the Spectre of Roy that cuts down to Corsmore and Corsonics, who's trying to make their way in from Defender spawn. And Well, Crescent, the first player to die last round, seemingly will be the last, but they're not going out without a fight. Crescent will easily lop the head off of Apex Zero, denying them the same potential they had in round one. They'll have to switch over to the Classic, start to walk through that dark cover. The tracers of the SMGs barreling towards them, but thankfully for the side of Kitten Shelter, they'll deal with it quickly. Darkest finishes that round off strong, and they'll have 3 players surviving, 3 weapons they can continue to hold on to.
Right now, with Darkest being the only one on Vandal, against a full buy round coming from Elysium, I'm assuming they're going to try to recycle that Vandal from Darkest because he has the same firepower right now with full armor as well, and the more guns they can get down this round, the better it is because it is still going to be their bonus. They're not looking to save or force buy here just to match the firing power from Elysium, and I mean, this is a very crucial round. Elysium 2 members, although on full guns, on light armor, which could be absolutely crucial. But right away, I mean, they are putting a lot of pressure towards this A main, but it is smoked off, and they don't have any visuals towards it. Crescent staying passive, gonna spot Roy, doesn't connect though, and has to TP out. As now, it looks like they've given up the B side completely, and they could just get this bomb down.
You have to respect the opposing side knowing they'll have that gun advantage, and that's exactly what Kitten Shelter have done by not continuing buying out and kind of matching across the board. Safety is the #1 priority. Much like you would expect, they don't like the safety net they brought for themselves on that B side. Starting to pivot that spike on over through short and over towards that A side. Darkest quickly onto sight. I'm not sure why Vitrian was still in that corner, was not able to connect enough shots, flashed in the process, and they'll now have the opportunity to go for this spike placement. Not just by putting a time constraint now in the lab of Elysium Azure, but also putting them in a man disadvantage, and they have Apex Zero on the flank here with that Headhunter. We know how clutch this player can be, and these players just moments away. But Kairos with a wild swing immediately after tossing that haunt. They'll deal with Apex that flank quite quickly. 2 players swinging over towards Cubby corner. Duck doesn't necessarily fire in time, and they'll be able to rendezvous away to save their life for the time being. The same cannot be said for as North Sonic, easily cut down quickly. And Kairos is the only player in list to find a kill in the last moments of that retake. A dominating round by Kitten Shelter as they close out the last 2 blows. And they'll take 3 in a row now on attack on Haven.
Maybe it's Caster Curse because I said that, you know, this game will be a little bit different, but as of right now, not seemingly so. And that was their official buy round for Elysium, and that puts them in a very difficult spot. Now their economy is completely broken. Meanwhile, Kitten Shelter, look at their economy. They all have full guns from the upgrade from kills they got, aside from maybe Duck. And the rest, like, I mean, 5,800 credits already on Darkest, up 3-0. What more can you ask for?
That's your player that bought a rifle in round 2 in list. Like, that's the craziest part. You have committed so much to each of these rounds, and you've come out with almost nothing but positives to you, which is such a shocking affair. Elysium Azure just have not done enough in these, like, middle stages to categorically put the side of Kitten Shelter in any sort of stressful scenario. They've already just walked their way onto that B side. They've already found the first 2 opening blows. Elysium Azure now on the back burner as they'll only have 3 players, essentially just sheriffs to their name, trying to work against the full frontal 5 of Kitten Shelter. And Kitten Shelter will not go for the spike limit on that B side. They're going to switch on over towards C, and in the process, remove Corsonics from that link window. Darkest will put down this plant, finally forcing Elysium Azure to start to work towards that C side. But I think Kitten Shelter are going to take the fight to them initially. They've left their Omen inside of Link. They'll go ahead and remove the player of Kairos. That's Coburg doing so. And they also have their Fade walking up courtyard right now. Vetron may be able to find a kill to Roy. They didn't need the headshot. Roy was low enough, but that will be a rifle now available for Vetron should they choose to save, but they're going to do a ton of damage before that thought process even hits. Vetron to the head of 1. Now, if I'm on Kitten Shelter, I'm kind of respecting this player. I may just let them have the rifle or force them to come to me should the moments last.
Honestly, at this point, yes, I would try to save the rifle, but at the same time, Kitten Shelter, they're probably thinking, you know what, we're up 3-0. We have the economy. We should continue to try to ruin theirs. Don't let them save any guns, but right now it just doesn't look like they're going to try to do that. Vetron going to get away with his life this round, but down 0-4. This is the round they have the economy. Vetron going to be able to drop the Vandal, or actually just buy up full armor as his rest of his team can buy. But Crescent going to op up, and that's the difference maker that I'm expecting. As Crescent being a chamber, and that's instant teleport still available, which hasn't been patched yet. I think he's going to be able to cause a havoc, especially with the open hand.
What was the statistic that came out in VCT a couple months back? The team that loses their chamber first is like 70% more likely to lose that round in the end. That's where this battle is going to come down to. It's crazy to think about that. The chamber is the end all be all. That's why you said they're hardly a sentinel. I have to agree. They are your 5th duelist on that team, it feels like. Rolling Thunder popped, though, a lot being used by Elysium Missouri. They sent the Paranoia early, followed up with the Rolling Thunder. Of course, Sonics is forced to take a couple steps wide to try and avoid that line of sight. But for Kin Shelter, not only do they force out a lot of that ultimate expenditure by only having to use their Nightfall in the process, they also now have a safe transition on over towards the A site where only 2 players are actually watching that line of sight. Vetron's there for 1. The Paranoia does tag them, but do not count out the player of Crescent. The operator was in hand.
I mean, he got 1, but instantly got traded out. But Vetron still holding strong towards this A site as Elysium down 1 member only. And now it's only 2 members of Kitten Shelter. They're going to be able to get this bomb down likely, but it doesn't look good because Elysium 4 members up. All they have to do is play the trade game, and there it is. Instantly, Darkest gets the 1 pick, but instantly gets traded out, and Kairos finishing things off, and finally they put themselves on the board, 1-4.
You assume that Kitten Shelter in a really good spot, having pressure towards C, baiting away a really important ultimate at that Rolling Thunder, only having to use a Nightfall back in return. The problem was they weren't safe in their transition towards the A site. Veteran seemingly all by their lonesome opens up for First Blood, retreats back. They do lose Crescent, but he was an even trade by Crescent, which then allows for Veteran to find a second. That took that man advantage that Kitten Shelter should have, as they had the full 5 working towards the A site and just cut it apart. There was no way they could piece together a solid attack when they were losing half of their numbers. And it's just an easy retake for the rest of the Elysium Missouri side to come back from. Veteran still trying to bring out that full pressure over towards short. Gets paranoid away, but it'll be quite an easy retreat back towards the A site where they have a lot of assistance from their team.
You can see Kitten Shelter, they're not over-aggressing again. They're setting up in a default right off the bat, just seeing if there's any over-aggression coming from Elysium. And unfortunately, they weren't able to punish anything yet. And right now, they're still staying passive. They're waiting for any type of mistake coming in. And Kurosama, able to get 1 trade onto this garage pick, but all of a sudden, still a 4 versus 4 situation. And Apex comes in mid. They have this B site. They've been able to take out Kairos, which has been the only line of resistance towards this B site. And right now, they're just lurking through as Apex continuing to get pick after pick, putting themselves in that man advantage. Now, down to a 4 versus 2 situation. Elysium gonna have a tough retake in hand. Bomb isn't officially down to the wire yet, but they do need to start moving as Corsonics able to get 1, but Apex trading it out, and Vetron, he has that op in hand, and he's thinking about the team's financial right now. He's gonna save it.
Listen, I'm always thinking about my financial as well. I'm Vetron. I am retreating. I'm saying, all right, guys, what exactly happened? No matter what did, I'm going to hold on to this big gun. We're going to hand it back on over to our teammate in the next round and give it to Central and kind of hope for the best when it comes down to it. Not the best round for Elysium Missouri, but we did see Corsonics manage to take down at least 1 more from Kitten Shelter. They will start to get kind of vetted out. That's Vetron good for Rory. Apex just barely on the edge of that spike explosion. That's gotta be the most unfortunate positioning possible. Very unlucky by them, but that still puts Kitten Shelter in a spot where they can buy out this round, be plenty fine. If they lose this one, you may need to be a little bit careful about Roy's current credit expenditure, but they're in a very good position over Elysium Missouri as they take into the round.
Well, that's the thing, right? Apex died that round, and he full bot still has $3,500 credit.
Oof.
So safe to say he's good for the next 2 rounds, unless they want to op up randomly, but it doesn't seem like the play style that Kitten Shelter is going for. They're taking things a little bit slower. They're looking to get those opening picks as the paranoia and aggression comes out, but Roy able to get that pick, but Vetron luckily gets that trade, evens out the situation a little bit, as Darkest playing a little bit with his life towards this mid window. And all of a sudden the group up is happening, and we've seen what happens when Kitten Shelter kind of groups up. They've been able to take these sites by storm without any resistance, forcing Elysium completely out of sight. But this time around, they're heavily stacked here.
has an amazing angle to watch from. Fowler sent out, sending the Hot over the top as well, and just retreating as fast as humanly possible. They'll manage to escape for their life, but their teammate of Quaresma does not have that same luck. No grace to them. Cleaned up by the side of Kitten Shelter. That gives them the man advantage, but a lot of intel being placed. The marked player, Duck overextending. Kairos will deal with them, but Roy is quick on that swing. What a nasty play. Even gets the last shot through the floorboards to finish off the player of Kairos up top. It is still a man disadvantage in play for the Elysium Azure. Vetron stunned alongside their teammate of Crescent. They're just going to start to retreat, maybe head up over towards that Raptor side. Vetron may just decide to save away the operator. They'll do just that, and Crescent themselves will try to scrap together any bit of eco that they can favor for that next round. They'll start to wake their way towards defender spawn, maybe even over towards C. They'll keep the rifle and the operator heading into, I believe, is round 7. I'm bad at math, though.
Yes, it is round 7, I believe. Well, no, round 8 now,
Round 8.
actually. Heading into round 8.
And don't do math. We don't do math.
We don't. We're just here to kind of analyze the game. That's about it. No math.
The only math to do is counting up all those kills, and thankfully the game does it for us here on our scoreboard.
Don't ask us to add them all up together, though.
Oh, no.
That's a little bit different.
He's got a lot. That's about all I'll tell you. To be fair.
At this point, they have that op saved in hand, and I mean, rightfully so. Vetron is going to drop it towards Crescent. He's going to be able to hold it on, and again, with Chamber being such a powerhouse agent, with how fast the TP is, and on top of that, how fast you can pull out the Headhunter after you miss your initial shot, and that's what makes Chamber such a viable agent to op on. And right off the bat, I mean, Apex getting a kill through the sight boxes. And Apex has just been that agent, that guy for the side of Kitten Shelter. He's gotten these first bloods time and time again. And Elysium, they don't have a response for that yet.
You'd expect him to, not be that guy. He's not that guy, pal, but he's everything, and that's the problem right now for Elysium Missouri. They're losing very impactful players early off of just slight mistakes, miscalculations, Kitten Shelter just coming out on top. Darkest swings to one defender spawn, then swings to Garage. That's their second. Coburg will finish off the Chamber on the side of Elysium Missouri, and unfortunately, Vetrion is not far behind. No repeat of last round of saving the player of Crescent and Vetrion to survive with rifles. They are quickly and swiftly decimated the side of Kitten Shelter, who hunt like hound dogs. You'd feel like a Sky was in here because that Tasmanian Tiger has been cutting throats for sure. It is a 7-1 scoreline, and Kitten Shelters continue to dominate.
Yeah, I think it's something to do with me saying that this was going to be a very close match.
It's the curse, man.
It has to be. It has to be. If I say 13-1, will that make a difference?
No, don't test it. Don't test your luck. It never works the way we want. You can't trick like the karmic nature of the universe, right? You can't trick the pit of valor god, so to say. Never works. Ooh, Crescent all the way over up in courtyard, as over below window, takes down one, but Endless, a frag right back. That evens the odds now as they start to push through.
And all of a sudden, Coburg finds himself in heaven, and Vetron had zero clue. As after Coburg, to add insult to injury, after Coburg gets that kill on Vetron, he replaces him on top of that box. just to gloat a little bit. But again, there was a lot of friendly banter as Kurosama able to get one, and now Crescent getting another 2, and somehow Elysium, they didn't lose a single member on that retake.
I've said it a million times. Dallas likes to make fun of me all the time in Pit of Valor for pointing it out every single time Haven's brought up. That A side is the most retakeable objective in all of Valor. It's also one of the most easier ones to take in a swift manner. The teams still opt to go that direction. But it's not the most difficult thing, especially if you're swinging the right timing. Kitten Shelter, we did note that there was a player up on the high ground, you said before. Duck also was sitting up on top of double stack. They missed the operator shot. And because of that, they were allowed to swing out with Crescent. They were allowed to send the player out through heaven. And it was just an easy cleanup on the side of Elysium Missouri. They were not sweating bullets whatsoever once that first shot missed, because from there, what are you doing? You're not a chamber. You can't pull out that headhunter just as fast as you've missed, like you mentioned at the start of that round. You've got to run, and they're not allowed to do so. But thankfully for Kitten Shelter, you start first blood, but they lose Duck in the process.
But again, who's getting that first blood? It's Apex. Time and time again, he's getting that first blood, opening up the round for Kitten Shelter. But then Elysium, they did a good job this time around, getting that trade, evening out the numbers. But with Haven being that 3-sided map, it makes things all the more difficult down a member on this defensive side, because how are you going to be stacking all 3 sites with the right amount of pressure? To begin with, you're already down a little bit because of the 5-player setup, but look at this. Check your corners. They don't check your corners. Darkest, how do you walk in garage without checking that?
No flash to lead yourself in, no defense against it. Oh, you hate to see it if you're a Kitten Shelter fan, but you love to see it if you're not. Especially though, to see if you're a caster, you have no fans whatsoever. There goes Vetron hiding inside a lobby. They'll remove 2 very quickly. They will lose their life in the process, but damage has been done, and Roy is all by themselves. We'll tap down that spike, but look who's close by. Their doppelganger on the side of Elysium Missouri. K-Rose will finish the job that the other rest of the team had started, and we'll start to collect a little bit more rounds under their belt. The scoreline still in favor of Kitten Shelter Endless, as they have reached at least positive in this half with 7 under their belt. That's 2 more rounds available for Elysium Missouri to maybe get a little bit closer.
Infernosis, I don't want to say anything, but do you remember when it was 7-1 and I was like, what if it was 13-1?
You gotta stop
and then you said,
caster curse thing here, Endless.
It doesn't happen. But look at it. They've won 2 rounds straight. It's a possible 9-3 now. They're in a good position for that, but I'm expecting more out of Elysium. I feel like they're going to try to go for this 7-5 scoreline. And if they do, this might just end up to be that close match that we were hoping for compared to the first matchup that we had earlier today. But right now, you can see they're executing towards this A site, but there's a lot of resistance. Vetron unfortunately misses the rocket completely, doesn't land anywhere close to them, but stuck in sight. No volume to really go for it. He's gonna send his boombot out, try to get some more information, but Kitten Shelter, they've completely cut sound. Aside from the runaway from short.
That showstopper is more of a momentum stopper here, Endless, right? It doesn't give you anything, but look how much slower Kitten Shelter are playing through this push. They're readying themselves here for the Rolling Thunder. Just trying to buy a little bit of extra time in the process. They want this push to come through. It's going to be a quick execution by the side of Kitten Shelter. Elysium Azure on there to kind of clap back, but who else but your Breach to try to close out for kills, a 3K in the round. Now, Elysium Azure, just 1 player left standing against them here on this A site. Looks like the possibility of that resurgency of their squadron is here. Endless, I'm gonna have to send a script your way. Something about me not earning any money ever, and just hope that caster's curse comes true for that as well, because it has been an ugly truth for this game so far.
You know what? If you want, yeah, send it my way. I'll read it. I'll read it very quickly, and then, you know, next thing you know, you'll be a billionaire. You know what I mean? Yeah. So you never know. But as of right now, Elysium, they've definitely picked things up. The amount of delay and pressure they've put on Kitten Shelter to really push that A site and prevent them from doing so makes it all the more difficult. As Kitten Shelter, they were all stuck and trapped toward this A site. They did not know what kind of map control Elysium got. And I mean, look at Crescent this time opting towards this long C. Will he be able to get 1? He does. He gets that first opening pick, and that's exactly what they want. I think this is one of the first rounds that they got that opening pick first before getting a trade, instead of getting a trade.
I think so. I'm not much of a gambling man, Endless, but apparently Duck's gambling their life away, swinging towards C long, the site where you typically do stack your chamber, knowing that they're more than likely not going to have at least a sniper your way, especially when you know the Tour de Force has been blocked. Not the best look whatsoever, but there's still plenty of players. 4 from total for Kitten Shelter to start to bring it towards the site. Darkest is deep on B, ready to maybe pocket corner plant. Rolling Thunder's now popped on the side of Elysium Azure, trying to quickly take some advantage of the positioning that's overextended by Kitten Shelter. However, Roy has started to pivot themselves over towards Link, trying to make as little noise as possible, though. The dark cover, a paranoia was sent in by Elysium Azure instead through Garage. No one there for Kitten Shelter. Bait and switch once again, and the one player looking out for Crescent with that Tour de Force sitting over towards Flat, and they are undeniably going to hit that shot. They can't hit the second, though, as soon as you praise them. Fall short just a little bit. Roy over towards Link, and Endless. A really good round still for Elysium Azure, but a nightfall from Garage.
Oh, things are swapping around. Darkest able to get the 2, but all of a sudden, K-Rose comes out of nowhere, gets 2 for his own, and hey, 7-5 scoreline. This is exactly what we wanted, right? Elysium, if they are to win the pistol here, it'll put them right back into this match, and Kitten Shelter now moving to this defensive side. But you know what? I want to take this moment. I mean, drink control, for those that don't know, you can vote now. !fan fave. And you can vote for your favorite drink control. If you guys haven't tried it before, it's the perfect meal replacement. Us gamers, we don't have that much time to really take time out of our days to eat. We're too busy grinding comp. We're too busy grinding unrateds and maybe even spike rushes for some of us. But drink control is definitely that meal replacement that you want.
I'm gonna need to get myself some control on this. I was panicking before the broadcast, like, oh, I don't think I'm gonna be able to have dinner before then. You know, I like, you ever open the fridge and there's plenty of food in there, but you just don't know how to make anything, and so you just say there's no food in the house, you know, and you just give up. That was me.
Yeah.
I wish I had myself some control. I had to wait for somebody else to come home and make some food for me because I had no idea what I was doing. I need me some control to replace all my meals, and I know I'm constantly drinking as a caster, trying to, you know, quench my thirst, so to say, and keep my lips smacking in a way that isn't just me fumbling my words. So I guess I'll be putting my name in on the board for that one. Ben, but we've got ourselves a little bit of a tech pause going forward. Honestly, most tech pauses also come down to a little bit of trying to talk things through during that. Take advantage of the small break that you are given. Right now, with a close game like this, I think the team that needs the timeout more specifically is Kitten Shelter, who's now given a, 4 in a row back to back. They need to talk things through.
Yeah, that 7-1 curse that I mentioned became 7-5 real quick. And all of a sudden, Kitten Shelter find themselves in a much closer game, and they were about to start running away from it. But all of a sudden, Elysium, they picked things up. They started playing together. They started getting that aggression on that defensive side towards one side of the map. And because Kitten Shelter, they weren't really spread out in the default, they were always committed to one side or the other. They found themselves trapped most of the time with no choice but to force themselves into a site in which Elysium, they're already fully stacked towards that particular site. In this case, A for the most part. And Kitten Shelter, they didn't have any business trying to get that A site because they just didn't have the manpower to do so.
A lot of this half's going to come down to, in the early stages, how you play these pistols. Long-range engagements on Haven are kind of a speciality of a lot of teams. But at the same time, you don't want to push C long as an attacking team like Elysium Azure. More likely than not, a Chamber is going to be looking down that very narrow alley, hoping to catch your head with that Headhunter. Its name striking true. But a great way to avoid that onslaught of Headhunter shots towards your direction is to work through Garage instead. Paranoia is ready, available to the side of Elysium Azure. They send a dark cover over towards Defender spawn. That denies the rotate ability by Kitten Shelter on site. Kohlberg's in a rough spot, able to get one before falling. The same thing can be said for Apex. And thankfully, Darkus will swing out very aggressively through that dark cover. And a flick over to Quarzma, who just fumbles the bag, so to say, on that kill. Ducks on the flank. Frenzy, gotta get those shots here, bud. But this is a very low HP. 15 there for Core Sonics, made 0 very quickly by Roy.
And that's exactly what you want for Kitten Shelter. I mean, they had a little bit of a timeout to discuss things throughout their tech pause, and they really needed to figure out how they wanted to play this defensive side. They needed to win that pistol to prevent Elysium from essentially bringing it back to a tie game. But right now, they won that pistol. They are slowly building that lead ever so slightly, and now find themselves 3-round buffer and on their bonus round. So here comes the Havoc. I'm expecting Kitten Shelter to play a little bit further back, knowing that Elysium's going to be on this eco, and they don't want to lose any unnecessary picks and allow Elysium to just somehow open this round in their favor.
Endless believes Kitten Shelter will play smart. Duck seemingly wants to still be aggressive. Caster's Curse at least coming true for one player, teammate not far behind them to join them. It's going to be the same thing over and over again, Endless. It'll just always be the point. Just expect it to be the opposite at this point. Say what's on your mind. These players just don't like you very much, it seems. I don't know why. Great guy. I love it. But they're trying to change things up. Kitten Shelter playing a little bit smart, though. Hasty retreat there by Kohlberg to step back over towards C to join over towards Apex, who's on platform, much like that round one of the second half. Crescents all the way at the gates, so to say, that archway leading in towards B has a little bit of assistance coming out from their breach, but most of the man count for Elysium Azure is all the way back in their spawn, working towards a lobby. But Vetrion is the first blood killer for the round, and that's Elysium Azure now with that man advantage. The aggression by Kitten Shelter, well, they should have listened to you, Endless, because it has not netted them a kill.
And on top of that, the aggression caused them to lose one member. And wait, did Kohlberg not see Crescent?
30 seconds left.
Did they not just peek at each other? I swear Coburg peeked out and saw Crescent and just left. But, I mean, back to what I was saying, not only did they lose that member initially, Roy got extremely dinked down to no health. And all of a sudden, it's a 4 versus 3 situation. Kitten Shelter down a man right now. And keep in mind, this is Elysium's pistol round. They did not buy. They bought light pistols. And now Kairos jumping in with 2. Can he go for the 3rd? He does. And all of a sudden, Elysium, they break Kitten Shelter's bank.
That first kill by Kairos was through a smoke with no idea where they were. Just clicking, right-clicking through the dark cover and praying. And well, your prayers were answered. And we're turning round in an unexpected affair. 1-1 the start of the second half. That keeps this game extremely close. And that puts Kitten Shelter in a spot where, well, sorry to break it to you guys, you're going to have to come in here with nothing but classics. Marshall at best, seemingly in the hands of Duck. If they're not having much armor, then you can technically one-tap them. But if they have any armor, you're going to have to go for that too. And I'm sorry to break their bubble as well. Elysium Azure are stacked up, so to say, coming into this third round of the half. They're looking quite nice. They'll start to play this one slow and steady, much like they did the round before, as they got themselves a shocking result.
You can see the aggression coming this time around from Kitten Shelter on this defensive side. Roy gonna go ahead, push out, dinks Kairos, but gets taken out. An unfortunate exchange of events. And right now, Charisma gets one as well with the aftershock, and all of a sudden, Kitten Shelter, they're just dropping like flies. And realistically, I mean, what else did you really expect? Elysium, they were on a gun round. Meanwhile, Kitten Shelter, they had their economy completely broken, all left down to Coburg. In a 1 versus 4, this is going to be nearly impossible, as all he has is a classic and a paranoia left. But the post plant from Elysium, they're playing patient. They're not over peaking. They're not giving any room for Coburg to open this round back. And now he's going to try to clear up close, as Kairos just going to go for the hunt after. And almost gets taken out, but comes out victorious.
Another round that climbs the Elysium Azure side a little bit closer to the likes of Kitten Shelter. The game is quite close here. Maybe the caster's curse has been false the entire time. Maybe we're just kind of bringing the point home. You speak about it enough. A watch pot never boils, right? That's phrase.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's something along the lines of that one. But we've been watching quite intently, very close. I know Elysium Azure has definitely had the dominant performance here for this second half. We're only 3 rounds in. From this point onwards, it should be the point where both of these teams have a fair fight. 4 rifles and an SMG for the side of Elysium Azure, and the SMG player does not have full armor. Kitten Shelter does have full rifles. One of their players not at full armor either. So I would still say a very even affair. And who else but Apex find the first blood, finally saying Kitten Shelter are right back to their same play style they had in that first half.
That's what you want. Apex has been the guy to do it for them, and getting that first pick, now I expect them to start turtling up, waiting for their aggression to come from Elysium. They have to remember they're on this defensive side after getting this exact pick. Now they just have to wait. Elysium, they have to execute onto a site. And right now you can see Crescent just lurking his way up mid, trying to get some sort of information. But because Kitten Shelter, they're playing so much further back after getting that initial pick, that's exactly what they want. They don't want to give any type of information, because the more people they lose, the more momentum Elysium has, and we've seen what they could do with momentum.
Hefty weight on the shoulders of either roster. That slow, very big kind of
30
growth
seconds
that we've
left.
seen from Elysium Azure seemingly may have reached its peak, having lost their first player. Need to be very patient about how they'll choose to engage. Veturion with a bait. Boost pack into garage, nowhere near the player lying there. Be a really nice piece of use. The rupture popped out there by Darkest. Also send out a quick flash as well to join it.
Player standing.
And they have to try to meet the player behind Gong. Gets a quick flick over, but the hero of the round is Apex again. Coming over from Link, 2 kills to finish things off, and a first blood in that round for a total of 3, as Kitten Shelter will reach 9, 1 round away from double digits in this.
Apex has just been absolutely fantastic this game. Getting those opening picks, and on top of that, finishing that round with a 3K. That was a much needed round. And now they're finally starting to tap into this economy from Elysium. However, Kairos, on a full buy, yet 4,400 credits left to his name, but the rest of the team, they're relatively broke. So if Kitten Shelters can somehow capitalize on this round, try to go for that opening pick, as you can see Apex starting to get aggressive, does get revealed by the Haunt, and all of a sudden has no choice but to TP out because of the Prowler. Even though they still don't lose any numbers, they're still in that advantage, and they're waiting for Elysium to execute.
Yeah, but you know what that player now is. You've marked them. You're aware that they're in that direction, so head anywhere else but there. But note that Kitten Shelter not falling back. The Chamber steps back over to Long, and now it's holding essentially from another direction. Interesting decision making. But at least Missouri have started to kind of circumvent that mindset. They're working towards the C site. Two players pretty much ready to sprint on in through Garage. Fade out with a Prowler. They'd also sent that Nightfall. Nobody's hiding close corner behind door, and because of that, it's a bit of a waste of util. But on site and off screen, Duck's good for one refrag. That Quarzma finally deals with player Coburg hiding below inside Garage. After a lot of util initially expended to deal with them, they'll also still have that chamber with the Tour de Force for Kitten Shelter working now from defender's spawn. All three players stacked up from that direction. Roy needs to meet his teammates across. Apex good for the Tour de Force, and Roy swings wildly to Quarzma. It's just the player of Crescent left standing. Snipers in hand. They won't miss the first shot. A second one is available, but they're all by themselves. 89 HP, little to no armor remaining, but a single shot can kill. Tagged away and stunned. They're being bum rushed forward by Darkest, and the rifle will not miss its target. Elysium Azure will fall in this round again as Kitten Shelter will find themselves the double digits.
Somehow they pull that one back in their favor, and it started with Roy peeking that Garage and getting that pick onto Quarzma, and everything started falling apart. The amount of control and the amount of picks they just got to overwhelm Elysium, who was stuck in sight, all left down to Crescent. That's not a good positioning against three members. I mean, he was able to take care of one, but two members left in Darkest and Apex, two of the top fraggers for Kitten Shelter. That's not a good sign.
Can't be making small mistakes in these early stages of the rounds. You have to be a little bit more aware of where Kitten Shelter are lying in wait. And I think a lot of it comes down to Apex being a really solid player on the side of Kitten Shelter. There's a lot of fear from the man. I mentioned it in the last game against Ascent. On Ascent there, Endless. You have to respect the player. You have to respect the way they play. You got to force that mindset to them. If you don't, you can play your own game the entire match and pray that it works, but it just hasn't been for Elysium Missouri. They've changed things up enough. There goes a quick erupt. They try to get them flushed out of Long. They do just that, but they don't kill Apex in time. And that could be their undoing like it has been for the majority of that first half.
Oh, you have the Rolling Thunder on Quarzma. It looks like he's going to use it, pointing towards this A execute, and you can see Kitten Shelter, they've already been forced all the way back towards the spawn, so A site is completely open. Backed up to spawn in heaven. They have no choice but to give it up, and Elysium, they're going to get a free plant here. But I'm expecting Apex to start this retake for the side of Kitten Shelters, as he's been the one to get that opening pick time and time again, but can he do it? There's a lot of pressure on him. Duck towards this heaven, trying to spot for some information. The Haunt does reveal too. They know there's some towards Hell. They know one's default. And now here comes that retake by Corsonics and Vetron, holding their positions and holding their ground, not allowing Kitten Shelters to get any sort of positioning onto this site. And now Roy, I think he's going to call it for his team. I think they're just going to back up and save this round.
What a great attempt, though, with the Rolling Thunder initially to get onto site for Elysium Azure. They didn't tag anyone with it, but it still flushes everyone off of a defendable position, and they quickly engage to get down that spike, and they position well for the post plant. One player in Hell saved the day for the Elysium side. As Kitten Shelter swung out with that Haunt, got a lot of information, flashed out behind them, they swung out quickly, they find the first player that was lying down below, but the problem was the player down in Hell who sent two there after a horrid mistake to not clear that corner in time. And Kitten Shelter will have to bear the uncouth truth, so to say, of that round, where they're now just a 2-round buffer between these two squads. 10-8 is your score, and while Kitten Shelter have been the first team to reach double digits, there is nothing stopping Elysium Azure's momentum should they get this one rolling. But there is big pin in that one. The operator on the board, fully bought, no money left, and Apex is the wielder.
See how aggressive Apex already is, fully posted up towards this A lobby, and him not spotting anyone really gives information to his team where they can over rotate now towards the B site and C site. not having to play this A. But Apex, I mean, Prowler's coming in, doesn't actually reach. Doesn't go far enough, so they didn't detect him at all. So that could be an opening for Apex, considering he is still posted up towards this A site. But it doesn't look like Elysium wants any part of this A this round. They're looking to stack towards this B and C site, looking to go towards a C split likely, as Duck, being the only one in this garage by himself, not sure if he's going to be able to hold this. The paranoia is likely to come through. And look at Kairos. He's already lurked through this B site. This could be detrimental.
Link through Link here. If he steps in, he can watch down through garage. 2 players to be in their line of sight, Roy and Duck. Duck needs to save Roy's life. Good for one. Needs to find the second. Barely gets it. And Roy finds a click of their own onto Crescent, swinging out through C long. Kairos is the only player left standing. Great shot to Roy, and even better one to meet Kosberg. But you're now in a spot where it's a 1v3. You have to ace this round if Elysium Missouri want to find themselves successful. Spike dropped at the gates of C long. That alley completely in control for the player, I believe, of Apex. Who else but Apex, lying all the way back in C long. They're going to quickly set themselves up for lobby, and there's that final kill. Once things started to look good for Elysium, prepping onto Duck, Roy also trapped towards a garage, Kairos working all the way back through B and through Link. It's still somehow swept out from underneath them, and Kitten Shelter win the round.
That was very, very well played from the side of Kitten Shelter. I mean, for one, the 2 picks that Duck got in garage was absolutely crucial. And on top of that, after they've put Kairos in that 1v3 position, they knew there was only 14 seconds on the clock. Bomb was down. He had to plant. If none of them peeked and just waited for a plant sound, then that's a free round. And I mean, Kairos at that point didn't really have a position to really fake the bomb plant because of just the timing alone. So he had to stick it, and Apex takes full advantage of that. But this time around, Crescent, they have a little bit of an answer. They're getting that opening pick, getting into this B site. The showstopper is active for Duck. Can he take advantage if he shoots it now? If only there was no smoke there and he gets some information. Doesn't actually get anyone. But Crescent still lurking outside B. They are down a member now, though. As Kitten Shelter, they've held their sights pretty well. And now they have the opportunity to send it to match point. The thing is, Duck, he's still lurking in the backside of B. Will they expect it as they're now taking their time?
Spike still sitting in courtyard endless. They do have Crescent opening up. They only have a stinger in their hand. They'll have to rely on the headhunter, but only 3 shots remaining. Forsberg will use there from the shadows to gather intel. Doesn't like what they see. Kairos on the A site, trying to do a repeat of what they did last round, but once again, it's more like just baiting your team. The team has fallen before you're able to start making your impact. Kairos and Lake towards A. Copying right behind Kosberg. Is looking to duck inside of Gong. It doesn't spot them before they're able to swing out. They'll finally have the extension necessary, but Duck is uncontested. A 3K to their name. And I love the variation. I love the fact that Kairos has been able to do that round after round, now 2 in a row. But the problem here, Endless, your whole team is dead by the time we're able to get there. They've got to play slower and be more patient for your setup.
And look at this final round. Backs against the wall for Elysium and 3 stingers on the board. No more money to buy anything else. Kairos gonna probably be able to light buy a Spectre and full armor, but that is the gist of it. And it's gonna be extremely difficult. They don't have the range to really deal with an op coming from Apex on top of that 4 other rifles on the side of Kitten Shelters. But look at Roy. He's getting aggressive. That's the only chance Elysium really has this round, is if they get aggressive and basically get punished from Elysium, because they have those close range guns. They have that fire rate, especially coming from the Stinger. But whether or not Kitten Shelter really allows them to take advantage of it, as right now there's presence shown towards this short A. Duck falling off. Cobra getting that opening pick, which is not a good sign for Elysium. They don't really know what's going on. Duck getting another.
That's not ready.
And all of a sudden, just 3 members left. Charisma towards this short, trying to make something happen, but kind of hesitant. I would be too if I had a sniper.
It's a mind game at this point. You're praying that you can find something. It does have a Vandal, but oh my goodness. The second a pixel of their shoulders out the gate, Duck clears it off their head. A second one to follow suit. They'll fall just as quick, though, to the last player, Charisma. They have pretty much nothing to work with bar that stinger. And they'll have to use that spike at some point or another. The Nightfall comes through, and, well, who else but Apex? Once again, usually starts the rounds off, but just as capable as finishing them off endless. As you will, in fact, see the Kitten Shelter side send themselves on forward here in this Pit of Valor.
Hey, you know what? At the end of the day, it came up to a relatively close game. Yeah. We were up 7-1 at one point for Kitten Shelters, and all of a sudden it became a 7-5 half. I mean, things got a lot closer towards the end, but, you know, if people were to try to gamble these things, you know, one thing I wouldn't gamble is to be able to get into GLG Pit of Valor every single week. And in order to do that, we have the GLG Country Club membership. That gives you prime access every single week to every single Pit of Valor, as long as you have that Country Club membership. So make sure, instead of gambling your spot in each tournament every week, make sure you make that list, get that Country Club membership. You get in guaranteed every single time without fail.
It may feel like we're kind of, laying into you guys saying, you know, make sure you get into the tournament, stay up, but we can only tell you so much. But you know who else can tell you more? Coaches that are brought to you by Medify, who are great help for the additional prize pooling support here for this Pit of Valor 100. Do we have any Medify coaches in the chat? If they are, go ahead and shout them out as well, and make sure that you're talking to them, because they can guide you through it. We can only tell you so much of the game as it goes on, but there are actual players out there brought to you by Medify that will teach you every little thing down to the last minute of details that are way more experienced than we could ever be in that regard. And they're here for you. So big shout out to Medify for that. That's, I think, our game, though, for the done here for round 3. I think the one we're on right now. We got one more afterwards with me and you on the desk endless. We're super excited to see how this one goes out, but we're gonna have to take a quick break before that one, so stay tuned for more. We'll be right back with the Pit of Valor Big 100.
Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. Rivers running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And I'm feeling, and I'm feeling, and I'm feeling good. Stars when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Oh, freedom is mine, and I know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me.
Now to take it down to the 1v1, Soapy opping, quick scoping. Hello, good morning and good night. Z is a very appropriate name in this case. Put to bed, and Soapy hops on that defuse. That's a
And there we have it, your Pit of Valor crown champions.
It's a day, it's a new life for me, and I'm feeling good.
Battling, oh, what a flash!
In the sea, you know how I feel. River.
it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Ooh, go. Left it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Ooh, yeah. I got it in 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s. Left it to the bank like pedal to the floor, need no brake lights. In the dark, watch me make light. I'm a star, got no stage fright. Please don't get me mad, I'm a nice guy. My baby say I'm cute, yeah, I'm type 5. I be waking up when you go night-night. In a different zone with the time. Left it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Ooh, go. Left it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Yeah, I got it in 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s. I get it up, flip it and continue. I've been going dumb, I've been going mental. Going up, I'm on another level. All black clothes like I'm metal. Little this and this, little Ricky Rick. It's my grandmama, I'm her Nicky Nick. I just wanna love, but I've been hit or miss. I might up and leave, yeah, take a pic. Laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Ooh, go. Laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Ooh, yeah, I got it in 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s.
Enough of the code switching. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Yeah, alright, okay. We get it. No contest. Wait. Surf's up, nigga. The world been dying, days is number, check the climate. I'm sick of it, fuck the harebrained scheme to get the riches quick. I play the long game with serene scene and I whip this quick. From the back room to the hearts, I'm in the thick of it. I grind too hard for y'all not to see me a star, bitch. I'm raising a bar like they really pay me. They talk my life been in shambles, but I got handles. I'm finishing at the rim. I remind you time and again that I'm really him. Oh, you ain't know? This shit not just for the show, but bet you entertain. Anybody not for me is below me, blow me, you in the way. I live my dreams, I got it locked, the master keeping on me. Back in the field, running audibles with the team. Everything I got out the mother, told my truth. I shake that fake shit, they praise you, then minimize you behind you. Just know I notice you. Stay woke, no joke, it really be the ones you closest to. Had to stop sleeping on myself like I ain't know the truth. Oh, this to me like it's really nobody code is this. And if you disagree, then you jaws and your claim get audited. Who you know do the beating and talking and write the harmonies. I'm really convinced there's nobody out here going hard as me. Wish well the dog that claim belief in.
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up.
Maybe not! Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through from Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room.
stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
Hey, Medify here, the platform with the world's best players in your favorite games. Absorbing the knowledge and skill of our experts is easier than ever with bulk discounted lesson plans, flexible replay reviews, and new group classes. So what are you waiting for? Book your session at medify.gg. Oh, you were waiting.
We are back, and though we may not want to be, we're heading to the map of Ascent first and foremost. Really sad to say that one. It's always a total just heartbreaker to see it over and over again throughout the day. The third time, though, here on the Pit of Valor broadcast for GLG, this team up on the chopping block, Team Fish Taco versus the Silk Road. Much like mentioned before, sadly on Ascent Endless.
Listen, at this point, I think we've broken it down that the A stream is going to be an Ascent stream. And then from what I know, the B stream, the first 2 maps they casted and got the privilege to watch have been Haven. So I think there was some sort of miscommunication on our previous matchup. I think that was supposed to be on the B stream because it's a Haven matchup.
Maybe they should go to Bind because it's B stream, Bind, A stream, Ascend.
You would think that. You would think that. So. But, we get Ascent, they get Haven, and here we are again. The most played map on the Pit of Valor, I would like to say, because Ascent is just a fan favorite. We've gotten the opportunity to see it, 2 times already today? And now this is going to be the 3rd. So, yeah, I think Haven was a mistake.
Well, it may be a fan favorite for Pit of Valor, and I think I'd have to agree it is the most played map on Pit of Valor. I just don't see how it wouldn't be, but if we're going to go ahead and talk about Pit of Valor, let's go ahead and talk about it a little bit more in depth. Big thank you, big shout out to Community Gaming. Not only have they been here for a long time, initially taking us, $50, what Ben said during that small break we had with him talking with Vincent, but we've already up all the way up to $250 for our prize pool week by week, and that is a huge thank you to Community Gaming, always being there for us. Not only can you go ahead and check them out at communitygaming.io for their website to check out all the tournaments and events that you can sign up for, but you can also go ahead and head on over to their Twitch stream, where coincidentally enough, like we mentioned before, we've got a B stream running side by side in tandem. So when we have breaks like this, or maybe we just bore you to death, head over to that one as well. There's plenty more content to work from.
And then on top of that, we want to give a huge shout out to our sponsor, Drink Control, a perfect meal replacement for us gamers specifically. When we have a busy day of gaming, a grind on comp, whatever it may be, we don't have to worry about taking the time to make ourselves a meal anymore. It's super quick. It's a meal replacement. All you need to do, just put it in a cup, add some water or milk, whatever you prefer, mix it up, and you're good to go. It gives you all the nutrition you need throughout the day. And on top of that, it keeps you full, it keeps you happy, and most importantly, keeps you gaming.
Yeah, you always see those gym bros running around with the protein shakes. Why don't you go ahead and join them as well? You're lifting and gaining just as much, and hopefully in terms of gaining, it's that elo, raising that MMR and that rank to higher levels. You can do that thanks to Medify. I know I talked about them before, but you can get a nice coaching staff to go and help you out and improve that. So alongside getting yourself a nice fill with that control drink, go ahead and get yourself a nice coach to maybe fill in a little bit of that missing link of your game plan and game style. But for the map of Ascent, much like we saw in round 1 and in round 2, we've seen it before. In round 2, it was a bit of a slaughter. That was the game that we started things off with, a 13-1 scoreline, where Yuki first off against Rekaru, who dominated that game. While our second one was a lot closer, 13-8. Ascent hasn't necessarily been the best for us here in List, and I'm hoping that for the last one that you and I are casting together, it lasts a little longer than 14 simple rounds.
I just also want to point out that so far we don't see a raise, which is something we got really accustomed to in Tyler's playstyle on Ascent. But this time, we're not going to see any satcheling from what it seems. And I also want to point out one other thing. Dyslexic's name is spelt wrong on purpose, I'm assuming. Right?
I'd hope
it has
so.
to be.
It's that situational irony, right? Haha. That's really good.
I'm hoping that's just a name and that's not it's actually true, but if it is, it's okay.
It's okay. All fair. Nothing the matter. Rest there with the Omen. Fletcher will be joining them as their doppelganger. We do have both sides with a KO, something we were missing in round 2 earlier today. Endless fades for both sides as well. And shockingly enough, the KJs is what I'm more interested in it being. It is a complete mirror matchup. And KJ being on the board, somewhat of an antiquated strategy in terms of it's been a while since I've last seen it, but KJ can still be extremely strong on this map. You expect them to mostly kind of isolate and lock down an objective all by themselves. You see for the attack, you place down turret up on stack over on towards A main. You'll also see it occasionally on the defense stacked up towards Octopus in B lobby. A lot of that really helps you deny kind of map control by the defensive side should they get aggressive. And when you have a Jet, you've got confidence. You're expecting to be aggressive because that's just that Jet mindset.
Yeah, and I like that both teams have the same comp. There's no difference whatsoever throughout the score in terms of agent diff, but let's see who can play that comp to perfection to be able to take this one on and move to the next round. But right away, you can see the aggression coming from this defensive side. They're actually peeking and fighting mid. It's Con Artist able to get one, Monty getting the second, and just like that, Team Fish Taco down to just 3 members left. As all of a sudden now, you can see Icy playing passive, playing his util properly, finally getting taken out, but Con Artist has already rotated to his A site, all left down to rest in a 1v3. Now Paranoia inactive, and he has nowhere to go. Stuck towards Gen as Silk Road. They're able to take that first round.
Well, even if you could hear anything in that point, you're hearing it from all sides. Plus, you can only see a foot in front of you with that Paranoia. You're kind of trapped. You're going to fall. But at least you managed to knock down 2 players a pack on the side of Silk Road by the end of that round. But it still doesn't inevitably fall in their favor. A rifle being bought here for round 2 by Monsi. This isn't the most shocking thing. We saw that in just last game on Haven of teams. Darkest, more specifically, was the player that was doing it, buying that rifle for that round and using that as a way to give them leeway. No matter what, you hold onto that rifle heading into round 3. And should you feel it necessary to expend to force another, the possibility is there for it. It also used to be very popular for Reynas to do so, because you didn't have to worry about that armor. You could overkill after the fact and just kind of give yourself that full kind of clinical edge that's necessary for it. But early kind of duels and engagements in terms of that battle of wits and utility. Still looking towards the A site where your KJ for the side of Silk Road is lying in wait, but it's Con Artist that opens up the first kill and making a second and a third. Monsi breaks the spree by finding one of their own, but it's still a slaughter for the side of Silk Road as Team Fish Taco, well, you're about to use your last player just the same as every angle is being cut through.
I mean, Rest only had a shorty. So he had no choice. He was getting pinched completely at wine. He just had to run in, try to bunny hop and jiggle his way through in hopes to land a kill with the shorty, but the range difference was just a little bit too strong. But man, Con Artist, he only had a ghost that round. He came out huge with 3 kills, and now look what he has in his hands. Now you have the full buy round from Team Fish Tacos, and Con Artist with an op in hand. That's going to be dangerous.
It's a round 3 operator. That's the scariest part here. Like I said, you have to have Jet confidence to be able to come out like this and be aggressive. And who else but your Jet to have that sniper, the big baddie, so to say, going into round 3 of all things. Make matters worse for the side of Team Fish Tacos. Not only have you not even met the operator against you just yet, but you're already down a man now heading over towards that A site. You will send your fade back on a little bit of a long con, trying to flank back over towards Tree and Garden. Maybe catch the Omen right now for the side of Silk Road unaware, but eventually Icy will fall, but there goes Monsi for a major triple kill. Blackheart will finally take down Zeke, and it is just 66J, the player they sent on a wild vacation ride through the middle courtyard and over through walkway, but it's too little too late. Monsi had already made quick work of your team, and it'll be a 3-0 start for the side of the Silk Road.
And that aggression, the aggression coming from Silk Road, it was just overwhelmingly strong. Fish Taco, being on a full gun round, was not prepared for anything that was thrown at him whatsoever. Con Artist sitting at a 6-0 with Monsi down 5-1. And man, there's just no answer right now. I mean, both set matches that we've seen, it's 3-0 right off the bat, and dare I say,
can I get this?
It looks like Silk Road wants to run away with this one.
I mean, You can say it, you can dare as much as you want, but we've seen what happens when you say things a little too concretely here in this. There's still plenty of potential to brew up for the side of Team Fish Taco, but I'm in agreement. I don't think this round is the one. They have a Marshall, maybe hoping for that long shot potential. Monty could be caught off against that one, especially now that he's been tagged down to limited armor and only 87 HP. Maybe the Marshall can tap through that. They've cleared out towards Puppy fairly well. They still need to step towards Tree. They'll send Rest as the player to initially see that. He still isn't the player that falls first. Zeke had no util, no flash through for the pot flash, and because of that, they'll lose their life and leave Rest all by themselves to swing through that doorway. But that's not the only angle that Team Fish Taco are looking to work on. 2 players in the section towards bottom mid. One's more directly close, but another 2 not far behind. The last player with that Marshall kind of lagging behind as best they can. Monsi will go ahead and take down the player of Dyslexic. Blackheart will send their Prowler around the corner, and as from what we've been hearing, the player of Sanity may have disconnected, hence why they're not moving at this point in time. But that is intel given with that 0 point. They give away some more intel, and that will be Icy to finish off the job to 66J. Last player standing, like we said, looks like there will be a tech time after this to kind of work things through. But another round dominated by Silk Road.
Man, I don't know if that's a DC there, but I guess they knew exactly where he was. And all of a sudden, I mean, 4-0 to start. I mean, luckily, that was the save round from Team Fish Taco. And it looks like there might be a little bit of a technical pause coming in, I assume, due to the DC here. Or was it maybe not a DC?
I think it was a disconnect. I think they may be back already. Nope, there it is. There. Oh, nope, never mind. Timer just didn't move 1 second. It's very long in my eyes, apparently.
No, it's paused.
We're good. We're good. All right, timer stopped. 10 seconds left. Yes, it was Sanity, as we're aware of a player DCing. These things happen. But while we've got you guys here on this extended break, let's go ahead and talk about some more of our sponsors here in this. You know we love plugging it, if not only for the fact we love hearing ourselves talk. Let's talk about some upcoming news, more specifically for GLG. We've talked about the fact that not only do we run Pit of Valor, we do other tournaments with other organizations like Community Gaming, who we're so thankful for, but we also have a lounge, and it is open for not just your locals, but anyone that wants to hit them up. Go ahead and go to Rochester Square. It is open from 6 to 10 p.m. and an open house tomorrow. They got free food and live music, and they've got one of the sauciest gaming PCs, PS5s, and Xboxes to keep you busy for days, so make sure to check them out. If I lived closer, Endless, that's where I would be right now for sure.
You know, I also want to bring up, like, for those that like and still celebrate Halloween, which I'm sure all of us really do, and like to dress up in cosplay or whatever type of costume you have, GLG's actually having a cosplay and Halloween event. So the weekend of Halloween at the GLG Lounge in Rochester, New York, is your time to show off your costumes and cosplay that you've been working on all year long. And on top of that, what better else than the fact that there's going to be food, games, and even music at the event? I mean, dressing up plus there's food. I mean, count me in.
I've never done Halloween in this, but you know I'll be showing up as a clown for sure, as I do every year, despite not having ever done it. We'll have to see. Round gets underway, though. Sanity is back into the foray, and they'll be the player to engage over towards the ult orb inside of A main. They extend over towards Cubby corner. They have a little bit of assistance from their KO. That's what you would expect your care to be on the attack. Send the 0 point. You can tag close door switch on A, as well as any player that may be in Puppy, as well as Tree. Great use together, intel and deny. And wow, Con Artist not scared whatsoever of the Prowler. Dyslexic swings to join it, and they'll lose their life because of it.
You know what I like seeing is the fact that duelists aren't scared. And that's something you rarely see nowadays. You know, you get into a comp, you get into an unrated, you always have the duelists that like to lurk behind people or just wait and bait their teammates. Meanwhile, their job is to really just create that space. I mean, Con Artist not scared whatsoever. I mean, yes, he is on this defensive side, but he is getting those opening picks like he needs to. And right now, Team Fish Tacos, I mean, they find themselves always at a man disadvantage right off the bat. And now with only 4 members left, they're going to have to try to force their way into this A site because they don't have any other map control along the side. And right now, it just looks like they're adding insult to injury. They're stuck in one site. And look at Monty. All of a sudden, John Sanity just peeks into his crosshair as Zeke gets taken out as well. They have the res possible, but it doesn't seem like it won't be the case. Oh, actually, the res does go up. Icy still towards Switch, and Con Artist, I mean, able to secure the third. And I don't think Con Artist has died yet.
No, I don't think so either. And when you got a player like Icy and Con Artist on the squad, well, you better have ice in your veins. You mentioned the no fear in the name of playing a duelist. And we saw that earlier with Tyler, who we still think is probably going to be one of the players up for MVP contention, or that fan fave like we had seen on that really aggressive play style. Now Con Artist is saying anything they can do, I can do better, as they're now 10-0 on the start in this. That is a really great way to swing things in your favor. And what room are we sitting in right now? I have never seen this before in my life.
I think this is the attic that we get locked into, you know? Really? Stairs to the attic. Maybe this is that scene in Harry Potter, yeah. Under the stairs, you know?
We're on the same page here.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Blackheart getting that opening pick again onto John Sanity. Rest finally able to get one. Now that's an even trade, but they don't have that gun advantage as Icy still here. Almost gets that spray transfer onto 66J. And look at Con Artist. Up close with the shorty. Don't do them like that.
I'm at a loss. I had to walk away from my computer there for a second. The fact that not only you're in a spot, and we mentioned this before when we saw Zinc was the player, I think it was, in game 2 on Ascent, where we had Tyler go off with a little bit of a sales from Gino, but Glyph, sorry. He didn't die until the second half, the first round of that second half. And it looks like Con Artist is trying to do the same thing, but instead of going 5-0 at the point at which halftime hits, he's trying to go 30-0 by the point at which halftime hits. That is an insane margin. You have to have no fear, like we've mentioned a ton of times already, to swing out through a dark cover with a shorty and have it operate in the back pocket. So not only if you die, you lose your, kill list spree, but you also lose the sniper. That is an insane thing to see, but it almost cost Con's life early as Sanity swung aggressively. Doesn't find Con Artist, but does remove the player hiding out in Winery.
John Sanity able to get one, and I think this is the first time Fish Tacos have been getting that opening pick, and despite 66J being the only one really contesting right now, they need to start picking things up. The Prowler is going to go ahead and reveal one, but Icy has been a man that has been able to really hold down the sights. And look at Con Artist already looking up towards A. Does get that opening pick. Gonna fall off, but John Sanity gets a trade on Demoncy. This could be huge. Fish Tacos still up that man advantage. Looks like they're going to group up, but look at 66J. Oh, and Dyslexic. They're able to get the 2 opening picks. All left down to Con Artist. So if he's able to win this round, he will maintain that 0 death score. But it's not going to look likely.
30 seconds
look
left.
At John Sanity. After getting those picks towards this A site, still lurking top mid. Waiting for any bit of sound cue. And that late peek catches Con Artist completely off guard.
I mean, you go into this one with a 6-0 start, your Jet being unkilled, unkillable, it seems like, for the majority of this one. And you're saying, all right, well, it's a Jet diff. Well, Sanity says, I want to make you question the results from before. My PC may have disconnected, but that only made me stronger. They'll close out that round with a quick 3. The first one to the player in Winery, a wide swing made over towards lobby. And finally, finishing the job that should have been the first kill, in all honesty, because Sanity had Con Artist dead to rights. They'll finish the job onto Con Artist to finally give them their first death at least for now. 2 agents suppressed gives a lot of information that 2 are wildly swinging forward. And it looks like Con Artist will start to transgress away from that A site where they have been the last few rounds. They're now sitting over towards Pizza Cubby, looking to catch a player stepping out of link. And I think what it looks like for Team Fish Taco, they don't want to swing that. They're going to play a little smarter.
Yeah, you could definitely see that they're taking their time a lot more now that they're down and finally got their first round. But look at Con Artist, op in hand yet again. Does smell something towards this bottom mid. Maybe it could be the Fish Tacos that he sees, or smells for that matter. But right now, the reveal's going to go ahead and get him. Doesn't get the kill. Rest able to get his, but now all of a sudden, Monty has that aggression towards short, catches Rest on that TP. And all of a sudden, you see Fish Tacos, they're towards this B side. They're trying to run in. But there is going to be resistance. Icy already towards the site. John Sanity pushed towards Switch, gets taken out. But Dyslexic getting that trade. But Icy still the man to deal with on this B site and has been holding strong. All left down to Zeke, in which only able to get one, but gets traded out. So Monty and Con Artist have been the 2 candidates this map so far. I mean, they've been getting such crucial picks. And then on top of that, you have another player in Icy being able to lock down the site time and time again. And right now, it just seems like Fish Taco don't have any type of answer for Icy or the above mentioned.
I mean, 2 rounds ago, you see Icy almost nail that spray transfer. And that's one of those things that you see key players just kind of nail every single time. And Icy had it dead to rights, but the player just tagged them down first. That's the type of state of play you want to see from big idea individuals. And though Icy may be third on the leaderboard, they are first in my heart. I could never do that. Always keep that in my entire life. Fragment plays to kind of buy some time. A second one to join Sanity. They're trying to get out that floodgate, and unfortunately, they go a little bit too high and too far, and Monsi will take them down as they stand on top of that slight roof. Icy has a sight line to 66J, but doesn't get it done in time. We'll have to wait out that Prowler, and once they do, a wild swing by 66J will be their undoing. Monsi finds another one of their own from the back of Boathouse's Fletcher. They take another, and Monsi gets their third. A flawless round, albeit a close to non-flawless. 3 players below 50 HP, but Silk Road continued to lay out a floor plan. And they're looking more like the Yellowbrick Road. It is clear, cut, and dry. They're following it.
So now you can finally see that timeout coming in for the side of Fish Tacos, because, I mean, 8-1 is not the ideal score, but you know what? Maybe they need a break. Maybe they need a little bit of a refreshment, but you know what is a good refreshment? Drink Control, because it is an absolute meal replacement. It gives you that energy you need to continue gaming for hours and hours to come. And when you're starting to feel a little bit drained out, which sometimes I can admit, some players in Pit of Valor probably get drained out. They're not used to a tournament setting. They're not used to playing that many games back to back. But Drink Control, it's going to give you that energy, right? Look at that cookies and cream flavor. I mean, cookies and cream. Oreo, for one, is one of my favorite snacks. It's not really good for you.
My favorite.
But Drink Control
and shake. Cookies and cream.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I think it's just, there's nothing else that tops it.
You can't beat the
don't get me wrong. Yeah, exactly, right? Other flavors are good, but like cookies and cream, you can't really compare.
Yeah, I mean, it's the OG. It's the prime one that you're expected to see. Speaking of prime, I haven't mentioned them for quite a while, but we're also extremely thankful to MSI. We have them giving away a prize to the MVP. Usually it's headsets. This week, though, for our big 100, they're giving away the MSI Optics G273 monitor, 165 hertz Primo monitor that you can go ahead and find on their website /monitor/optics G273 for the www.msi.com, as well as if you're a college or high school student, you can get involved in their esports programs that they run. I actually did their MSI Radiant Cup that they did before. They're really good to get entry into esports. Go ahead and do /MSI in the chat, as well as you do fan fave within that control. Push towards the site, though. We're going to be cut quickly down. It looks like an even trade so far with that no command. They'll need to be restabilized. It looks like they'll be denied of being able to do so. Team Fish Taco did not have the eco to survive for this round. As he tries to go for a little bit of something, trying to pick up that rifle on top of Pixel, but cleaned up quickly, and it will be the Silk Road to find another round sprung together.
I think at that point as well, Con Artist was towards heaven. He had that first shot, but I don't think he clicked before he quick switched. I think he actually quick switched, didn't get the opportunity to fire off the shot before he did so, and unfortunately when he he got shut down instantly. But coming out of the timeout, that's not bad. They were a little bit on a little bit of a save there for the side of Fish Tacos, but they were still able to get 3 members down, which is a lot closer than some of these rounds that we've seen. So I'm hoping they take advantage of that and understand a little bit more of the playstyle. But look at Con Artist. We were talking about that no fear early on, and look at how far up he's pushed towards this B main. Dyslexic, not even able to peek into B main. He is scared. He doesn't want to peek ever so tightly. I mean, John Sanity, he was able to get that first pick, but look at this aggression. The Prowler coming, and Con Artist decides to just sit and wait. He's not scared.
We saw that from Apex last game on Haven. Maybe trying to repeat that before, just trying to say, hey, maybe it won't touch me. Definitely does. You definitely are not allowed to escape, and you don't have a rendezvous like a chamber does to necessarily make that hasty getaway or an instantaneous teleport. Got to haul it back now through defender spawn. It looks like Con Artist will work their way over towards A, which coincidentally enough looks to be the same scenario for Team Fish Taco. They are leaving 66J, or sorry, Dyslexic, 6 days on Silk Road, over towards the side of B main. Prowlers sent around the corner, and they will get away at least unscathed for now. 6-6J's over on the A side, and they look towards Arches, but Con Artist denies them. Second shot, this one will miss, and this could be a bad spot for the Silk Road to work back from. Blade Storm pop. Icy will kill one before the door can officially fall down. Rest will be resting with the fishes, so to say. Blackheart takes down Dyslexic. Icy just sprays down the door and Zeke in the same fell swoop. And guess who it's left standing? Insanity all by themselves, and, well, that's all she wrote for them. A 3K by Icy. They'll reach double digits. They look great.
Last round before
I mean, we
the
talked
switch.
about this, right? When all else fails, Icy is there to pick up the slack. You know, when Con Artist and Monsi aren't really there to be able to hold the site anymore, Icy is there. You know, there's no buffer. There's never a time where Fish Tacos have been able to just take a site without anyone there. No resistance whatsoever. There's always one of the three listed. Blackheart, Fletcher, they really haven't even really put themselves in this game yet. They haven't had the opportunity because of the show that their teammates have been putting on. And look at Con Artist, already aggressive towards this B main again. Doesn't connect on the shot this time, but it allows Icy to take his spot. So now they've gotten that space. And I'm assuming Icy's just going to continue pushing along with Con Artist. Con Artist able to get one. Icy there to trade things out as well. A little bit of back and forth. Zeke able to finally get one more, but Con Artist is still there. He's still there. He sees the flash. Doesn't actually connect. Oh, look at this shorty gameplay. Will Zeke be able to punish this? He does. Zeke punishes that. Gets another as well. So all of a sudden, back down to a 2 versus 2 situation. Finally, there's actually an opportunity here for Fish Tacos to gain control of this round, send it to a 10-2 half. But you have Fletcher on the flank that they have to worry about, and Monsi is still alive.
It's just so much accumulating now for the Silk Road back towards. They'll have momentum when they sprint to side to try and go for the post plan, but too much audio, too much noise, and Fish Taco will know exactly where they need to look. No command popped. The player of Monsi. Fletcher coming from B main. Gotta go quickly before the no command dissipates, and unfortunately that seems to be the case. Paranoia sent out to blind. They'll try to swing towards staircase. Monsi takes down Sanity, and Zeke comes up and unfortunately falls down as they'll get killed off last for an 11-1 halftime scenario right now for the Silk Road. A possibility here endless for another 13-1 game, much like round 2.
Switching sides.
What did I say? I said Monsi's still alive.
I think that
Monsi is still alive, and at that point, did they even need Fletcher? Fletcher had no time to shine there. He didn't get any opportunity because Monsi's like, you know what? You can take your time on sidewalk. I'm just gonna push site. I'm pop flashing. I'm pushing. And I'm getting both. What are you gonna do, Fletcher? You just look at the birds. Watch them fly.
Once you send it the Paranoia, that's all you gotta do, right? You sent the player of Zeke around the Rainy Night crate saying, all right, well, I'm not peeking over towards walkway anymore. I'm gonna go to staircase. Well, my teammate's dead. Now I'm dead. What's going on? That's what you want to see from a team. The Silk Road have not only been clutch in the early stage of the rounds of kind of getting those first bloods and really burying the chances Team Fish Taco of making resurgency towards the site on that attack, but also even when they get to a site, which is extremely rare, might I add. Team Fish Taco have not been a team that on the attack is able to get very many plants down. The Silk Road proves in the final round that they can play that post plan. They could still be that team in a lot of ways. Fair place to everybody switch though. Dyslexic looked like they were ready to prime themselves to swing it as well, but it is quickly cleared away by the Silk Road, and that's information that is given to Team Fish Tacos, but at the same time here, Endless, you don't have to go over towards B. You can extend A instead, and they also have First Blood, which does give them a big opportunity to do so.
Oh, John Sanity as well, getting pushed back completely towards this A site, and the flash coming out of Rest, able to get one, and Monsi, huge pick, but Icy on the other side of the map, getting one pick for himself. And now you can see it's the battle of the KJs who he won, and they're just gonna go ahead and get this B side control.
Shot to the classic by Fletcher. 66J was the player who swung a little too wild. It is the pistol round, though. You have to ego swing almost all of these. The util is quite limited. Insanity over by Defender's spawn. Sitting over towards the top of Crate. Con Artist will have a little bit of assistance from Fletcher, who paranoias the player of Rest inside the market. And let the Blackheart through the dark cover get the kill. The Con Artist can kind of turn their POV on over towards Sanity. Still over in that gateway to Defender's spawn. 12-1, the score line. Well, Endless, if I'm Team Fish Taco, you have to buy out here in this round. There is no way. And if buts, no matter what, you've got to buy something. It looks like Stinger's the weapon of choice.
Yeah, Stinger seems to be that weapon, and quite frankly, I don't think they can afford anything else. And you know, being down 12-1, I would have liked to see a little bit of a closer half. That way, you would have been able to see, is it really a player diff or is it a? I mean, it can't be an agent diff because they all have the same agents. But look at Con Artist, already updrafting into sight, gets the dink off, but gets taken out as they're doubling up towards this bomb site. But all of a sudden, Blackheart and Fletcher here to trade things out, and they have completely flooded through this B site, gotten a bunch, and Icy full blind. Zeke unable to finish off that kill, all left down to Jean Sanity in a 1 versus 3 now with a Stinger and a Dream. I don't know if this is gonna happen. It doesn't look likely, as all 3 members of Silk Road are playing crossfires towards this site. And the no command is now active. But can he get a couple at the least? Just for goodness sake. No, he's able to get one, but Monsi yet again there to trade things out. And Silk Road, I mean, I would like to say they won this convincingly.
No, I don't know. That was a close game. If I'm Silk Road, right? I'm looking at that one and saying maybe we could do a little bit better there next time, guys. That whole last round,
I think they need to do that VOD review. Honestly.
Yeah, they gotta re-watch that one. Don't even go to the next round, right? Just say, all right, guys, we gotta. Wait, it was too much. We won't even survive, right? Let's go ahead and kind of VOD review that one back. I don't know. There's a constant buzzing in my ears that entire round, the bzzz, as the stingers are being brought out like a beehive on that B side. And despite them stinging once, much like a bee would, you sting once and you fall apart. You fall to the ground. You're not living for much longer. That was the totality of that B side up for the taking. And much like all according to all laws of aerodynamics, a bee shouldn't be able to fly. The bees, they fall short and they'll lose that map 3-1.
I don't know if is it the fact that both of us are casting and it's the map of Ascent? Because
I don't know.
Before we came on, that Ascent game was not a 13-1, let me tell you. And then all of a sudden, when we come on, both Ascent matches 13-1. I don't know
We've been blaming you for the curses endless. I would like to keep that on you for now, right? A lot of my Ascent games are close games. This is my first time casting you, so I feel like there's some blame to push off that way.
Maybe it's just the combination of both of us. Who knows?
That is it. It's both of us.
I'm here cursing it by mentioning scores. You're just cursing it by staying silent. Maybe that's just the combination. I don't know.
Or maybe just these teams are so darn good on the map of Ascent and they're just getting mismatched at this point. When you make the brackets in the way, especially with how many teams we have coming into this one for the big one hundos you can see up on the screen, over here up on the screen, you can kind of expect it to be some teams making it through, having a bit of an easier start, and then some teams having a rougher start to go through. But that's just the way it works. Luck is its own skill here, Endless. And, well, they didn't get so lucky in this one with a 13-1 scoreline.
Yeah, honestly, it's been such a roller coaster of an event so far, and there's still a few matches to go, and we're narrowing down to the top 2 teams for the grand finals. And so far, Pit of Valor, the 100th Pit of Valor, I mean, honestly, has been everything that I've been expecting.
Yeah, and we could not.
Yeah, like some crazy teams so far. 2 13-1s. That's something we rarely see in Pit of Valors.
Yeah, we don't even see that anywhere else, right? It could be a pug stab game. We don't even see 13-1s that often. So it's always up for new things. But we also couldn't host Pit of Valor's Big 100 without a big thanks to our sponsors. We've mentioned them over 30 times, it feels like now. We're going to mention them another 50 just to make sure they really get how much we appreciate their big support. Infinity Gaming, we have the B stream. We're heading this one to a quick break when it comes down to it. Because this game ended so quickly, I'm sure their game is up on the run. If you ! Streams in the chat, you can head over to Community Gaming Switch channel. And they're a big sponsor here for Pit of Valor. Not only did they take us from that big 50 that we had before for all the weeklies, up to 250 now. And then on top of that, now to the 2,500. They're one of the biggest supporters of Pit of Valor. We're so thankful for them. Make sure you check out their website at communitygaming.io for more tournaments and events. They do a bunch of things like Fall Guys, a bunch of things like, I don't know, Fortnite maybe. I don't know. They do everything under the sun, so it feels like they're always there.
Yeah, and another huge shout out to Medify. For those that don't know what Medify is, it's a great platform for coaches to really showcase their skills and talents to coach you guys. So if there's any opportunity, regardless of the game, check out Medify, because on top of that, they helped us with our additional prize pooling, and they got over 2,200 coaches for multiple different games. So check them out. You never know what you'll learn on that site.
Now, we've shouted out all these other sponsors. Let's shout out ourselves a little bit here, Endless, as well. Pit of Valor, like our owner, Ben, has said so many times, they're not just a weekly thing all the time. It's like a family. You've got to sign up. You've got to be involved. You can sign up for your GLG Country Club membership and get that Insta-lock status. Make sure you're involved every week by week. And we'll have another one coming up for the big 101. It'll go back to its normal price pool, but once 200 hits again, which is an inevitability considering how much support we always get on such a consistent basis, maybe we'll have another big event just like this one and can showcase it all over again. And on top of that, on top of the topic we had before about Halloween and cosplay, maybe you want some GLG gear. Type ! Socks in chat. Pick up yourself some socks and some GOG kits and gear. Maybe show up to the lounge with all of it kitted out on top of you to really showcase how much you just love GLG. And hopefully we'll see you there as well. But we're going to take a break between this round and the next. Unfortunately, Endless and I will be hopping on out, so you won't be able to see our pretty faces for too much longer. But you're going to be going over to good hands with Strive and Mick. I'll just say it here first. If the Tour de Force is brought out, Mick's on the board, just listen out. Just listen, all right? He says Tour de Force. He does not say Tour de Force. He says Tour de Force. So make sure you call him out for that one. But don't tell him I said that. We'll see you guys after a pretty extended break, considering just how fast this game went down.
Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. Rivers running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And I'm feeling, and I'm feeling, and I'm feeling good. Stars when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Oh, freedom is mine, and I know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me.
Now to take it down to the 1v1, Soapy opting, quick scoping. Hello, good morning and good night. Z is a very appropriate name in this case. Put to bed, and Soapy hops on that defuse. That's a
And there we have it, your Pit of Valor crown champions.
It's a day, it's a new life for me, and I'm feeling good.
Battling, oh, what a flash!
Left it to the bank like left it to the bank like I got it in tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds. Left it to the bank like pedal to the floor, need no brake lights. In the dark, watch it make light. I'm a star, got no stage fright. Please don't get me mad, I'm a nice guy. My baby say I'm cute, yeah, I'm type 5. I be waking up when you go night-night. In a different zone, what's the time? Left it to the bank like them, I've been going mental. Going up, I'm on another level. All black clothes like I'm metal. Little this and this, little Ricky Rick. It's my grandmama, I'm her Nicky Nick. I just wanna love, but I've been hit or miss. I might up and leave, and take a pic. Laugh it to the bank, like ha 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 ha. Laugh it to the bank, like ha 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 ha. I got anything, 20, 50, 100, 10s, 20, 50, 100, 10s, 20, 50, 100, 10s, 20, 50, 100s.
Enough of the code switching. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. Yeah, alright, okay. We get it. No contest. Wait. Surf's up, nigga. The world been dying, days is number, check the climate. I'm sick of it, fuck the harebrained scheme to get the riches quick. Play the long game with serene scene and the whip that's quick. From the back room to the hearts, I'm in the thick of it. I grind too hard for y'all not to see me a star, bitch. I'm raising a bar like they really pay me to talk. My life been in shambles, but I got handles. I'm finishing at the rim. I remind you time and again that I'm really him. Oh, you ain't know? This shit not just for the show, but bet you entertain. Anybody not for me is below me, blow me, you in the way. I live my dreams, I got it locked, the master keeping on me. Back in the field, running audibles with the team. Everything I got out the mother, told my truth. I shake that fake shit, they praise you, then minimize you behind you. Just know I notice you. Stay woke, no joke, it really be the ones you closest to. Had to stop sleeping on myself like I ain't know the truth. Oh, this to me like it's really nobody code is this. And if you disagree, then you jaws and your claim get audited. Who you know do the beating and talking and write the harmonies. I'm really convinced there's nobody out here going hard as me. Wish well the dog that claimed belief in me so he could use me. Look at me now, you chose your route, I know you sick to see it. You talk a lot, all that flop, but that shit not harming us. Capping your status, we back, ain't nobody raws us. To the ones that held me down for the count, look at what growth will do. I'm the kid from the cul-de-sac, feeling double sex with loot they pay to play my shit back. In a way I'm going back until I'm fossil fuel to the flame, just like I'm supposed to do. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. I've been on a job, trying to take it far. I need that ROI, shit I done paid the cost. I'm all in on me, little baby she agrees she really been here through the fall. She the only thing I need. I wanna be free, I know that they want me for my ideas so they can line their pockets. Don't hit me to tell me that you give a fuck about me. You don't even know nothing about me, trying to force me on your timeline. You know you need to stop it, I live for more than attention. Might not be your trending topic, put my worth in analytics. I admit that took a toll, I got addicted to scrolling. We know well that get toxic, I got caught comparing me to people I don't even know. They say it's lonely at the top, well maybe then I'll focus on things that's more important and let whoever think whatever and just keep it moving. These niggas won't work on they self, they'd rather see you losing. You'll never see me losing. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me. Want you to grow.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. A phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it, who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe, and 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me, like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side? I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and dot on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause they got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again, yeah. State your name, been dope on flame. I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again. I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again. Pump up the action. I'm active. If he never heard of Ben Dope, he just napping. Jackson's off the rapping. Keep it on my body, bitch. I'm broke if you asking. Don't gotta sell him, Cialis, flawless, broken whips as long as it is foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's in till she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest. Do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, I came in, I came in. Did it like the Porsches. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again. Okay, alright. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10, yeah. I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business. Stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell her peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Bend dope with the switch again. Boy deliver like he happening. Core with digits, give him estimates. Summer sauce for my Benjamins. I got what you need, baby. Skirt the Chevy, make a scene, baby. LABB been the team, baby. Been Papa, word the G, baby. Look, labs till I'm finished. Had a handful of lemons through the hand. Got a bag, now the hands in the business. For my hand, it's a ticket. Talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I've been playing with the minutes that they been shoulda gave. And I'm flipping every digit that they been shoulda paid. Had to find a way to get it. No, this isn't what you made. If I ever wanna dip, then I'm brink with the blade. And I'm brinking a blink on the brink of some dumb shit.
Watch how I move, cause I know the brink's coming. Watch for the blues, cause I know that they dumping. Nothing in my view, so it's hush on discussion. Hush on discussions, you know what you need to. I keep it in the fam to let you know that I don't need you. Y'all cats be see-through, head knocks a piece. You been king, I'm regal, got it in my Abisu. Came through tripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Blow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell her peace. Love is love. Love is love. Hold up with it, got my back on Pippin, bitch, I'm back in kitchens with the tray. Windows tinted like how black my skin is. Scoop the shorty in it from a J. Swish, she got vision just like any women giving me the kitten. Way before the riches, nothing more to mention. I could light a block of powder or a glisten. Foreign on my body, that's Agora linen. I came through tripping Aquafina, I'm 715, kept a weapon on me. Blow make bitches, I'm on my business. Stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell her peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios.
I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Yeah. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Okay, I'ma hit for 20 off a laptop. In a Zoom meeting, making money is my backdrop. Ballpoint base hit harder than a slap shot. Flew out my baby, told her ride me like I'm Epcot. Whoa, whoa, I've been doing road on the go, go. Get a bag and flip it, that's for sure. Yeah, for sure, show. That was never talk about nothing. Turn it down and go get you some money. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. I was on the money, my brothers got my back. Streets moving funny, so I been holding strap. Not playing defense, we been on the attack. Plotting and scheming, how we gon' get it back. Designer all on you, but you can't buy the swag. No mirrors, those foo-foo, I can see the tag. You can bet if I spending this, cause I get it back. I'll find you, your dollar, I can see the lag. All I ever wanted was to have it all. Got close, never froze, had to risk it all. As a little boy, I wish I was a little tall. Never made the league, I find other ways to let me ball. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing in. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing in. Time to run it all. I wake up. Yeah. I wake up. Flex. Thumb down that. Check. No drip this. Wet. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it up. I wake up. Flex. Thumb down that. Check. No drip this. Wet. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it up. 9 out of 10 roll through my hands, I'm by my lonely. Turned to a savage, now my baby wants to hold me. I love my fans, don't need no friends, I got my homies. Thought I could trust you, I find out you tried to zone me. I'm number one up on that court, I'm Nick McGrady. The first one in, the last one out, can't call me lazy. Put in my hours, send the invoice and they pay me. I need 6 rings like MJ and Tom Brady. I wake up, flex, thumb down that check. No drip this, tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch, tell them run it up. I wake up, flex, thumb down that check. No drip this, tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch, tell them run it up. Y'all gon' make me take that trip way out to Europe. I call up Nigeria, come through in a hurry. Those London boys don't come to play, you should get worried. One false move, find yourself there getting buried. Dance with the devil, used to love playing those games. Made some bad decisions that brought my mama pain. I made a promise to her, swore that I would change. I'm on the come up, bet I live up to my name. I wake up, flex, I'm down that check. No drip, this wet. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it up. I wake up, flex, I'm down that check. No drip, this wet. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it up.
Kid for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, and play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Kid for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, and play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. I'm on my job, I get it done, but you should know that. Shine like a sun of 101, you should know that. I get the front and in the back, you should know that. No need to stun, it's never cap, you should know that. All I know, 10 toes, never fold, bang roll, on the go, ice wall, ice wall, ice wall. Kid for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, and play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Kid for my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, and play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. I miss my baby, so I hit them on the FaceTime. I need it all for them, so no, I cannot waste time. Facing these oceans, feel the water on my waistline. We trust the process, and I only know it takes time. You can get it. Got no worries, I'm gon' make mine. Going global, I'ma get it out the state lines. Paying taxes at a more than what you make now. Different bracket, eating off a different plate now. For my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, and play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. For my wins, I need my ends. This life is real, and play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
Talking to my mirror like I love you so much. Curving on my critics like I heard you, so what? You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. Tally all the I ever gave on my head. Lately I've been living like I can't take a loss. They ain't wanna help me, that's what made me a boss. You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. We don't give a that's what they don't understand.
I'm back again like flu season, I broke records while loose leafing. I'm coming down my roof, leaving, don't give a I don't care. Did the by my lonesome, no wonder now I'm on one. No shortcuts on that long run, all I really want is my share. Get him, I got him, I told him it's nothing. In the discussion, got them feelings, I throw all my pain on percussion. It's disgusting, I hear them bragging about that they did, and it do not move me, not in the least. They ain't been dropping no seeds in the soil, but swear that you on my spot at the feast. I've been on go mode, showboat, rowboat, wave ride. Cool shorty, too naughty, pool party, wet for the face ride. Annie up, penny down, hand me down, thrift store, old drip. New money, too funny, old shorty, talk about old. I'm on they now, can't get a pass now, I'm a cash cow, keeping it brash now. It's trash now, I'm a spaz out. I've been killing my lows and living on highs. You see in the sky's the proof. You can just see in my eyes that there is no lies. I cannot disguise the truth. I've been duck dog getting in my new merch, colored duck sauce on the new couch with my Chucks on. Get the on with that hate. I'm big cool on the small chat, cause I know now that I'm all that. Got a hawk guy on the ball cat, get the out of my face.
Talking to my mirror so much. Curving on my critics like I heard you, so what? You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. Tally all the I ever gave on my head. Lately I've been living like I can't take a loss. They ain't wanna help me, that's what made me a boss. You can't kill my confidence, I think I'm the man. We don't give a that's what they don't understand.
To the bank like laugh it to the bank like I got it in tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds. Laugh it to the bank like pedal to the floor, need no brake lights. In the dark, watch me make light. I'm a star, got no stage fright. Please don't get me mad, I'm a nice guy. My baby say I'm cute, yeah, I'm type 5. I be waking up when you go night-night. In a different zone with the time. Laugh it to the bank like ooh, go. Laugh it to the bank like in it tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds. I get it, I flip it and continue. I've been going dumb, I've been going mental. Going up, I'm on another level. All black clothes like a medal. Little this and this, little Ricky Rick. It's my grandmama, I'm her Nicky Nick. I just wanna love, but I've been hit or miss. I might up and leave, yeah, take a pic. Laugh it to the bank like ooh, go. Laugh it to the bank like I got it in tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds.
Enough of the code switching. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Yeah, alright, okay. We get it. No contest. Wait. Surf's up, nigga. The world been dying, days is number, check the climate. I'm sick of it, fuck the harebrained scheme to get the riches quick. I play the long game with serene scene and I whip this quick. From the back room to the hearts, I'm in the thick of it. I grind too hard for y'all not to see me a star, bitch. I'm raising a bar like they really pay me. They talk my life been in shambles, but I got handles. I'm finishing at the rim. I remind you time and again that I'm really him. Oh, you ain't know? This shit not just for the show, but bet you entertain. Anybody not for me is below me, blow me, you in the way. I live my dreams, I got it locked, the master keeping on me. Back in the field, running audibles with the team. Everything I got out the mother, told my truth. I shake that fake shit, they praise you, then minimize you behind you. Just know I notice you. Stay woke, no joke, it really be the ones you closest to. Had to stop sleeping on myself like I ain't know the truth. Oh, this to me like it's really nobody code is this. And if you disagree, then you jaws and your claim get audited. Who you know do the beating and talking and write the harmonies. I'm really convinced there's nobody out here going hard as me. Wish well the dog that claimed belief in me so he could use me. Look at me now, you chose your route, I know you sick to see it. You talk a lot, all that flop, but that shit not harming us. Capping your status, we back, ain't nobody raws us. To the ones that held me down for the count, look at what growth will do. I'm the kid from the cul-de-sac, feeling double sex with loot they pay to play my shit back. In a way I'm going back until I'm fossil fuel to the flame, just like I'm supposed to do. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want I've been on a job, trying to take it far. I need that ROI, shit I done paid the cost. I'm all in on me, lil' baby she agree, she really been here through the fall. She the only thing I need. I wanna be free, I know that they want me for my ideas so they can line their pockets. Don't hit me to tell me that you give a fuck about me. You don't even know nothing about me, trying to force me on your timeline. You know you need to stop it, I live for more than attention. Might not be your trending topic, put my worth in analytics. I admit that took a toll, I got addicted to scrolling. We know well that get toxic, I got caught comparing me to people I don't even know. They say it's lonely at the top, well maybe then I'll focus on things that's more important and let whoever think whatever and just keep it moving. These niggas won't work on themselves, they'd rather see you losing. You'll never see.
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up.
Maybe not. Are you serious? Looking like it's all over.
Hold up.
Maybe not. Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through from Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
Hey, Medify here, the platform with the world's best players in your favorite games. Absorbing the knowledge and skill of our experts is easier than ever with bulk discounted lesson plans, flexible replay reviews, and new group classes. So what are you waiting for? Book your session at medify.gg. Oh, you were waiting for the video to end. That's very polite.
Yep. Gotta go to the bathroom.
Boyfriend?
Were those laptops?
Yeah.
I didn't even feel that.
Lightweight. And then you can click and you just push. Big push. Good job.
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up.
Maybe not. Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through from Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
Hey, Medify here, the platform with the world's best players in your favorite games. Absorbing the knowledge and skill of our experts is easier than ever with bulk discounted lesson plans, flexible replay reviews, and new group classes. So what are you waiting for? Book your session at medify.gg. Oh, you were waiting for the video to end. That's very polite.
Yep. Gotta go to the bathroom.
Boyfriend?
Were those laptops?
Yeah.
I didn't even feel that.
Lightweight. And then you can click and you just push. Big push. Good job.
Looking like it's up. Hold up. Maybe not! Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal, to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through from Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
Hey, Medify here, the platform with the world's best players in your favorite games. Absorbing the knowledge and skill of our experts is easier than ever with bulk discounted lesson plans, flexible replay reviews, and new group classes. So what are you waiting for? Book your session at medify.gg. Oh, you were waiting for the video to end. That's very polite.
Yep. Gotta go to the bathroom.
Boyfriend?
Were those laptops?
Yeah.
I didn't even feel that.
Lightweight. And then you can click and you just push. Big push. Good job.
Looking like it's all over. Hold up, hold up. Maybe not! Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal, to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through from Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, post, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
Hello, 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 all you beautiful people. We are moving our way through the night. We're getting ourselves on a round 5. We're in now what you would like to call usually the playoff section here. Then as we get ourselves into quarters, semis, and grands with 2 new casters here on the desk. Myself, Mick, over to my right, Mr. Strive. We got 2 new faces. Maybe not 2 new teams, but one of them at least is going to be new to yourself. And well, I got to say, crazy enough, not a new map. We're going into a set once more. How are you doing, my man, Strive?
Doing good, man. It's been a hot minute, but I mean, the whole team has done such a fantastic job building up the hype to this point now. Pit of Valor number 100 officially. I mean, there's been more than that, like 109, you know, because we had the decimal places, but don't let that fool you. Regardless, we've gone through one heck of a journey to get to at least this point of the evening, and also months, years have gone by since this community kind of started coming together, growing and becoming what it is today. And we made it, Chief. And we've had one heck of a journey. You and I have been on the desk multiple times. I mean, more than I can count. And we've had some fantastic times with fantastic co-cachers and some amazing production team members. And now with this amazing community and seeing those names scroll by there on that pause screen or the intermission screen, just great memories and great reminders of the, like I said, that journey to this point today.
Yeah, and even, I mean, talking about those jerseys and stuff like that, even though you mentioned it plenty of times online, even near that halfway mark, you and I both went out to Rochester, casting the entirety of Pit of Valor. Thankfully, we didn't have that burden handed to us again to go for the extra round this time around. I gotta say, I'm pretty happy about that one, but nonetheless, the opportunity to be here for these last couple rounds. We saw that previously when Infernosis and Limitless were hopping in, we had 2 games that ended up being 13-1s. A little unfortunate, I'll say, but once we get ourselves down to these last rounds here, once we get these playoffs kind of case scenarios, we shouldn't have that problem anymore here from here on out, people. We got bangers lined up left, right, center. You name it, you look around, whether it's on this channel, other channel, it's going to be all very, very close and gritty. You're going to make sure to tune in for every single second of it.
Yeah, please do. And I mean, if y'all are interested in this particular matchup, stay around, stick around, don't go too far. If you're interested in that other match that could be happening on another stream, obviously I don't know that match what it is, but take a look. If it's a team you're interested in watching, !streams in chat. It's happening on Community Gaming NY's Twitch channel, so be sure to check them out. And of course, speaking of CG, you got to appreciate the love and support that they've given us to up the regular weekly prize pool, right? We jacked that up, but also for this amazing event, the number 100, a crispy $2,500 on the line. And you got to, of course, back it up with some good support from Control, some amazing support from Metafy, and with our fantastic GLG Country Club members as well, who are able to support us and allow us to bring these prize pools and of course continue these events week in and week out. We cherish you. We appreciate you guys so much.
We most definitely do. And I mean, you talk about those kind of sponsors, everything we have to go on. And even when you're in chat, looking at what we got, also looking at the bracket at night, figuring out what's on the other stream, we got a lot of other stuff available. We got fan favorites for free Control to be handing out to the people that obviously line up as a fan favorite. We got a whole monitor from MSI being lined up as a prize for the MVP of this entire thing. I mean, we'll give you more details on that later because we're all here only in the quarterfinals as it stands, but There's so much more to be handed out, so much more to really go ahead and talk about, so much more to do even if you're in the Rochester area around those lounges. But as it stands right here, right now, I want to talk more about these squads. I want to talk more about this game. I want to go ahead and build things down because that's what we're here for, man. It's some Valorant action. It's number 100. We've been doing this for years, so why stop what we're best at? Talk about these lineups, talk about Ascent more importantly, and what we're going to see in terms of agent compositions. And even with the flash changes, that's another thing that's going to have a really big impact here today.
Yeah, there's been some minute tweaks and whatnot, and I think that's kind of what's pushing us maybe towards some of the more default, comfortable maps in a way. Like, I don't think anyone's really keen on hopping into Fracture at this point. I mean, not like they were before, but it's definitely not happening now. So we're just kind of sticking to our guns, and you're right, there have been adjustments, there have been some changes in the composition itself. Although the tweaks are here, I'm not expecting anything exorbitantly different than the usual run-of-the-mill stuff, right? When it comes down to agents, you're going to have your Sovas, you're going to have your potential KOs, you're going to have your selection of duelists, whether that's your Jet, that's your Raze. I mean, I'm not expecting too much variety, Mick, but then again, these two teams, of course, like you said, quarterfinals, semis, and grands, things tend to get a little bit spicy. Add that chili pepper on top, and we'll see just how far we get here with those picks, as much of that is being solidified now, and we're about to hop into this game momentarily.
Yeah, and even then looking at the compositions to provide, I mean, we've kind of seen the same thing over the entirety of the night as well, crazy enough. I mean, we've seen ourselves a mix of KJs here and there, one on each side. I'll mention it right now against the likes of Mugi and Silk Road once more. But, I mean, the KO, that's going to be an adjustment we've seen already as well. So Pop Flesh isn't nearly as fast to get your weapon back up. It's literally within milliseconds of a change. So, I mean, we're not even going to worry about it too much. Just Riot knows what to tweak, when to tweak it. And sometimes they may mess up like the Odin meta, but the Ares meta, even worse. But all things considered, we're right back to where we need to go. And even then, the Jets coming in as the duelist for both sides. I mean, not a full, but a nearly full mirror composition with the only switch up being that fake out of Blackheart. That Soba coming out for Flonson. A little bit of a switch up there, not huge, but still it really comes down to what we can see out of these initiators, considering those KOs are going to be there to really shut down whatever else really is thrown into the way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I have my eyes on that fade. I'm really keen to see how that pans out as kind of a differentiating factor, like you mentioned, a bit of a different approach as far as an initiator goes. But, you know, a strong fade is a happy fade and can do a lot for the team as we get into this pistol. C'est la vie, my friend. This is kind of all in the line at this point. You know, the previous caster said it well. The prize pool is juicy enough to make you want to fight down to the last tooth, right to the wire, and we'll see just what these teams can get underway with on pistol.
Yeah, speaking of this round, we're already underway, looking for a little bit of aggression over towards this A side. Even not too many players picked off just yet. No real damage showing just yet either. So a full take coming through from the side of Mugi as they want to get themselves comfortable and at home. And already a huge retort ready there up towards heaven, looking to just flush things in.
Yeah, Megan now dropping on down, trying to get onto that site, and they do make that look relatively simple. The folks at Hell, though, are making it just that much more difficult to retake, but the double swing is great from Con Artists and Co. They got to get on the spike, destroying some of that utility here, and now as the numbers dwindle to that 2v2, hopping on it. A lot of coverage is required from this smoke, and it's doing a good job, but the Frenzies do just a little bit better.
Yeah, they most definitely do. Already going ahead and getting so much damage onto the board. Now able to go ahead and pull out that clutch, though, more importantly, is going to be the actual defuse going down from Fletcher. It just comes down to getting that smoke in, seeing if you can play around it. More importantly, play inside of it and use it almost more as an actual cover, hopefully blocking a couple of those bullets in the meantime. But that first round going over to the Silk Road, surprisingly enough, as a little bit of clutch comes out, is these nice little cushions there towards the beginning of these games that really goes ahead and gives yourself so much leeway, so much luxury over the course of the matchup. And we can already see a Bulldog being employed. Stinger meta kind of coming back into play here with the recent changes of that as well with the accuracy. So, I mean, a lot of potential here in these players, and even more importantly, also in the Force coming up for Mugi as well, considering they're still opting to buy in their own right.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting, though. Like, getting into a round 2 with the buys coming in, that's a bit of a different approach, to say the least. But now with Chai looking to do the entry activities, getting in on site here, Icy is just camping on out, being super patient, able to catch the one onto Tempt, looking for more, a huge swarm of members coming around Jenny. But, of course, the attackers reign supreme in this case with Blackheart coming in to support. Is it enough? The double swing, the triple, they're not able to clear out Heaven just yet, and it allows Con Artists to get some space for 2 clean picks. Koof has a bit of retaliation, but a lot of damage has been delivered thus far, and down to this 1v1 now with friendly old Fletcher going up against his KO.
I can honestly, I mean, Fletcher, considering the kind of lineup you get right now out there towards, I mean, Generator, you look at how close things are, how contested it looks, and I mean, when you're up against a Bulldog, you don't want to be swinging out far. You know a Bulldog's somewhere around that site. You know something's going down. You just have to play pretty aggressively, and honestly, Fletcher going ahead and having the read, going and saying, look, and I'm going to go on Gen, kind of messing that up a little bit, but still has the idea of exactly where Koof is to make that swing, get that kill, and get that second round. It was very, very close. You lost a lot of guns in the process, but no concerns really towards the end, as you know that Mugi obviously forced these weapons out. Not too much for working around like this. We're going to see Silk Road look to double down with the kind of win streak they get going on their hands.
Yeah, and I'm a huge fan of that shrouded step decision to get onto site. I mean, that leaves a lot of question marks in the eyes of Koof. Did he go for the top of Jenny? Is he down below? Did he go for some oddball fake? Who knows, right? And that kind of forced him off that plant, pushed him into a very tricky corner. I'm sure the team calmed out the low HP situation as well, which made it just that much easier to digest. So alas, 2 consecutive rounds for TSR. And then we go ahead to make another attempt towards its A site. Thus far, I mean, Chief, if the recipe ain't messed, don't change it. Go for it once again. And they're storming that site for a very clean plan.
I mean, they know they also have the advantage. They know they have the guns to be working out this game. I mean, even then, looking at the kind of stance, I mean, Moogie, they've had themselves some pretty successful in terms of time allotted to them in this post plan. But as it stands right now, Silk Road, they've won the retake again and again and again on the site like this. When you do have a budget, let's not give up too many game plans just yet. Let's not try and get tricky with it just yet. Let's make sure to just go for this execution, keep things standard, let them retake it. We're probably going to lose this round. Let's make it expensive. And then the next one, when you have these rifles finally within their hands with inner grasp and a full utility kit to work with, that's when you can switch things up, go towards the middle of the map, go towards that B site, and really start deploying what your entire strat book really has to show off.
You know, where is the change from Moogie going to come, though, at this point? We've had 3 consecutive for TSR. They've had no issues getting on this A site, and it begs a question in my mind. Are they keen on re-hitting it again? I see some pings going off from the attacker side towards the A saying, listen, we have to be careful about what we want to do and how we want to manage it. It's just been very flawless for TSR. And at this point, knowing how good things have been for them, they can just continue to play how they have been. Play that retake, be steady on it. Moogie's going to have to take a different crack at it, and I really hope it's not A side. Sorry, I actually got my my teams backwards, but yeah, Moogie, A site, not happening. I hope to take a crack at mid and B perhaps.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, this is that round where we're going to see a switch up. Because as I mentioned prior, I mean, Silk Road, you saw them. The retake is working out for them. Moogie's going ahead and pacing themselves. They're saying we've hit A so much, we don't need to give up anything else. We have strats in the middle of the map. We have it over towards B. Why do that on a round when we don't have the guns to really fight them? We don't have an advantage. We don't even have an even playing field in terms of the guns in our hands. So let's wait for a round. We can actually slow down the game a little bit, have an even chance in terms of these gunfights, and really start to excel and possibly get a couple kills early on. So you can see that kind of pressure going towards the middle of the map, even a little bit of a split over towards B main. And I mean, honestly, that may be the way it's going, but you got to look at the kind of flex coming out. You got that controller and the initiator. You got the KO and the Omen moving towards the A main side, trying to just go ahead and bait something out, hoping that some of these players are getting a little bit stressed out. But when you look at that double setup over towards Tree, you see a lockdown from Silk Road, trying to create somewhat of a cutoff, and the operator also inside here, over towards site, failing to nail that first shot as we do see these exchanges still go down.
Yeah, now with that opportunity now, the attempt to hold is good here from Blackheart, just holding Mouse 1 on that Odin, gets the one, Fletcher's here to support things and shut Koof down for the time being. However, the continuation of that ultimate's going to halt some of that utility usage for the time being. 6 seconds remain on that KO's life as a retake now. Tempt, 34 HP, and Discipline. Discipline on that trigger is going to be good to not get spotted. Do they bother clearing it? No, we got to see Tempt get it. It does not connect on anything. Oh, that's heartbreaking. You were hoping some value with that, Chief, but in that case, Discipline resulted in death as Silk Road once again in that rinse and repeat cycle on that quick and brisk retake.
And even then over towards the B side as well, showing that they have success across the entire map now. So if you're Moogie, you're trying to leave yourself in a question of what exactly goes on here? What can we do with ourselves? And honestly, that leads to a timeout as well. To say, honestly, we need some more time to talk about this. We need to figure out how this map is being played out. Why are Silk Road winning on each side? And what element can we break out to really give ourselves that guaranteed advantage? But even then, guaranteed advantage in terms of your day and the time allotted to it, knowing you can go ahead and cut down on some of it, is not having to really go out of your way for meals. Control also offers great meal replacements to make sure that, I mean, they give you all the proteins you need for your day, or just more importantly for that meal, and can keep yourself going. And it takes literally, I want to say, 1/10 of the time to set this stuff up. I still have a couple bags for myself that I've gone ahead. I've got my own orders as well, and they are outstanding because you just as much in terms of a breakfast, like an Ebola cereal, and it's almost faster, and it's even then more portable because let's be real, nobody's eating a bowl of cereal in their car, holding that in their lap, because I know from growing up, my mom and dad can barely even keep a cup of coffee still on the road. Better yet, a whole bowl of cereal. That's just not happening.
Chief, I've tried some of the control flavors, and I think you have as well. We've done it on stream, and for a fact, I can say this stuff tastes absolutely spanking delicious. And cookies and cream is one. Apple Smacks is a straight dub. I mean, there's one flavor which honestly tastes like Cinnamon Toast Crunch milk. It's actually amazing. So, you know, in this case, I'd say definitely take some time, not now, maybe during the pause, check out Drain Control. They've supported us week in and week out, and they continue to bring the goods, like Dallas said, when it comes to the most primo meal replacement option on the market. So let's get down to it. Timeout aside here, Moogie, got to change it up here, Chief. We're 4 rounds deep, and nothing's really bringing some tempo to me for some light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, this operator's looking for some plays. I mean, it's looking for some damage. I mean, that's what all the players are trying to do right now. It all comes out of these first frags where we've seen them kind of go over to the site of Silk Road again and again and again and again. And honestly, that's kind of the formula we have to look for Mugi to really switch up. They can't be giving up these first bloods anymore. They have to hope that somebody overextends. They have to play into that. You can see they're not even playing for wine. They're giving no attention to that whatsoever, and they're letting Fletcher get a huge wraparound in them. That's going to result in 3 kills and an automatic kind of equalizer there from the side of Silk Road, but still the advantage is out of their hands. Fletcher gets one more, makes it a 4K and a possible ace within their grasp. Still in that last player's other towards Jenny, but instead, Blackheart says, we're not playing these games anymore. We're not going for clips. We're going for closures. 2,500 on the line.
Yeah, mega job. I mean, Silk Road have been absolutely monumental at sticking to their guns when it comes to playing that retake strat. And obviously, Fletcher there played such a superbly great position, looking great on the scoreboard. 9-1 on that Omen. Now you've got a, borderline full Christmas tree of ultimates on the board as well for the entire side of TSR, which just makes that deal that much sweeter. Coming into it, 6 seconds to go. I mean, for those that are voting for fan favorites, !fan fave in chat. Maybe there's some key players here that you might be keeping your eye on to slap your vote towards later on for an opportunity to win that amazing MSI monitor.
Even then, I mean, the controllers you mentioned already, I mean, that's kind of what's that Hammer fan favorite. MVP will win that monitor, but even then, we could be looking at MVPs right now. We have to look at Silk Road, what they're doing, but even then, maybe Chime turning things around to get that first frag, followed up towards Tree as well, looking to get that second. So, I mean, some very, very crisp closure. I mean, very nice executing on the side. They already kind of feel themselves. Everybody on Mugi stepping up now, really going ahead and finding these kills and showing that they can do it swiftly, showing they can even compete with the likes of Silk Road, even though it's going to 5-0 start. Just have to make sure they win this round, guaranteed they do end up closing that as Con Artist falls as well. So, getting themselves on the board, Mugi, happy about that one, but you have to keep this trend going. You have to really take a second to say what worked in that round and how can we duplicate it? What can we really elaborate on? Because we can't just go on a one-off like that and let it be 13-1 what we've seen tonight.
No, and this has been the turning point for me now. We've got some decent funds in the back pocket. Mugi must be feeling pretty good. As much as I said there's a Christmas cheer on TSR side, Mugi's primed on attack here to deliver one heck of a blow if they can execute this correctly. And I do like how they've now decided to kind of split their numbers a little bit, play a bit more of a default, a 3-2 type situation, feel out an opportunity, run a pick, right? Get some numbers to their name, because obviously this drive pushing, it's just leaving way too many gaps in their attacker side. And with Chime going in deep here, committing so much and no support, that's all one big fake, and hopefully it pays off on this B side right now.
Most definitely have to. I mean, considering that Mugi just lost so much in the process, and you're really hoping that this can kind of go ahead and work into your favor. It was a 1-4 split. I mean, it was kind of a lurk that you were expecting to come into a plant, and even then, you had to have a contingency plan for that post plant. That is, if it went down. But as it seems right now, it's gonna be a hard enough task in itself. And you know that Sova wasn't towards the A site. You hear a drone, you know they're on the other side of the map. And honestly, you just take control off of that. If you're Silk Road, you push up. Honestly, you're willing to give 1 kill over if need be, just for the sake of intel. So KO could push out towards middle. Omi could push out towards main. Just go ahead and create that control, push your advantage through the likes of the entire map, and create more of a chokehold on the side of Mugi, considering they only have 2 players left. But a rotation possibly coming through. They have only had 40 seconds on the clock left to their hands, and I think honestly they may just save with it, because they know at this point in the game they're going to have to fight for whatever control they want. I mean, this war of attrition is looking a little one-sided.
Yeah, I feel like I'm watching a Mugi chase scene with this follow observer position, but it really tells the story of what Mugi's up against. Just 2 lonesome attackers on this giant map on the spawn area, and 19 seconds on the board. Their intention maybe to get some exit picks, but you got to appreciate the discipline from TSR. So patient. As much as they could, like you said, use a couple bodies to try and get some info if they wanted to, for example, they're not doing it. They're saying, listen, we got tons of money. We have tons of rounds. No reason to sacrifice anything unnecessarily. Just going to stick on their posts and lean back, have a sip of their favorite beverage, and wait for the next round to come around.
And even then, I mean, kind of looking at what TSR are doing so far, I think even then, Jet, you have to consider what you could have probably fought for, what you could have found. That honestly, you could have overextended Con Artist there. I mean, a fragger for sure on the side of Silk Road, but even more importantly, doesn't have the ultimate online. That's the one player that doesn't have something to gain out of this round so far. I mean, in terms of kills, in terms of money, there's nothing on the side of money that really TSR are trying to look for. They're not concerned about that. They're trying to keep it to kind of stack up. So I have to, once again, as you mentioned, kind of really give the credit over to that discipline, drop the operator for somebody else and take a switch. But say if you died, that's 1 off point. Say if you get 2 kills and enough the round like that, you ride the money away and you're getting 2 to work with as well. I mean, the trade-off is just really there. But I mean, they take the trade-offs where they can and say, we're just going to make sure to save everything in their own right as well. And as the round comes to a conclusion of respect. So already another follow-up here, round 8, as we do get things going underway. And already 3 ultimates to work with on the side of Moogie. And a first blood as well coming out of time, which is a good start.
Yeah, and you can see Chime has been historically the front of the attack line, really looking to open up space, and that time towards the middle, previously towards the A, but there's a straight shutdown coming out all across the board from TSR as Blackheart swings it, and with another one to the top of mid, doming that Omen. Kurama can't even see the light of day. Mega unfortunate. I just want to see a little bit more of a follow-up for what Chime is bringing to the table. If we can get a couple members to back up that duelist, I think we'll have a great trade potential and also a lot more confidence for that Jet to really go deeper and deeper and explore the depths of market perhaps to get onto B site versus just kind of feeling things out and then getting countered because there really is no additional utility or support. I mean, Chief, a cloud burst can only keep you protected for so long, and that's kind of, part of the fault of what's happening here.
Yeah, and Chime, honestly, when we consider that one round that Moogie won, Chime had the introduction of a lifetime. Able to go ahead and get a kill on the A side, push all the way through tree, looking clean with it, still staying alive in the process. And you're not really worried about damage then. They've done their job. Your duelist has created that space. They've cleared outside, plus a little bit extra. So awesome, amazing. But, I mean, it's so difficult to do something like that even more so. You got to look at the map of what's happening already. Con Artist in the closure, a little bit of a cross towards tree. You haven't had that smoke early on enough. You're not getting all the information you need to work with.
What a shot.
There you go. And one more shot doesn't even need to be seen to take that shot. Just nothing but a barrel is able to be enough to close that thing out, get enough kills on the board, and get a little exchange there from Fletcher as well for a flawless round there on Silk Road's behalf. So, I mean, you got to look at the utility. Look at the mini-map. See how long those impacts, those red pieces of utility that show up there, how long they last. Because that recon dart, I have seen probably not get a single ping through the entirety of this map thus far.
Yeah, and that's kind of heartbreaking itself. And if you're doing what I'm doing, which is making that, little tiny stank face when you're watching some of these plays go off, I mean, consider one of two things. They're either A, going to be an MVP, which, to correct myself, is going to get that MSI monitor, or B, it's an opportunity for you to vote for them as a fan favorite and they get to win some control. So, use your stank face as a gauge of how good the play was. And in that case, some of those shots coming out from the entire TSR squad, particularly that Omen, was superbly notable. And you can see Con Artist here extending, kind of probing, and says, nope, this is uncomfortable, right back to safety. And again, keeps that life for later on as, again, the probe continues, but Moogie not getting any ground thus far. They feel, but they can't really touch anything quite yet.
I gotta say, I'm also a little concerned here for TSR. We got to see Moogie, obviously, one step up on this attacking side, get some more rounds under their belt, because Silk Road, it seems like they're really relying on Con Artist and that Operator really to have the impact that you want. And on the attacking side, it doesn't have nearly the effect as what it would on that defense. So you just play it out slow, you look for these plays, you go ahead, you say, this is a traditional Jet. This is a player that doesn't really do too well. They're hitting up on the Operator, they're playing on that side of the coin rather than the aggressive one that they can really duel out with. So, I mean, you gotta find yourself some presence, and you've already done that. You grab yourself the first kill once more. You have to work off of this. 40 seconds remaining in the round. You have plenty of space to work with. You just have to be smart about it.
Looking for space here. That's the push through market. So many people are backing up this Moogie push. Blackheart, a lot hinges on it. Chime looking to get some control. Cloudburst coverage, looking to tap away, but this crossfire might be good. No! In the end, Chime opens up a massive amount of opportunity with Flaunson to back things up really nicely. It's going to get Moogie on site for the first time in an advantageous 5v3. Now make that 2, actually. TSR on the back end of it. Con Artist at a spawn has some friendly support coming in from that Omen, but my God, there's a hill to climb here. This could be Moogie's turnaround round.
It most definitely could. I mean, considering it's a 5v2 situation and Con Artist has that Operator, my biggest question is, are they going to go for it? Con Artist feels like there's not too much of a trade-off, not too big of a problem. 8K in the back pocket, you got plenty to spend. You can get another Operator, but it all comes down to, honestly, it doesn't sound like a bad idea to give them that Operator if you do end up dying. That's going to be one less player going for a push on site, and you've denied the post plant again and again and again. These chokeholds just don't matter anymore. So already a little bit of an excavation, a little bit of an extraction off the site, going back towards the rear end, playing right there in spawn. I love that little group effort they got going on, saying, we don't need to push out on one side, don't push on the other. It's just play it safe. We're a big family, and the bomb's going to hit the guns, but not the players, as they do find themselves in a near flawless fashion when Conor just closes that out.
Hey, we'll take those all day, every day, and you're right. That little family huddle must be a good feeling, getting that round in your back pocket. As we teeter on the half point of this matchup here, Moogie, a little bit of light, a little bit more energy, and what was it built upon, Meg? It was built upon a huge number presence in one location, just storming on through, overwhelming that singular fade, Blackheart on site, and from there it was kind of easy work. I mean, you got to go ahead and appreciate Chime & Co. for making that space happen, but the difference of numbers really speaks volumes. They're still holding on to 2 really big ults as well, either for a post plant or even to get onto a site if they wish.
So Slow and Steady's looking like the game once more. Moogie looking to make a little bit of a more intricate play across the map, considering that last round worked out very well for him. I mean, it wasn't just a first blood. There was much more to it. They found 1, 2, 3. They made sure not to hit traded off until the very end. It was almost flawless just in case they didn't extend there at the very end. So, I mean, honestly, they should just keep on going for plays. Look for impact in the map just like that. Look to play it slow and steady. Fight for some mid control, but once you do that, it can't be tempt. It can't be one of your sentinels looking to be there for that post plant. Instead, you go ahead and fall short. So there it is. Still, though, a 5v2 in the hands of Silk Road, looking to get those last couple off the board and get themselves a nice one playing with.
I mean, Blackheart here is such a notable play off of that Haunt as well, or the Prowler, I apologize. No, the Haunt, correct, as Con Artist follows it up. Con Artist, let's talk about that pick towards middle for a second. Extending into the depths of mid, right by the staircase and just hanging out, being so patient and not even waiting to have the Cloudburst activated, instead using it after the kill to get away. So again, confidence. This operator is adventuring into the depths and really opening up so many picks early on for TSR in places that I don't think Mugi would expect. I mean, I wouldn't expect somebody to be posted up by that staircase dead nuts in the beginning of the round with no real support elsewhere. And that's the kind of X factors that are catching him off guard. As we get to the end of this first half, though, it's a use it or lose it scenario here, Mick, for the side of Mugi, as they got 3 ults to finish off.
Yeah, and that's kind of been another thing that kind of mention is that they just really haven't been using those ultimates as much as I would like to. They're kind of these ace up the sleeves and something that can really turn the tide of around just right off the single button press. But it hasn't had the impact just yet that we're really looking for. But still, as you mentioned, it has to be use it or lose it right now, and they're choosing to use it. Already from the Shadows deployed, the null command to create a suppression field around that site, getting yourself on there. But you've chosen the site, surprisingly enough, that Con Artist is standing on, who's got those first bloods, if not for the entire round, at least the team looking successful in that own right. So as the spike does go down, there's no saving anymore. There's no money problems at all from the side of Silk Road. You just push out, find some kills, get a Blade Storm out as well, and see what you can result.
It's the play here. Kurama sitting. Oh my god, unfortunately turns around the most unopportune time, gets Blackhearted to the side of the head. Brings it down to that 2v2 scenario. Con Artist still has those Blade Storms hot and prime, looking for a pick. Flaunts it from the blow, flaunts it for 2. Fletcher's got 1 with a follow-up from Monsi, and very quickly they collapse. Mugi unable to take that baton to the finish line. Good attempt on the retake, but again, the numbers of TSR and just how well planted and notable they are on retake has proven itself yet again for the 10-2 half.
And that's the biggest thing, is going ahead, taking control of site and how many kills you get in the meantime. I mean, that's going to be a core attribute you use not only on the attacking side, but on the defense as well. You look at it for retake, you look at initial engages for rounds. I mean, just across the board, it is very, very useful, just as our sponsor once more. But I mean, talking about that fan fade that you kind of alluded to earlier, that is it. That sample pack that you're looking at right now, big old bag of control with a shaker cup, that's going to be provided to your fan favorite. So, I mean, as you mentioned, and so as we look at these teams and what they're accomplishing, you have to keep that mental note, not only as a fan, but also as a player of what these teams are doing, how they're executing on the site, what kind of utility they're relying on, and what players, more importantly, are really looking critical in those processes. And now with Con Artist being the attacking side, not having that jet operator role anymore, I'll have to see if that same level of aggression comes out, because if so, I'll give the man MVP for at least this game guaranteed.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Very true. And again, this movement now towards short is very TSR-like in terms of their defense. Now looking to execute. Kurama, big paranoia, push them off of that short post, but looks like mid is on the agenda. A lot leans on Tempt here, the swing. Koof and Tempt lock things down and absolutely deny every bit of entry potential towards that market side. Monsi's looking to tap from a distance, but my goodness, there is so much Mugi power hanging out there. Silk Road, a little bit in shambles here on the tail end of this pistol.
Yeah, had the right read, said, okay, a lot of like teams go to head and they try to find that pressure towards the middle of the map. They try to push it right through, maybe take it out from market, get it split over towards main, where you usually have somewhat of a ring around the Rosie setup, or at least one player overextending towards main. But that's not the case. Once again, we see Silk Road having that little solo venture right now. Icy looking like he's playing Breath of the Wild, running across the map. An open world to be playing with, but I mean, you got a lot of enemies around with much bigger guns to be working off of. So that's going to be a third one coming out from Tempt. A very easy, a very quick first couple ult points to be working off of for the round. And even better so, a couple Spectres to be working with in this round as well.
Yeah, feeling mighty on good. I mean, that was a rough first half, and tenacity, speaks volumes in this case. I mean, I mentioned the prize pool is 1, but this is Pit of Valor number 100. It's notable. It's a big, big event, and I love it. You know, we wanted a close match. We've had some, rougher roads, Mick, earlier on tonight. Let's just see if Mugi can continue with that same type of energy. Silk Road now having made an attempt to explore the middle of the map now. Look at a venture towards the wings and see if they can find some opportunities elsewhere.
It's slow and steady. It's going to be a nice little opportunity to go by here, but still not too big of a deal when you got right there towards the middle of the map. Flaunson able to go ahead and set things up, get a triple kill in his hands. But con artists go for a very, very quick exchange. That's all you need, though. It's gone ahead, dealt the damage. It's found so many kills in the meantime. And the last player remaining once more is going to be Tempt, or excuse me, Icy, trying to play there and around the map. But Icy can't really close things out. Tempt is the one to actually close it up, killing that doppelganger and once again getting another round to work with. So 10-3 is the score here. It was a little bit one-sided compared to the 9-3 that we see too much. But honestly, you just go for that mental reset. Like, none of it happened. It's 9-3. You lost the first round. You just flip it right here, right now, when you got these guns up against you. Because if you win it, hey, they're all free.
Yeah, I'll one-up you, actually. It's 4. Mugi's got 4 in their back pocket here, and that is going to be massive. Now, getting into this gun round, coming off the back end, Chime has gone in for a massive operator buy. This has to sing. I mean, we got to hit every single high note with this op for it to be worth that $4,700. So I think there's a bit of, let's say, a desire to be more patient from TSR here. They're not looking to venture as hard as they have been on pistols, instead spreading out, looking to play a default. But I like this KJ utility towards B as well. You know, probing for intel as well with the KO knife and seeing what they got. Chime stepping out, gets one, looking to get away to safety. And oh my God, by the skin of the teeth. Escapes, and with con artists looking to follow things up, not happening. But that is exactly what Mugi wanted with that operator.
Yeah, I mean, that's what every Jet's gonna be feeling in this game so far. I mean, Chamber, he's been nerfed a little bit. He's still very prevalent in the meta, and he's still an outstanding agent. But I mean, still, you're saying, okay, what else can Jet do? We're in a meta now where duels aren't looking nearly as, I would say, influential compared to the likes of initiators, where Jet can fill both those shoes still. Get aggressive on the attacking side, play that operator role on the defense, not as easily with that tailwind having to be procced ahead of time now, but there's still a lot of potential. There's still plays that can be made. There's still pressure to be exerted from that player alone, from that role, and from maybe, you know, that agent, if you can see it come true. But a little bit of a setup. Silk Road playing it slow. We talked about the guns they got, but even then, they're still giving a lot of respect over to Mugi because they got an operator and so many specters be working off at the same time.
Yeah, Omen here looking towards mid, looking to sell a fake off to that tree room side, and it does buy some time, but with so much happening in 19 seconds on the board and all this activity and noise at B side, it's sold, signed, and delivered at this point as TSR want to get on in and want to get the spike down, but it's not happening. Fletcher and Monty, though, do cover some ground, have to recover that spike, and should be enough time to get it. Koof on the retake, gets a quick one onto Fletcher, now down to a 2v1. Monty, gotta be big, gotta be huge, gets the one, looking to transfer for the 2, and it's Koof from above, capitalizing for that really clean, patient retake. And in the end, my God, by the skin of their teeth, Mugi bring it together.
You don't. That's all they need, man. Just keep this game going. Don't worry about the score line. Don't worry about what's in front of you. Don't worry about your opposition. Just pray that the guns you got to work with are going to be enough. And an operator, honestly, that'll trade you out most times more than not. And that's what you exactly want. Already finding so much value here in the second half. Really going ahead and being that catalyst for Mugi here in this kind of rebound they're looking for this resilience, for this entire bounce back that they want to be working off of. It's resulted themselves winning a round where, sure, they didn't have very many players standing, but one is just enough because they didn't have any money. They were playing off Spectres. That was their bonus. Now they got Phantoms, Vandals, Odins, still with that operator, still there for the cornerstone.
Slow and steady desert. Bit of mid-exploration. Smoke coverage is good, though. Keeps everyone busy and kind of on their toes as they want to go ahead and make a little bit of a move onwards. Omen again has been that notable lurk towards A, last time on tree, looking to sell fakes, and with so much invested from Mugi on this B side, they got to feel they're going to have to move a quick rotate as soon as some stuff goes off on this A side here with Karama and co.
Yeah, already a little bit of intent trying to go on the side, even in pressure going up right there through tree. I gotta say, I like what Silk Road's going for. Go for somewhat of a crazy route, see what kind of setup you can get, kind of throw these players off. But once you break that glass right before Karama's kind of swinging out, you're gonna know to check that spot. It's gonna be very obvious. You don't take that shot to the window, which probably would have been a better avenue. But in the end, it results in a 4K coming out from Karama. That from the shadows being one ticked off just from that round alone, and 4 players remaining in the rear end. You're saying this is an outstanding look for us. We're now 6-10. We're closing this gap almost immediately. Next thing you know, Silk Road's going to realize that they may be sitting in a tie game.
It's so crazy how we switched to a half make, and all of a sudden I see a whole new team. Like, looking at Mugi, they woke up. I mean, let's forget the strats aside, right? They're playing on defense. They're looking to hold off the pushes and whatnot, but they're landing great shots. They're there supporting each other. Karama out of heaven has been there now multiple times to support the people on site and really be the trade factor, and that's working. But it's just remarkable to see that, you know, quick change, and now looking to change up the tempo. Look at that, something completely fresh, completely off guard. A 3-man push on Long Day gets that first opening pick. Minute 30 on the clock. At this point, if you're Mugi, you can definitely take a bit of a breath.
You most definitely can. I mean, looking at the stance, looking at the shots they're hitting, even then, I mean, just finding kills every here and there, creating that pressure, showing that, okay, you can push up in the site, but you're going to run into us, and we're winning these gunfights. We are watching these angles. We're succeeding in them, more importantly. Already an operator v operator still wins that fight. You see that Moogie, they're starting to light up, and they are one player off from just getting themselves a flawless round on the board, which is, I got to say, would be the biggest note to hit in this half, showing that you've really established your dominance once more.
Opening pick, it's just an absolute domino effect from there on out. Fletcher, best case, 48 on the clock, spike in hand. 2 points away from ult. I mean, a TP plan on A would be great, but I mean, at that point, what's the point besides a couple bucks in your pocket? Instead, going to post up at tiles. Maybe going to take a second to hit exclamation mark fan fave and vote for himself, perhaps. If that's the case,
30
but
seconds
yeah,
left.
It's not going to be too opportunistic for Silk Road. If Moogie continue on the same type of momentum and this push that they've had and this setup, I mean, there's nothing stopping them from hitting that tie 10-10 in a hot minute here, Mick.
And the crazy thing to me is just like how much manipulation around the map hasn't really been present. We've seen these teams go for a very, very traditional style of play. I mean, we haven't seen Moogie overextend from their sites too much. They're playing defense. They're just playing to their roles. Riot has given them these roles to be playing off of, and they say, you know what? That's what we're going to do. They do like to kind of go ahead, sit back in sight once more as we looked at that save round coming out of Moogie on that first hour. They were just chilling all on site. They didn't overextend. Once again, Silk Road having that one player trying to save instead of two. I mean, it's just stuff like that. Play it slow, talk it out. And even then with that timeout, that's probably what they were doing there towards the end of that last round. Saying, we got so much time to work off of. Don't go crazy with it. Talk it out, figure out what's going on in here, and let's make sure we can also use that extra minute on top to figure out what exactly we can do for this next round to make sure we can light things up once more and get past this 10-round chokehold instead of threshold we usually like to call it.
It's interesting though, right? You have a conversation on timeout and you ask yourself, all right, cool, what's going on, right? Oh, maybe we're being too aggressive. Fine. So they play passive. Then all of a sudden you have a 3-man push at long A with a paranoia and you can't do a single thing and boom, your KO's gone. That's your initiation opportunity out the window. So I feel like if we continue to bring fresh, vibrant approaches to every single round from the side of Moogie, things should continue in the same fashion. I think once there's a bit of a pattern or a hint picked up on the type of strat that they run, and unless someone's going to be doing that analysis at this point during this break to say, listen, when they do this, this is going to happen most likely, or when they've done this historically, this has occurred, there isn't going to be an adaptation. Instead, they're completely firefighting. There's no real prevention in that case. So for Moogie, at this point, I'm just really leaning on them to keep their defensive side fresh and diverse. And on that note, coming off of it, we've seen this KJ set up at B time in, time out. Now look, the move over to A side. So they themselves want to be on their toes as much as TSR is looking to do the same.
And they're making switch ups. I mean, the one thing I want to say is also kind of been allotted here to the attacking side for both squads so far. I mean, on defense, it's just been completely lit up and hasn't been checked off. Is the middle of the map. You see pressure there. You see, obviously, it's an idea in the back of their head, but it doesn't take priority. And honestly, either side, it's there to be taken control of. It can become a priority. You can set it as one if you take that control and punish them for it. So that's exactly what Monty's doing. Looking to press to it again. And last time, took it right through those doors, didn't push through spawn, didn't get crazy with it, ran into an operator. So, I mean, that's a little bit unfortunate, but I mean, you realize that, okay, there's no utility here. Alarm bot taken care of. They're going to be scared of this. It's going to slow them down right there towards market. They're probably going to put somebody on that door. If anything, we can push right there through B main now if we feel like it. But no pressure there just yet. Instead, allotting everything over towards A, looking to play a lot more close quarters possibly, and just look to get these guns that are available on side of the Karama's hands.
Well, Karama's got a lot of pressure to deal with, and unfortunately that pressure equates with Fletcher getting the pick. Tempest here, a little bit late to the party for the trade, but coming out of the smoke, gets a clean tap onto Icy, who just sends it right on through. We get a Fletcher out of the equation? No, we don't. However, counter paranoia keeps the folks in heaven at bay for the time being. Tempt, looking to tempt fate up in heaven, and no, not going to happen. The retake for Silk Road, or the post plant rather, is looking mighty on good at this point. Advantageous, tons of ults to back it up.
Yeah, but not much health available there to Fletcher there at the bottom. So, I mean, it could almost be a 3v4 all things considered. But I mean, Fletcher would still go ahead and maintain one kill in the meantime. Dog comes down to Shine once more, try to get on side. Can't really get the kills to follow it up. And once again, as we mentioned, Silk Road looking for that next round. They find it. That checkpoint now actually becomes a checkpoint. It's no longer a chokehold. You've crossed that threshold. You found a way to get over this hill. 5 rounds in a row to start off this entire half for Moogie. Finally coming to a halt where Silk Road has an answer, but do they have a way to follow it up? Is it a formula or is it just a one-off? And that's what we have to see in this round here.
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, you look at the side of TSR when they were on defense, their plays heavily lean on retake. right? And Mugi that time kind of left Karama without any kind of temp support initially on that A site, which resulted in a pick and no real hold. So maybe they got to adopt some of that. Mugi a little bit more passive perhaps, but with the attempt now to get aggressive one more time, Chime is going to go ahead and use that gun power to the Chime advantage and just getting so aggro on this B main area.
Absolute blood just across the map. You already see those over there towards middle, a couple more over towards B main. I mean, you see non-stop action in this map thus far, and it kind of already ends up being that 1v2 situation. But Flanson trying to go ahead and swing out from market, can't really win that fight. As nice as it would have been to go ahead and scream that name out with the crazy play, it's just not going to be what happened. So finally, Silk Road winning themselves a map one more time around another one to get themselves a match point. And that's what they're trying to find, right? And even then, they didn't get themselves to a site. That's the crazy thing about it. This didn't come down to execution. It was just brute force. All right, Mugi wants to get crazy with it. They're close to letting us close out this game, even if they have all the money in the world. By all means, let them get reckless. We win these games. We win these fights up front. They're getting reckless about it. Punish them for that and get ourselves to a match point where they now have to win 5 just to get into an OT. Yeah,
you said it so well. They were really aware of the playstyle of Mugi, right? They've been aggressive. Those rounds have been historically good. They may do it again. And on top of that, they hit their shots. I mean, they've been pushed on before and have failed, but that time there was real good follow-up from TSR. Can they finish it off, though, is the question with that spike dropped outside of main. Standard default, and I can feel the pressure here, Chief. It's become a close game if you look at it in the grand scheme.
It most simply has. I mean, already Mugi with the huge kind of bounce back they had, the retaliation, the exact same kind of thing we saw in that first half with the 5 rounds going to 1 point. Just comes down now to who can really go ahead and use their head a little bit, who can use utility at hand. And I can tell you right now, Mugi, they can't use that Killjoy anymore. Kind of an overextension, I gotta say, out of a single player. Now, because of that one death, you don't only give up control there towards A main, you've also lost all information out of that alarm bot and those kills with those swarm grenades over towards Catwalk. So you've given up 2 positions of power off of just one thing alone, an entire half of the map, which is Killjoy's accelerant. That really just says, okay, this is where we start to go off. This is where we start to look good. You've invested some over towards that B side. A side's now wide open because of that death earlier. But thankfully, Coop's here to find a little bit of a return to make sure to get that null command out. Maybe go ahead and shut it down, but instead that's over there towards Tree. As you see that more players are funneling themselves onto the side.
Con Artist has the crosshair in the most optimal position, knowing from heaven there's been multiple members making an attempt to swing. Flanson sends out that Hunter's Fury, utilizing that ultimate here. Spike's going down, 10 seconds. Is it a brute force though, and can they stop it is the question. Fragment comes in from above, Karama shuts down Con Artist. Spike is planted, however, so that's a good start. We got a good retake potential set up here in this 4v3.
Good chance for retake as well. I mean, considering that, I mean, not only just the numbers, but the positioning as well. You got Blackheart just trying to hold themselves up right there in hell. 2 players back to back there. You just get the damage down, realize a couple more right there towards Arches, but you have an Odin still in the hands of Blackheart. Looking for an exchange right there. The immediate just trade-off coming out of Icy. You have an Odin to work with. Honestly, you can pick that up. You can spray down these angles. You can just cover your teammates, and that's all it comes down to. But instead, the Bladestorm trying to come out instead, hit those shots, and then nail those kills. But Icy just kind of working, bobbing, in and out, looking for one. Can't find the second just yet, but having to find it. And there it is, coming through. Icy with the 3K. And more importantly, another game on the board for Silk Road as they get themselves a semi.
Talking about that situation, that's a control clutch in the books for Icy, and it was Mick. Hello, welcome back.
I'm very short. I don't know what's going on here.
No, but talking about that matchup for a second, I'm glad that we watched that in like the third person POV type of style, in the sense that we were watching, honestly, what was the waltz. Icy was dancing with the opposition. Cloudburst didn't phase him. It's like putting blinders on. It was so well rehearsed and memorized, the entire act, that Icy didn't need to see. Was just so content holding that post plant. And that has been the notable position. If you look at the TSR, delivered that same type of clutch when it mattered most. But in the you know, for a second, I was really waiting for Mugi to tie it up. They were that close when they hit that 10-7 mark, and I was feeling it deep inside, but they just couldn't bring it together.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, Mugi just had that kind of leeway there in the beginning, because we saw 5-0 start, 5-0 start for both halves of the map. Is you just can't let that happen at all. I think, honestly, we see teams nowadays saying, oh, yeah, the Stinger's good. It's almost as equal as the Spectre now. It doesn't cost nearly as much. Let's go ahead and try to force and, you know, try our hand here. But it always never really works out, in my opinion. I never see it and like, you know what? That's worth it. Even if they end up winning the round, I never like, yeah, that's worth it. you're going to have rifles no matter what to go up against. Either you're going to a 2-1 where you've won 2 thrifties in a row, which barely happens, or you just go ahead and cave in, save your money, get the rifles, work off of that round and know you have the long game advantage, and then work into those lineups and really try to play that off. Because even then, in rounds like that, consider you have a player that's saving, which happens a lot, as we saw the huge influence of operators. I'll use as an example. You're going to have a player saving for those first 2 rounds, spending no money at all, looking for an exchange and saying, now round 3, if we've won those 2 rounds in a row, or if we found one on, one off, it doesn't matter. I can now have an operator to play with. And while all of you are fighting for your Spectres and your Stingers and down here just literally killing each other for scraps, I'm sitting on top of the world with the biggest gun in the game. So, I mean, at the end, you're really just kind of messing yourself up.
And it's that, you know, you have to appreciate that long game mentality. Like you said, I think TSR played it safe in the way that they executed the latter portion of that matchup. Yep. They were patient, they were diligent, they looked for opportunity, they adapted to Mugi's play style. They said, listen, the aggression is coming, we're gonna, you know, hang back, we're gonna stick to our guns, and obviously try not to lose bodies, because we are getting closer and closer to the point that we may run out of steam and may not be able to buy, may not have the utilities and the funds to participate in these rounds. And they played it superbly well, I have to say. But in the spirit of moving ahead in the bracket, that's a 13-7. We finished Ascent. I don't know, whatever, you know, Valorant being creature thing exists, but I mean, teams, listen, Ascent is great and all, but I'd love something fresh. Mick would as well. A Pearl would make our day. I mean, heck it, a Kane's, you know, 3-piece combo and $5 to your PayPal if you can get me on a Pearl or something, because at this point I'm itching for it.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you as well. And even then, one thing you could also still be underway is keep in mind MVP, and more importantly, one thing under your control is fan favorite. Go ahead, put fan fave in chat. Figure out who your favorite player from that map was, or even then just keep in mind, be writing down your notes, figure out what's going on, and make sure to stay involved in that, and let them know. Give them your love. Let them know that they should keep on performing to that extent. I'm seeing love for Silk Road in the chat. I'm seeing love for all the teams here tonight, regardless of whether they've been dropped out or not. Let them know that you support them, and let them know which player on that squad's been your favorite thus far, because we've still got a couple more games to go, and we're going to have some top contenders coming through here soon. Now, so as we get ourselves set up for the semifinals, we're going to keep things going along. We're going to get ourselves a quick little breather, and we'll be right back with a new matchup.
Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. Rivers running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And I'm feeling, and I'm feeling, and I'm feeling good. Stars when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Oh, freedom is mine, and I know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me.
Now to take it down to the 1v1, Soapy opting, quick scoping. Hello, good morning and good night. Z is a very appropriate name in this case. Put to bed, and Soapy hops on that defuse. That's a...
And there we have it, your Pit of Valor crown champions.
It's a day, it's a new life for me, and I'm feeling good.
Battling
fish in the sea. You know how I feel.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, 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 yeah, 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 yeah. Laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Ooh, go, go. Laugh it to the bank like yeah, ha 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 ha. Ooh, yeah. I got it in 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s. Laugh it to the bank like pedal to the floor, need no brake lights. In the dark, watch me make light. I'm a star, got no stage fright. Please don't get me mad, I'm a nice guy. My baby say I'm cute, yeah, I'm type 5. I be waking up when you go night-night. In a different zone, what's the time? Laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Ooh, go, go. Laugh it to the bank like yeah, ha 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 ha. Ooh, yeah, I got it in 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s. I get it up, flip it and continue. I've been going dumb, I've been going mental. Going up, I'm on another level. All black clothes like a medal. Little this and this, little Ricky Rick. It's my grandmama, I'm a Nicky Nick. I just wanna love, but I've been hit or miss. I might up and leave, yeah, take a pic. Laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Ooh, go, go. Laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Ooh, yeah, I got it in 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s.
Enough of the code switching. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. Yeah, alright, okay. We get it. No contest. Wait. Surf's up, nigga. The world been dying, days is number, check the climate. I'm sick of it, fuck the harebrained scheme to get the riches quick. Play the long game with serene scene and the whip is quick. From the back room to the hearts, I'm in the thick of it. I grind too hard for y'all not to see me a star, bitch. I'm raising a bar like they really pay me to talk. My life been in shambles, but I got handles. I'm finishing at the rim. I remind you time and again that I'm really him. Oh, you ain't know? This shit not just for the show, but that you entertain. Anybody not for me is below me. Blow me, you in the way. I live my dreams, I got it locked, the master keep it on me. Back in the field, running audibles with the team. Everything I got out the mother, told my truth. I shake that fake shit, they praise you, then minimize you behind you. Just know I notice you. Stay woke, no joke, it really be the ones you closest to. Had to stop sleeping on myself like I ain't know the truth. Owe this to me like it's really nobody code is this. And if you disagree, then you jaws and your claim get audited. Who you know do the beat and the talking and write the harmonies. I'm really convinced there's nobody out here going hard as me. Wish well the dog that claimed belief in me so he could use me. Look at me now, you chose your route, I know you sick to see it. You talk a lot, all that flop, but that shit not harming us. Capping your status, we back, ain't nobody bras us. To the ones that held me down for the count, look at what growth will do. I'm the kid from the cul-de-sac, feeling double sex. When loot they pay to play my shit back. In a way I'm going back until I'm fossil fuel to the flame, just like I'm supposed to do. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know nigga. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. I've been on a job, trying to take it far. I need that ROI, shit I done paid the cost. I'm all in on me, little baby she agree, she really been here through the fall. She the only thing I need. I wanna be free, I know that they want me for my ideas so they can line their pockets. Don't hit me to tell me that you give a fuck about me. You don't even know nothing about me, trying to force me on your timeline. You know you need to stop it, I live for more than attention. Might not be your trending topic, put my worth in analytics. I admit that took a toll, I got addicted to scrolling. We know well that get toxic, I got caught comparing me to people I don't even know. They say it's lonely at the top, well maybe then I'll focus on things that's more important and let whoever think whatever and just keep it moving. These niggas won't work on themselves, they'd rather see you losing. You'll never see me losing.
Enough of the code switching. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow. So get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me. Want you to grow with me.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it.
Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it who lying for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe, and 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side, I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and dot on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it.
Seconds left.
Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again, yeah. State your name, been dope on flame. I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again. I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming, coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again. Pump up the action. I'm active. If he never heard of Ben Dope, he just napping. Jackson's off the rapping. Keep it on my body, bitch. I'm broke if you asking. Don't gotta sell it, most of y'all is flawless. Broken whips as long as it is foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's in since she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest. Do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, I came in, I came in. Did it like the Porsches. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again. Okay, alright. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10, yeah.
through dripping Aquafina. I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Blow make digits, I'm on my business. Stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell her peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Bendo with the switch again. Boy deliver like he happening. Core with digits, give him estimates. Somersaults for my Benjamins. I got what you need, baby. Skirt the Chevy, make a scene, baby. LABB been the team, baby. Bim Papa, word the G, baby. Look, labs till I'm finished. Had a handful of limits through the hand. Got a bag, now the hands in the business. For my hand, it's a ticket. Talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I've been playing with the minutes that they been shoulda gave. And I'm flipping every digit that they been shoulda paid. Had to find a way to get it. No, this isn't what you made. If I ever wanna dip, then I'm brink with the blade. And I'm brinking a blink on the brink of some dumb shit. Watch how I move, cause I know the brink's coming. Watch for the blues, cause I know that they dumping. Nothing in my view, so it's hush on discussion. Hush on discussions, you know what you need to. I keep it in the fam to let you know that I don't need you. Y'all cats be see-through, head nods to peace. You been king, I'm regal, got it in my abisu. Came through dripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Blow make digits, I'm on my business. Stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell her peace. Love is love. Love is love. Hold up with it, got my back on Pippin. I'm back in kitchens with the tray. Windows tinted like how black my skin is. Scoop the shorty in it from a J. Swish, she got vision just like any women giving me the kitten. Way before the riches, nothing more to mention. I could light a block of powder or a glisten. Foreign on my body, that's a Gora linen. I came through dripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Blow make digits, I'm on my business. Stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell her peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios.
I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Yeah. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Okay, I'ma hit for 20 off a laptop. In a Zoom meeting, making money is my backdrop. Ballpoint base hit harder than a slap shot. Flew up my baby, told her rub me like I'm Epcot. Whoa, I've been doing road on the go. Get a bag and flip it, that's for sure. If it's show, that was never talk about nothing. Turn it down and go get you some money. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Eyes on the money, my brothers got my back. Streets moving funny, so I been holding strap. Not playing defense, we been on the attack. Plotting and scheming, how we gon' get it back. Designer all on you, but you can't buy the swag. No Miris, those foo-foo, I see the tag. You can bet if I spending this, cause I get it back. I'm 5G, $1, I can see the lag. All I ever wanted was to have it all. Got close, never froze, had to risk it all. As a little boy, I wish I was a little tall. Never made the league, I find other ways to let me ball. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Tell them run it all. I wake up. Yeah. I wake up. Flex. Thumb down now. Check. No drip this. Wet. Tell them run it all. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it all. I wake up. Flex. Thumb down now. Check. No drip this. Wet. Tell them run it all. No sleep. Might crash, might wreck. But first I tell them run it. 9 out of 10 roll through my hands, I'm by my lonely. Turn to a savage, now my baby wants to hold me. I love my fans, don't need no friends, I got my homies. Thought I could trust you, I find out you tried to zone me. I'm number one up on that court, I'm Nick McGrady. The first one in, the last one out, can't call me lazy. Put in my hours, send the invoice and they pay me. I need 6 rings like MJ and Tom Brady. I wake up, flex, thumb down, that check. No drip, this tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch, tell them run it up. I wake up, flex, thumb down, that check. No drip, this tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch, tell them run it up. Y'all gon' make me take that trip way out to Europe. I call up Nigeria, come through in a hurry. Those London boys don't come to play, you should get worried. One false move, find yourself, they getting buried.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, gents and johns of all different types, ages from, oh my god, it's happening. Pit of Valor 100, the continuation of the bracket. We're now past the quarterfinals, heading into the good old-fashioned semis, and the competition continues to heat up. But before we go too far, let's throw that fantastic bracket up on the screen and talk about it a little bit here and take you through some of the matches that have been occurring in at different points in time. I guess the bracket's Mick and I. That's okay. Mick's the left bracket. I'm the right bracket.
I can
in between.
let you know.
There it is. There it is. Okay, we're kind of like a little bit short, Mick. You and I shrunk, but that's okay. So you can see kind of how this all went down a little bit. We did just finish off the bottom end of, or the top end of the bracket. If you're looking on the CG page, Mugi versus TSR. We had Kitten Shelter go up against Team Digital. Kitten Shelters did win, and that is a continuation of this match. They're going up against TSR now. And we have the bottom portion of that quarterfinal still kind of taking place. It's going to be SQN2 versus Oxygen Academy. That's still happening. We don't have results as of yet. And Rillas versus Orglis as well for the quarterfinals. That is still ongoing. So that's going to be the determining matchup for the semis on the other semis, which is taking place. But alas, coming back to desk, let's talk about this one. Mick, whatever prayer was sent out has been heard. We're going off to Breeze. So it's not a cent. And I think that'll set us up nicely for this for the semis.
And favorite map right here, right now, semis. We're ready to go. We're ready to get things going. Because even in talking about these two squads, I mean, Kitten Shelter and even then the likes of Silk Road, we've seen Silk Road a little bit. I saw Kitten Shelter earlier on. I gotta say, I mean, I haven't had really any notable experiences, I would say, with any of these players just yet. I haven't seen anybody look outstanding. We've seen 13-1s. We've seen 13-7s. I mean, we've seen games get close. We've seen games be far. I mean, we've reached every single note we can in times of this entire spectrum. But when it comes around to matches like these, we can't let anything slide, anything less than 10 rounds right here, right now. I mean, sure, it's a big payout. Every team's going to get a piece of the prize. I mean, considering ever since quarterfinals being it's a top 8. But in something like this, you can't mess around anymore. Quite simply, quite honestly, there's just the facts. That's how it goes down. That's what it dwindles down to. So in something like Breeze, we're going to see some, hopefully, agent diversity. I'm hoping we don't see a Jet for both sides. I'm hoping to get a little bit of switch up, maybe a Neon, maybe Raze is a little bit odd, but it could work in the right world. But also things in terms of the Sentinels. We haven't seen Chambers really going off super hard just yet, but we finally get one out of Apex. And even then, a switch up out of the Cypher as well with Icy once more.
Yeah, indeed. That's going to be solidified. And of course, seeing a good old-fashioned Cypher coming out for Icy, I mean, that's been a while since I've seen that agent play, and I'm keen to watch it unfold. What is the Coburg question mark going to be, though? That's going to be the requirement to round off the team. Of course, yeah, I was going to say Viper almost seems mandatory for this map. And now that that's settled and done, going off the Breeze, composition-wise, I mean, Chief, everything looks pretty comfortable for you and I.
Pretty predictable, pretty comfortable, I'd say. The Jet, I'm kind of like, on that one. But, I mean, it is what it is. You can't really beg. Beggars can't be choosers because, I mean, we got Breeze, so that's the trade-off we're really getting here. But all things considered, the switch-ups, the agents, the KO with the Sova as your initiator combo, your Viper as your controller, your only one at that. That's going to be the switch-up I like to see. And Icy, I got to say, that's the one thing I like out of the Cypher. We may not see it on GLG too much, but in the professional scene, it's everywhere. We see it a lot at the top-tier teams, especially when you consider that they like Breeze a lot more. We see that map being picked a little bit more often, and Cypher kind of comes out a lot. We also see the Neon every here and there. I mean, and that's one thing that we're kind of robbed from, but all things considered, I like the way this map is looking. It all comes down to this first round. Pistols, where we get this influence and where we see these teams really start to look hot.
Yeah, the standard run-of-the-mill situation, of course, that Viper dropping the wall off towards A. We have a huge Viper wall going down towards B to get that opener with Apex Zera to get Monsi waiting out the pings, and Duck is going to duck away to safety, or dash in this case. So good opener and a good bit of a movement. Now trying to regroup and head off towards the cave side, towards the A here. This Viper wall, though, could be a problem, but may be able to weasel by. Con Artist getting aggro for the one, gets roid out. That's going to be, again, another pick for Silk Road, or for Kitten Shelter, sorry.
Yeah, good. First two already out the get-go for them being on the attacking side. I mean, Tree, you've lost a little bit of health out of your duelists, but you're not really too concerned about that trade, knowing that your duelists are doing their job. They're pushing up, they're finding space, they're getting kills, but finally that duelist does go ahead and get fragged out. So thankfully you got yourself a KO still fully available with the flash in hand as well out of Darkest. So look to get that pop flash out, look for some pressure on the map, clear out a couple of these corners, get yourself a little bit of prediction, or even more importantly some shots. A player falls, but still it's a 3v2 situation. And honestly, don't even worry about this player. Don't worry about Blackheart. Make them come to you, get that spike down, and start going for these kills once they get closer.
Oh, but Koberg, fantastic decision to stand up there and support the plant.
30 seconds left.
Leaves it to Icy now on the retake coming up from stairs. Does this Cypher have shots? A lot of damage done. Two very low HP, or relatively low HP members of Kitten Shelter here. Spike planted. Icy's got to make this move.
Most definitely does. I mean, slow and saves the name of the game here on the terms of the defending side, looking for a defuse, but you can only go so slow. It's almost a perfect arc you have to find to get yourself not only to a defuse, but even get to that spike in the first place. So we see that first round go over to Kitten Shelter. A good execution, good first couple kills. I like the way they're kind of spreading across the map, twisting things up, making, honestly, Silk Road kind of second guess themselves, because on Ascent, their post plants and even in their holds right off the get-go were outstanding. So, I mean, something like this, to finally see it go ahead and be breached, at least in this first round, we don't know if it'll be, honestly, kind of constant yet, but just for it to see it to be a variable, to see it possible, is something that we're really looking forward to.
Yeah, Kitten Shelter did a really nice job of selling a hard push towards B with that Viper wall, getting aggressive with the one, and now with Duck getting a massive opening towards Halls here. Monty's around, his Guardian, trying to get a pick, and Duck's got to be careful. Can't push your luck too far. I'll take one for now, and Kitten Shelter falls away. Meanwhile, Darkest and Co. have made their way onto right pillar, planting, and the flank is on the way through mid and halls, but Koberg's got a good eye on it as well from the belows, watching patiently, getting the one, looking for the two on Icy. Could be a hard sell here out of mid for the Cypher.
Specifically will be, I mean, already a little bit of pressure trying to go ahead and be exerted, even in the Vandal still, I mean, fully available to some of these squads. Kind of an odd stance in terms of the arsenal, but still goes ahead and results in a couple kills and a 4v2 already on our hands right now. We do see Icy having a gun to work with, but saying, you know what, honestly, we're going to throw that out the map. We don't want that money in play anymore. We don't even want to be picked up by the opposition, because Kitten Shelter is probably going to win this round, and we don't want to let them to be able to pick that up against once more. So already looking at the stance, because the hand gets picked off by Duck, and it all comes down to Darkest trying to hold things down. But so many players around the map, and shots finally being rained out by Duck once more for a 3K. That's the second round going over, and the Vandal missing, or you can see that we're even Apex a little confused where it could be.
All things said and done, though, now for TSR, coming off that Ascent map, not the greatest start for them, right? They've had a bit of a rough hiccup, but they're on a gun round now, and this is where I want to see them kind of flex their wings or muscles a bit and really look to extend and get opening picks. They've been walked on, especially in that round one with that opening pick towards A, or B rather, and the migration off towards A. They got flexed, and missed their chance now with these guns to counter flex, to say the least. I don't know how I feel about this Viper wall being committed so early on this A. It just doesn't make me feel great. I'd rather be held off for maybe a retake or for a later round wall just to utilize it differently, but I mean, it's neither here nor there. It's doing its job for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely spreading themselves out. They're looking for these initial kills once more, and I mean, honestly, Kitten Shelter has proven to be very, very sufficient in that department. So in a map like this, and more importantly, in a round like this where you don't have the biggest arsenal to be working with, you got these Marshals, you have a Vandal, you have a Guardian, things are doable, but they're not just predictable. They're not going to be guaranteed. They're not going to be handed you on a silver platter. You have to work for it. You have to make sure to be much smarter than your opposition and make sure to go ahead and blindside somebody. So speaking of blindside, maybe already Con Artist can make sure to manage that somewhere. But instead, shots rain through. Apex gets that first kill and says, all right, there's a free gun for somebody if you want it. In the meantime, we're going to be pushing on the site so we can manage over here.
Yeah, that excursion into Elbow without any kind of trade potential is just completely disastrous, and it puts Silk Road on the backside of this round. And the Viper wall now offering so much coverage off towards half wall and co.
My eyes are down.
Icy's got a cam. Is it going to be worth much? No, not really here. Duck has got a great position for that. Nice Guardian shot to the dome of Blackheart, and the retake for Silk Road becomes just that much harder.
Yeah, big positioning here, even in the alert to come around from Apex. You see Coburg and Apex kind of switching out there towards the elbow, towards the middle of the map, over towards spawn once again, just kind of going back and forth, saying that we're the 2 lurker roles. We can do whatever. My wall's still going to be an impact. My rendezvous is going to allow me to get wherever I need to immediately, to where no matter what, we're going to switch things up, provide that pressure, keep them on their toes, and more importantly, keep them 6 feet under by the end of the round come the run. So, I mean, already Silk Road looking to go ahead, get themselves a little bit of a bite back, because that first buy round of theirs didn't look too hot, considering that we saw Kitten Shelter get up, not really on a Thrifty with the Vandal and a Guardian available, but still, the looks weren't all that hot.
No, far from it now. So the gun round gets wiped. Silk Road takes a huge beating off on that B side with that Cypher Icy taking a huge amount of damage. Marshall to his name. Cam set up, and the push is here for Kitten Shelter, and they love this stuff. They like to get up close and personal, but Con Artist through the Viper wall does get a clean pick to start things off.
I'm going to go ahead and say sure only got a ghost, but I can equalize things as best as possible. I mean, still being 1 for 1 as it stands right now. Silk Road doesn't have the best health pool, considering that Icy's already gone ahead and really showed that he didn't have anything to work off of. Fletcher on this flank and a ghost may be able to get something done, but damage is the name of the game right now. Everybody just has to get something, make this round expensive, make things look plausible, and then go ahead and just wipe it out at the very end. But already, you get some of that damage down to get a couple of those kills. We're going to see Blackheart and Fletcher resulting both in 1, just keeping the game equal.
So far, so good. City does it here. Coburg. They got guns to back this here, Chief. Unless something goes completely sideways, I'm not expecting anything too bad. And yeah, the long range in the end of Coburg transferring for the 1 of the 2 is clean work. And why not? We'll get that round in our back pockets and take Kitten Shelter up to 4 consecutive.
Big plays here on the board, and even then for Kitten Shelter to keep on things chugging along. Even then, one thing we can take a look at is these ultimates available. The Viper Spit to be employed in this round, most likely for a post-plant situation, knowing those rifles are going to be in the hands, and even then an operator coming out of Con Artist for the side of Silk Road, that could be the biggest cover they need. I mean, you're just looking for smokes to cut off these sight lines, make sure you can stay safe, kind of feel within your own home and set that up somewhere. And where that spike is will be your best option. You just have to find that setup to make sure you can really employ it, and even more so get yourself the presence off of it. So looking for that pressure towards the A site, even then holding out very slow towards the middle of the map. Got to give my respect to Kitten Shelter, knowing that an operator's probably in play. They've definitely done their research on Con Artist, knowing an operator's probably gonna be somewhere on the map, so you just don't even peek down the middle unless you have an operator somewhere else. It's gonna be over towards the A site to match it up if all things really fall through.
Yeah, but here's that same type of situation of what Kitten Shelter did on the flank towards mid onto connector. Now we have that KO making some moves off towards Cave on the back end. Spike goes down, and patience is a virtue here for the Silk Road. Waiting for that collapse, and oh my god, that gets shut down. So Monty's flank is wiped. That pretty much foils any kind of pinch potential. We got door coverage and such, and way deep coverage towards yellow, but on a post here, Kitten Shelter, they have a lot to work with. They got a Hunter's Fury. They even have a Viper's Pit if they really want to drop it and get messy, but Fletcher and Blackheart do a good job of retaking for the time being. Where is that pit, Mick? Could be so notable here.
Yeah, it most definitely could, but instead it's forcing all your teammates off the spike. I mean, you're not using it quick enough. Your post plan isn't really working out, and even in the end, once you try and hit all those shots, you end up missing them, losing a round, and a lot of those guns in the process. So Silk are not only getting their first on the board, but in a very, very valuable manner as well. Ripping a lot of those guns out, showing this round isn't exactly going to go in their direction, but now there's the rest of the game to where saying, you didn't use your ultimates earlier. Honestly, with the way the game's looking and with how cheap everything is getting now and how little money you got, there's going to be a point where you have to rely on them.
This game's starting to get spicy. If you look at in the bigger picture of it, right? Kitten Shelter sitting on those 4 ults. I'm kind of shocked that Viper's Pit didn't come out. It still kind of breaks my heart. But despite the, I guess, situation of A and how difficult it's been to hold, Silk Road are not looking to change up their playstyle. They're very much sticking to that same old Viper wall. This time we do have a bit of a parallel activity occurring with them. Here's that pit now getting dropped, and with the Bladestorm hot, Kitten Shelter could play a really good post plant with the Hunter's Fury as Duck here is just venturing out in the pit, trying to find some opposition, but not yet happening. And this is good for Darkest too. Just it seems like when it comes to the post plant, Kitten Shelter have every single base covered.
They most definitely do. I mean, that last round excluded a little bit, but I mean, as it stands right now, I mean, they're finally taking use of what they got. This is the safety net, saying we don't need to employ all this early. They didn't use it in the last round when they could have had themselves that round a little bit more easily. They're using it right now when they're kind of on the back end, when they're saying we have to make sure to find an answer, find it swiftly, more importantly. We can't really let this thing fall through. We can't have this round go bad for us, otherwise we're going to lose money. We're going to lose the round. The next one's going to be screwed as well. So make sure to keep as many players alive, stay within the safety, or even if you're going to overextend, make sure it's your Jet who has a Bladestorm who didn't really spend any money in this round and can still have a fair chance in any fight. But still, as that spike goes ahead, starts ticking down, finds the detonation as well. That's another round going over to Kitten Shelter as they found themselves 4 players alive towards the rear end, saving a lot of this money that they were talking about and really putting some influence on in the rear end.
Yeah, you talked about that in the end of the last game when it came to the dollars and cents and how things kind of stack up in the long game. And every gun, every dollar does matter. Everybody utility carried forward where possible does matter. And in the grand scheme of very close games, we take those. We take every save opportunity as a group of 4. And what we also take is fan favorites. So if you guys have not had the chance yet to vote, ! Fan fave in chat. There's going to be 2 amazing bags of Dream Control given away. Control, of course, has been a notable sponsor for us here at GLG. They've been supporting the crew for so long, and they make some mighty good products too. So getting yourself a fan fave is one thing, but of course, please be sure to check out Control and maybe grab a bag or 2 of your favorite goodies. It makes it like a fantastic meal replacement on the go, and make a set it himself. Easy to shake up, easy to mix up, and of course, there's so many different flavors to pick from that you're bound to find one that tickles your fancy on the regular.
And I mean, speaking of regular, speaking of favorites, I mean, you can go ahead and look at these players more specifically. We've seen Silk Road a couple times now, and I mean, honestly, they may already go ahead and be somewhat of a nominated stream favorite, just as we've seen them so many times now, back to back to back. Considering that bracket's kind of working in their favor, just because of how quickly they're closing out games and how they're just keeping things chugging along. So, as it looks though, and how things really go ahead and start to continue on, Kitten Shelter, though, they're shutting that down almost instantaneously. This game has gone in their favor thus far. They had themselves a 3-round lead. They are carrying this thing along, and they're looking outstanding. Only player really keeping contention right now is Blackheart and that Sova on the side of Silk Road. For everybody else like Kitten Shelter, they're looking good. They're fragging well. They're going ahead, looking for control across the map. They're not really overextending in it, and they're making sure if anything happens, if anything falls through, 9 times out of 10 it'll probably be exchangeable as well.
Yeah, good micro adjustment, however, getting that ciphered off towards the A side and allowing that Viper to pit onto B. But Roy here has already done a number onto that initiator. That's going to be superb for Kitten Shelter as this round kind of begins to ring out, as Silk Road doesn't have that same type of oomph behind the retake.
Most definitely don't. Even then, talking about retakes, that you don't have the Viper spit for your own anymore. You're not worried about that more than not, because I mean, you don't have that lockdown. You're not constrained to that. You're not really stressed about keeping a Viper spit on a spike that's already planted. You just need to make sure to find your placement on the map. Shut things down. You know that pressure is probably going towards A, so you station your Cypher on that side of the map. You look for that control. You look for that little bit of halt. You're just buying for time. You're trying to play it slow as possible, but the one thing you get up in the meantime is up there towards Connor, which Connor still finds a gorgeous shot onto, saying that honestly, it doesn't matter what you got, what you don't got. You don't have a player anymore. You're still 1 for 1 here. You still have to get that spike down as well.
Above, Icy, patient, playing the long game when it comes to survival, and in the end gets ducked. Shock dart, snake bite, however, it's not going to be in the vicinity of the plant here. Kitten Shelter still sitting on that great Hunter's Fury. They want to fall back to cave in the Viper wall. Again, keeping your Viper alive is a whole different situation. Forget the gun save and forget this activity happening. The exchange back and forth as Fletcher and Khan each get 1. Duck here, looking 1, looking for 2, and he catches the backside of Con Artist.
Easy.
Good patience and tough positioning. In the end, Kitten Shelter continue to bring the goods to the table.
Yeah, go ahead. Thank you. We will be moving along. We'll find ourselves another round. I mean, sure, go ahead. Look around the map as much as you want. Start exploring for yourself and trying to look for where I may be. But the site's the biggest place we have to be working off of, and that's where I'm going to make myself at home. So already 6-1, Kitten Shelter. Worst case situation, they're tied up in this half. They look at a 6-6. They say, honestly, we fell asleep for a little while, but now we can go ahead, double down. We've woken up. We've figured things out. We've gotten ourselves together. But even then, I don't think they're going to stop here. I mean, sure, they found clutches. They found rounds that aren't too hot. But even then, this clutch rounds resulted in good exchanges by everybody. Good damage across the board. And even then, better performance by Khan. On this defense, it's going to be waking up more so as the thing starts to roll along.
Duck here, looking for the pick towards mid, and Darkus gets 1 onto Fletcher. I mean, this has been just brutal. Look at this. Mono-e-mono battles being taken, and they are winning the gunfights like it's nobody's business. And that's just really hard to absorb, man. The Viper wall gives them that protection. They look to seclude individual angles. They get their picks. They walk away to cave. And it's just this rinse and repeat cycle that Silk Road have not yet figured out on A. Look at the ratio of B to A takes. I think it's been, honestly, 6-1, if not more. They love this A site, and for good reason. They have no problem taking it and holding it.
Yeah, they most simply don't. I mean, they've gone ahead, hit it again and again and again. I mean, as you said, I mean, you need to make yourself at home on the spike side. But, I mean, more importantly, make yourself at home on the side of the map. If you're looking good on it, if you're performing there, why switch it up? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Already, post-plant going well for their side. You have that Viper torch back with those pits available, with those bites available as well, to where things can just go right. You buy out your time, and honestly, you know that there's so much there. If you're icy, you say, they have 3 characters all set up for post-plant. I don't want to swing that. I don't want to play it. At the end of the day, you cut your losses, keep your neural theft, keep your gun, and go to the next spree. You can make an impact there.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
The whole idea of go next, though, is kind of not great. I mean,
yeah,
going next for Silk Road at this point just feels like going next to another round loss. They have not found anything to grip onto, and they've saved now. They've bought up to whatever they can, in this case, Operator in the hand of Con Artist, and I do see a bit of a caboose activity happening towards Connector. Can we get this Blackheart Con Artist venture out for a pick? If yes, I think there's light at the end of the tunnel. TSR got to get their numbers on the board early and then fall back, because it just feels like when Kit and Shelter have numbers, they just do honestly whatever they want, backing up with the Viper and everything else. It's almost a walk in the park for them.
It most definitely is. I mean, and kind of you're on the right track there. I mean, there just doesn't feel like there's anything that's sticking for the side of Silk Road, and they're having to go for retakes, which I mean, usually has been really good for them. But as it seems in this game thus far, it hasn't really had an impact at all. They haven't been any successful with it. Breeze in a much bigger map. There's so much more utility in your way, so you got to cut down those players early. And that's exactly what they did. A couple, at least one already off the board. Jet now down, but I mean, KO falling as well. Those are 2 players you've made sure to equalize, but the spike is down, and the 2 players that are dying are the ones that have done their job already. You're saying, okay, no problem here. We have a neural theft now. That's what Silk Road has to rely on. You have to keep your eyes on what these players may be. You know, one's over towards 2. You know, one's on double door, but it doesn't even matter because you find so many kills just consecutively for Kit and Shelter. More importantly, 2 by Coburg, where you just close things out by brute force and say, utility, it's usually what we do, but if we can use our guns, hell, we're going to.
I feel like when it comes to watching that POV of Coburg, that is the epitome of what Kit and Shelter has been. I mean, the crosshair placement and the swings coming off these pillars, that was just beautiful. It was honestly art at its finest. Like, the shots coming out of Kit and Shelter from this entire team, Coburg is the highlight of it in this case because we saw it, but they've been so on point. And we even saw Darkest take one-on-one battles coming out from Cave right towards Door. We've seen Duck and Coburg open up so much opportunity, and that kind of stuff has been what Silk Road have been wanting to do, but they just can't find that same kind of traction. And now Duck here doesn't even care, ventures out and back to safety again. Do we get the follow-up? Almost. Right click, not going to connect there. The Stinger is just that much better, but of course, alas, this is Kit and Shelter. There is a trade coming up from Darkest. Apex Zera was feeling kind of flanky, but Monsi felt that from a mile away as well.
Yeah, already looking for a little bit of pressure, and even though you can see it, they're right there, Kit and Shelter. They're actually not an advantage for once. It's a man advantage going to the side of Silk Road, looking to find these kills, looking to find this pressure. No spike is down just yet, so I mean, every single second is going into the advantage of them. You see, honestly, the way it is, hold your angles, sit towards the middle of Monsi, find some kills. No matter what happens, if we can find everything we need, we can go ahead and win out this round without having to shed any more blood. But that's not the case anymore. Darkest is the one with the spike. You find that kill towards the middle. You're not worried too much about that tripwire going off because, I mean, the rotation is most likely going to come through anyways. You play it slow when you know you have a almost full kit of util to play off of. So you need to throw an early knife here, get a lockdown in an area, wait for that cooldown to come out. You throw it towards the back of sight and you say, honestly, in that case, I need to just watch the middle now. Go over towards 2. I need to do something. I need to set up somewhere, or a lap around would also be very great here, which seems like it's what it's going for.
Yeah, the full marathon, and I like it. I mean, this is a commitment to want to go ahead for the wrap, but we like those, and it's planted in a good position for it here. Darkest has a fragment, has a flash. Do they expect it? Oh my god, for the 1, for the 2. No, Fletcher snaps around and realizes coming to the senses of that Viper. Hops on that defuse. Hey, good play, but coming up slightly short. And that's going to go 1 in the books of the clutch counter there, brought to you by Control. Silk Road get their second of the matchup.
Most simply do. I mean, that's all they need, though. I mean, they can look good here in this second half. They do get themselves a third, and that's what they need to find, quite honestly. Because, I mean, 10-2, I got to say, that is a really bad spot to be sitting in going into the second half. You need to make sure to have 9-3. That will be your baseline. That will be your best stance. That will be kind of what a lot of teams expect to be plausible there. So you need to say, okay, if we go for 3 there, we're cutting our losses. We're looking good, and even then we can set up for 4. Because, I mean, keep in mind, though, the rounds, the way this thing is going, you're going 4 for 1, 4 for 1. These ratios aren't looking good so far for Silk Road. That you need to finally break that mold and look for some consistencies here because, I mean, going for another 4, you don't have that long, but you don't want it either because, I mean, that's going to be a very quick closure when you see that first kill going initially over. Roy over towards the back employing that Hunter's Fury as well, knowing that, honestly, even with no intel, we employ it early and we just look to see if we need something because, I mean, we're not using for post-plant because we already have such a good one anyway.
Con artist. Picking, rolling. This time not adventuring out to the depths here. Instead gives so much room to Apex. Sarah gets the 1. And a lot of damage done off the Con here. Do we get the follow-up? We do indeed. The blows of that Vandal solidify what's left of this half. 93 is imminent unless the dynamic duo of Silk Road can hold on and clutch up against 5.
It's gonna be a lot to ask for out of these two players, knowing that you're just fighting for 3, knowing you have Vandals. Honestly, I mean, I could see them saving to some extent, knowing that Spike is going over towards the B side. They're gonna have themselves a really good hold. You can look at the mini map, see how they're kind of drawing lines between each other, not essentially having eyes on one another, but still having enough impact to say we can make these trades if need be. But Duck already with an operator towards the back saying, let me just get a peek there. They're both over towards arches. I saw plenty of hands there. I know one character doesn't have 4 arms, so that's good enough of an insinuation to say, all right, let's just set up. I'm gonna hang around this corner. Viper, get to your opposed plant. Chamber, hang around the middle. See if you want to flank. Do what you got to do. But no matter what, time probably isn't gonna go to their favor anyways.
Roy here just holding on to sight boxes for dear life, knowing that Apex Zera is there. And you got your Viper to make things just a little bit easier to digest on a mega late rotate around the backside of main. So that's going to be the half here, finished up, signed, sealed, and delivered. We end it at a 10-2. I don't know what's going on with tonight here, Mick. I mean, we got big dollars in the line, but these matches have been a little bit topsy-turvy. Do we get a repeat of Ascent, though, for TSR as they can maybe claw some early rounds back and breathe some life into this matchup?
I mean, they're the ones who had the early lead, though, in a sense. They're the ones who've been maintaining the early lead when it comes around to a lot of these maps. They're the ones who get so much initiative on their side where they had the lead and they give their opposition a chance to kind of bounce back because they fall asleep during the mid game. But as it stands right now, that's going to really just bite them in the rear because, I mean, if they go ahead and fall asleep once more, they're kind of already doing that right now, and they can't let it continue because otherwise this round, this half is already being snuffed out. They continue 1, 10-2, then you're already at that double-digit track point, and even then with the pistol round, if you win that, you have that advantage to work off of and possibly guaranteed into the game. So they got to wake up right here. They cannot let double digits just roll around for free, go into that second half, net checkpoint we talk about, where that finish game, where that countdown becomes much more difficult. You can't let it just come where, oh, a pistol round is one of them guaranteed.
Buck here adventuring down mid. Looking towards Con. Still very slow and steady, though, considering we're trying to finish off this half, actually. Spike in hand, movement occurring now. Con Artist about to meet some members if they want to peek their heads, but no. Sneaking right by. Oh, and Roy is so sneaky with that nest jump up. Con didn't expect it. Great opener. That's going to get them that nest control, and I wouldn't give that up if I was the side of Kitten Shelter. Hold that post for the time being, and maybe even cut off some rotates if things get messy.
It simply could be. I mean, so many players already falling over the side of Silk Road that you can't really do too much anyways. You see the checkpoints being kind of set up there towards the back. Apex, obviously, with the Tour de Force, trying to make some plays with that. Already getting a kill on the board, making it a 1v5 scenario with Monty trying to come through right there and spawn, but with only 5 health, you're one shot. It's a 10-2 half. This Kitten Shelter looking just extremely dominant on this map of Breeze.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I kind of telegraphed it there in the last half, and I got excited for the 10-2, but I got it in the end. So here it is now. My apologies, but we rounded up where TSR, I think, have a darn good opportunity at this. If they can deliver that same kind of good that they did on Ascent when they were attacking, I'm expecting nothing short of goodness out of them. The same type of situation needs to be driven with the Vipers, setting up the opposition and hopefully keeping them busy to allow the rest of that team to rotate around, make some moves, and even catch the defense off guard. My intent here is for them to get a good clean pistol round, if not 2. From there, I think we're going to be in a great position to pick up some more thereafter.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely with you there. I think there's a lot of potential here out of these squads. I think, honestly, Silk Road could bring this game back to some extent. But, I mean, it's what I mentioned earlier. You have to find it right here. If you lose this round, I think the rest of this game doesn't look good for you. Because I mentioned it again and again and again. This pistol round 10, some teams see round 10 as a checkpoint. Some teams have it as a chokehold. In the last half, Silk Road couldn't really do too much with it. Kitten Shelter needs to step it up if they win this round right here. Considering the initiative, looking at the kind of momentum they rock off of, even already getting these first 2, now 3 for Darkest. It's a very, very grim start to the entire half.
Yeah, that's darn near robbery towards middle, letting that KO get 3 kills like that. With a minute 6 on the board now, you got your Spike, you got your Sova, but you're basically in dead nuts trouble. The rest of the team is looking to flank. Kitten Shelter's got that map control. They know they have numbers to work with, and now as the 2 come out of connector. Actually, wait a minute, hot second here out of elbow, I apologize. Blackheart and Fletcher do get the 1, Apex 0 from door. Amazing attempt at the peak, but Blackheart's feeling good with that classic in hand.
Most definitely. I mean, already looking at a good stance here. I mean, already we see Silk Road able to go ahead and equalize things. Blackheart being the last player, kind of the biggest fragger for the side of Silk Road right now in this game. So, I mean, if anybody's going to do it, it's going to be him. But there's just not very much help available. You had that recon dart to work off of. You had the spike in hand. So things are good for you in that aspect. But, I mean, that one shot threshold, no matter what, even from a classic, makes things extremely scary, and you have to maneuver the rest of this game perfectly. You have to cut off other players. You have to go ahead and shoot them in the ear. You have to get that kind of angle. But once you do that recon dart pretty late, I already let them know what's going on. Let Cobra get the swing around and get that kill as well, as we see Kitten Shelter get themselves at 11th and a force to work off of as well.
Yeah, they did a really good job of flushing out that A side too. I think they had a really good read on where that spike was going to go, and like you said, that recon dart really sold the deal for them. Now, in the note of chokeholds, this is far from it. Kitten Shelter took that 10th, they gobbled it up for breakfast and said, listen, we're going to go for 11, and they have that now. So they've overcome that hump per se. Can they take it to that 12? Potentially. They're walking in with whatever they got in their back pockets. Vandalby is on the board as well for them, and you can see that Silk Road understand the severity of the situation. They've got some money in their back pockets now, having gotten to this part of the bracket, but their intent is to hopefully claw things back together, and they're going to buy up to do so, suiting up with stingers, marshals, whatever can go in the books, and running a very, very steady default with no spike in hand yet. I think their end goal, I mean, for this point, Mick, got to get a pick, got to shut down something, and you finally get a trade out towards Duck, and that's going to be good for one.
You do, but it's a trade. I mean, for all things considered, I mean, Kitten Shelter, they have some guns to work with as well. They're trying to find these kills. Apex able to go ahead and manage one of those kills with the headhunter in hand. Not very much health towards the rear, but still enough to go ahead and manage something if possible. And still some damage on the Monty. So, I mean, no matter what, being resilient, keeping the game close, or at least as close as possible within power. So that spike, it has to go somewhere at the end of the day. Silk Road only has 2 players. They're up against 3, one of which has a Vandal. That's going to be Darkest trying to line shots up. The Stinger ends up winning out that fight. And it comes down to Coburn and IC, seeing if they can pull something off in their own right. And Coburn, every single round, he's alive at the end of a round. Things don't usually go the way of Silk Road very much.
The spike.
Yeah, you'd think so. When Darkest, I mean, that was very not Darkest-like to not get those 2 picks and actually fall down to the Stinger. And of course, the double swing in Kitten Shelter fashion. If you're going to do it as a duo, and they come out on top of stairs. That's a clean situation for them. I see 12, the big 1-2, and they're just on the verge of bringing it together and closing it out. At this point, Mick, you got 10 rounds to spare. I don't think Kitten Shelter are going to have any fear in terms of venturing out and getting messy. They know they're on the top when it comes to buys. They know they're on the at the point of where they can sacrifice bodies if they want to. And let's see how disciplined they play, or just how messy they want to make this round.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a huge difference that Kitten Shelter could go ahead and explore some new games right now. I mean, they could just kind of play the map as they want to, treat it almost as a scrim just for a little bit, all things considered. They can play around the map. They can go ahead and try out some new strats, see if something twists up the likes of the minds of Silk Road players, because you're in a very good spot facing a very good team at a very elongated day, I'll mention, with these extra rounds being thrown in right now. But already Apex opening things up once more with that Vandal, able to get that shot off. That spike does go down almost instantaneously for Silk Road. It's a good way for them to get that pressure around the map. And they're following it with some kills, but it's now 3v2 as all the blood's kind of subsided for a second, and it comes out with these last 2 can really close it up for Silk Road just to keep the game going.
Yeah, that Viper wall was superb. I mean, it's kind of like your boxers, right? You take it off, you feel completely naked or whatever towards the undergarment, and that's a problem, right? You got backside control, but no Viper wall, you're just exposed completely. And with Duck and Co looking to get some footing, Blackheart actually shuts off that Duck attempt. Icy's actually gone for a mega adventure way back in the depths of sight here, or spawn rather, going up top. Oh my goodness me, what is happening?
It's possible. But I mean, one more kill like that though. Problem is you got Icy alive and well looking for shots. Can do that. The clutch comes through. You just gotta play for time. We get the spike down. That's the earliest plant we've seen Silk Road the entirety of this half thus far. There hasn't been much of it, but still, it's enough for them to go ahead and dwindle down those seconds and get that time to work in their favors. They do find themselves finally a single round in this half to keep the game going.
very interesting feeling not having a Viper wall. I know I talked about it, but putting yourself in the shoes of what Silk Road have to accomplish, their end goal is to utilize that wall to get in on site, and that's not going to last infinitely. From there on out, where do you go, right? Falling back to cave is one aspect, but you're on the back end of the buy, so your intention is to get really deep, really aggressive, and utilize whatever Spectre, Stingers for a close proximity battle, and I think they lean into that to work superbly well. And now countering the push out of Monty, Carnartis trades the one, but a lot leaning on Apex Zera, getting droned out and forced to rendezvous back to safety. And here comes that overwhelming push again. That Viper wall is up and alive. They have to keep that Viper for the time being, and they do. Fletcher trades it, and that's great thus far. Still, the Viper is on. Carnartis is on for the one, for the two, and that's the third kill of the round, showing up with that Vandal.
Yeah, I mean, good stance here already. Kid Shelter already down to one player. It's like a Coburg, and I mean, and nothing to Guardian to work with. 25 armor behind that, making it one shot easily, even off of the Phantom. But I mean, I gotta say, Silk Road, for them to be lighting up a little bit, show that, okay, we just need rifles. We just need to be on the attacking side. Things are gonna look plausible for us. It's been a very, very rough road up until this point, but Coburg does manage to get one, making the round expensive at least from the majority of the team, as you now cut down 3 out of 5. It comes down to, honestly, whether or not he wants to get aggressive here. And when you only have a half shield and a Guardian, why not? Keep going for it. Get the push out. Get the rid of these players. Get the second one. See if you can get a third to close out this game with a clutch.
We're here on an adventure. Gonna go ahead and orbit out. Does have full gas, but Icy's put that crosshair in the best corners of all. Thankfully, that spike was there. Any other position, I think, would have been a little bit more difficult to, let's say, determine the defuse spot. But the last 4 rounds, TSR, again, leaning on Icy to bring it together. I mean, we're holding on by a thread. It's thin, but it's there. And we're going to go ahead and continue to build up some ultimates. They got a Hunter's Fury, and they have a pit as well. This is great for TSR. Let's see them get on site. Let's see them drop that Viper's Pit. Let's see them play that Hunter's Fury post-plant situation, and we could result in a 5.
It's great for a couple of rounds, I'll admit. I can definitely agree with you on that one. Considering you're still down 4-12, that's not so great. There's something need to be done about that, and it needs to look a little bit more definitive. Because, I mean, Silk Road, their rounds, they've looked good. They've been very close, though. They haven't found any rounds definitive where they actually win things out. I mean, something close to a flawless even. 4 players, 3 players, one of those things needs to happen for them to say, hey, we found something that kind of works. We haven't really gone ahead, sacrificed too much in their meantime. We don't have to buy up a bunch of rifles for the next one, because look, they're going in an off and on kind of situation. Monty with a Bulldog saying, okay, this is going to be doable, but we still have to get some damage done. We have to rely on the shit to really do the job here. And when Carnartis has already gone ahead and taken so much down to 23 and you have no heals, you have to pray this guy can find the initial kill, or at least manage to do his job and create some space in the meantime if he follows it up with that recon drone.
Yeah, I mean, you and I have different prayers. I mean, the Bladestorm is one aspect, but I'm just praying that this caboose at B can get onto site for this Viper wall, and they've gone ahead and committed that, got some intel and info, sold the fact that they're there, dropped the Viper's Pit, and now the spike is going for a leisurely Sunday, or in this case, Wednesday stroll right on through middle. And guess what? Roy's there. Do we get to pick onto that low HP jet? We don't. And actually, Darkest for the 1, for the 2, and on the POV 4,
oh my God.
completely shutting down that rotate. That is just trouble in Breezetown.
Yeah, situations like that, and then players like that, you've already made the call up there towards top. They're saying, well, they're crossing over. That's where they're going. That's what they're doing. They go ahead and lock it down there. Apex actually does end up losing that fight, but still in the meantime, you see a fight trying to come out of Silk Road. It's out of the 1v3 situation, but it just cannot be done by Icy. Not enough ice in the veins, but still enough rounds for Kitten Shelter to close it out and say, look, we're going to grand finals, baby. 2,500 on the line, and we're making sure to be there for that final grasp.
All day, every day, and that's a great win. 13-4 on Breeze. It couldn't get that much better. I mean, whether they had their serving or 2 or 6 of drink control, or they just were prepped and warmed up, I mean, we take it here. That's great. Now we've got that in the back pocket. For them to walk into finals with that type of momentum, and for that grand prize, that first place, $1,000 available, I mean, dude, that's just great. Amazing performance, and a great matchup nonetheless.
Yeah, and even, I mean, considering those teams, what we got going on, I mean, Silk Road, obviously, they're more than happy. They made it down to this chance, and there is a big differential, I got to say, between that, 32nd place. But, I mean, still, there's a lot to work off of. There's still a lot of potential here because, I mean, Silk Road, they're going to be coming around at least a little bit more. They've gotten a taste of their own medicine because a lot of the teams they've shut down today were by very, very large round margins. And it was on their home territory of Ascent. Hopefully, that doesn't kind of create maybe somewhat of a pattern here to say, okay, well, if we go to another map, Kittens, they're going to have themselves a little advantage. Let's probably bring it back to Ascent and maybe get closer. As much as we may not want that, I think that maybe what goes ahead and ends up happening, because considering how much Ascent we've had today, it would almost just be notable and kind of expected to end out on a map like that. Because, I mean, when you have this much money on the line, it feels like it couldn't really go anywhere else. I mean, this map has been through and through the map, the place to be, the most equal map you can really go to in the terms of Valorant, looking at the biggest score spread across the entire nation, or even then worldwide at that as well. I mean, you just really can't sleep on this thing. So that's the thing that concerns me is going forward is of whether or not we're actually going to see the Kittens really go ahead and hunker things down, whether or not they're going to have that same power on another map, or even then if it's enough to go ahead and stay contended with whoever wins the other semis.
Yeah. In the spirit of winning, there's a couple things on the line here. Yes, we've done this portion now. We're going off to grants, but there's an opportunity for some fantastic members to win some prizes. Of course, the exclamation mark fan fave, 2 bags of control going out to our fan favorites of the evening. So please be sure to hit that in chat and vote for those 2 fine people that you'd like to win those bags of control. And for MVP, which is going to come at the end of the finals, we're going to be announcing the MVP of the entire evening. They're winning an amazing 165 hertz MSI gaming monitor. So please don't go too far. We're looking forward to announcing that as well. For those that got a country club membership before joining this event, thank you so much. Not only are you supporting GLG, but you're getting yourself priority entrance and guaranteed entrance at that to our events. And you know how it works essentially. We had a limited bracket, 128 teams. We had a waiting list. C'est la vie. If you want in, grab yourself a membership, and that's just kind of how it works. So for those teams that are keen on that, not only for this event, but for future POVs, I mean, $250 a week ain't a bad gig. And if you're having fun here and you're really loving the flow of how things are running and our support team and the admin team and obviously the production, it's casted every week. Why not enter?
Yeah, I'm kind of with you there. And even in all things considered with that, I mean, one more little bit of love over to likes of Metafy as well, because we haven't really given them the most love in the world, but they're going to make sure to give you the love as a player when it comes around to getting yourself some private coaching going on, because they go ahead, cover every single thing you can think of when it comes around to finding games, which I think is a specialty of theirs, but also shooters with the likes of Valorant, whatever it needs, whatever you need help with, more importantly, they got you covered with that with professional level coaches, even then players who are kind of performing in a lot of these tournaments, maybe some which are here tonight. I haven't gone through and exactly found every single player, because that is out of 8 teams. That is a lot to ask for, but all things said and done, though, you got to look at what these guys got to offer, because it's going to make sure to elevate your game to the next level. More importantly, help you grind and climb in whatever you need.
Yeah, for sure. So on that note here, hop to a quick break, enter some of those commands, and also take this time to check out !MSI in chat. There's a student program and of course their Discord. You can feel free to join that. Essentially, if you're a college or high school student, you want to kind of break into the esports industry, it's a great place to start. You can join their Lucky Academy Discord. They offer some sort of, information and a chat place for you to kind of get involved. So be sure to check that out as well on that break. Again, a big thank you to MSI, not only for this event, but for so much more before and prior. They supported 5 weeks, 6 weeks of giving in the past, and they obviously gave us a lot, and we're so grateful to have them on board here. So off to a quick break. Grand finals is coming up momentarily, so please don't venture too far. We'll be back to you shortly.
Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. Rivers running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And I'm feeling, and I'm feeling, and I'm feeling good. Stars when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Oh, freedom is mine, and I know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me.
Now to take it down to the 1v1, Soapy opting, quick scoping. Hello, good morning and good night. Z is a very appropriate name in this case. Put to bed, and Soapy hops on that defuse. That's a
And there we have it, your Pit of Valor crown champions.
It's a day, it's a new life for me, and I'm feeling good. Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. Rivers running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And I'm feeling, and I'm feeling, and I'm feeling good. Stars when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Oh, freedom is mine, and I know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me.
Now to take it down to the 1v1. Soapy opting, quick scoping. Hello, good morning and good night. Z is a very appropriate name in this case. Put to bed, and Soapy hops on that defuse. That's a
And there we have it, your Pit of Valor crown champions.
It's a day, it's a new life for me, and I'm feeling good.
Battling, oh, what a flash!
Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. Rivers running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And I'm feeling, and I'm feeling, and I'm feeling good.
To the bank like ha 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 ha. Ooh, go, laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Yeah, I got it in tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds. Laugh it to the bank like pedal to the floor, need no brake lights. In the dark, watch me make light. I'm a star, got no stage fright. Please don't get me mad, I'm a nice guy. My baby say I'm cute, yeah, I'm tight fine. I be waking up when you go night-night. In a different zone with the time. Laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Ooh, go, laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha. In it tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds. I get it up, flip it and continue. I've been going dumb, I've been going mental. Going up, I'm on another level. All black clothes like a metal. Little this and this, little Ricky Rick. It's my grandmama, I'm her Nicky Nick. I just wanna love, but I've been hit or miss. I might up and leave, yeah. take a flip, slap it to the bank like. Ha 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 ha. Ooh, go, laugh it to the bank like. Ha 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 ha. Ooh, yeah, I got any 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s.
Enough of the code switching. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. Yeah, alright, okay. We get it. No contest. Wait. Surf's up, nigga. The world been dying, days is number, check the climate. I'm sick of it, fuck the harebrained scheme to get the riches quick. Play the long game with a serene scene and the whip that's quick. From the back room to the hearts, I'm in the thick of it. I grind too hard for y'all not to see me a star, bitch. I'm raising a bar like they really pay me to talk. My life been in shambles, but I got handles. I'm finishing at the rim. I remind you time and again that I'm really him. Oh, you ain't know? This shit not just for the show, but that you entertain. Anybody not for me is below me, blow me, you in the way. I live my dreams, I got it locked, the master keeping on me. Back in the field, running audibles with the team. Everything I got out the mother, told my truth. I shake that fake shit, they praise you, then minimize you behind you. Just know I notice you. Stay woke, no joke, it really be the ones you closest to. Had to stop sleeping on myself like I ain't know the truth. Oh, this to me like it's really nobody code is this. And if you disagree, then you jaws and your claim get audited. Who you know do the beating, the talking, and write the harmonies. I'm really convinced there's nobody out here going hard as me. Wish well the dog that claimed belief in me so he could use me. Look at me now, you chose your route, I know you sick to see it. You talk a lot, all that flop, but that shit not harming us. Capping your status, we back, ain't nobody bras us. To the ones that held me down for the count, look at what growth will do. I'm the kid from the cul-de-sac, feeling double sex with loot they pay to play my shit back. Ain't no way I'm going back until I'm fossil fuel to the flame, just like I'm supposed to do. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know nigga. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. I've been on a job, trying to take it far. I need that ROI, shit I done paid the cost. I'm all in on me, little baby she agree, she really been here through the fall. She the only thing I need. I wanna be free, I know that they want me for my ideas so they can line their pockets. Don't hit me to tell me that you give a fuck about me. You don't even know nothing about me, trying to force me on your timeline. You know you need to stop it, I live for more than attention. Might not be your trending topic, put my worth in analytics. I admit that took a toll, I got addicted to scrolling. We know well that get toxic, I got caught comparing me to people I don't even know. They say it's lonely at the top, well maybe then I'll focus on things that's more important and let whoever think whatever and just keep it moving. These niggas won't work on themselves, they'd rather see you losing. You'll never see me losing. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me. Want you to grow with me. Want you to grow with me.
Blah, blah, blah.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money. The pressure be calling. Left on my blessings. I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something. That's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone in affection. I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money. The pressure be calling. Left on my blessings. I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something. That's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone in affection. I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing, why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it, line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe, and 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me, like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side? I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and dot on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't what you did this. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause they got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them, I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them, I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Coming in, yeah, flex, I just wanna win, yeah, LABB who we running with, yeah, 2233, I'm on 10 again, yeah, state your name, been dope on flame, I just switched the lanes, damn he did it again, I just flipped the pain, stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming. Coming in, yeah, flex. I just wanna win, yeah. LABB who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again. Pump up the action. I'm active. If he never heard of Ben Dope, he just napping. Jackson's off the rapping. Keep it on my body, bitch. I'm broke if you asking. Don't gotta sell him, most of flawless. Broken whips as long as it is foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's in till she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest. Do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, I came in, I came in. Did it like the Porsches. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again. Okay, alright. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10, yeah. Trippin' Aquafina, I'm sippin' 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell her peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Bend dope with the switch again. Boy deliver like he happening. Core with digits, give him estimates. Summer sauce for my Benjamins. I got what you need, baby. Skirt the Chevy, make a scene, baby. LABB been the team, baby. Been Papa, word the G, baby. Look, labs till I'm finished. Had a handful of limits through the hand. Got a bag, now the hands in the business. For my hand, it's a ticket. Talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I've been playing with the minutes that they been shoulda gave. And I'm flipping every digit that they been shoulda paid. Had to find a way to get it. No, this isn't what you made. If I ever wanna dip, then I'm brink with the blade. And I'm brinking a blink on the brink of some dumb shit. Watch how I move, cause I know the brink's coming. Watch for the blues, cause I know that they dumping. Nothing in my view, so it's hush on discussion. Hush on discussions, you know what you need to. I keep it in the fam to let you know that I don't need you. Y'all cats be see-through, head nods to peace. You been king, I'm regal, got it in my Abisu. Came through tripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make bitches, I'm my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell her peace. Love is love. Love is love. Hold up with it, got my back on Pippin. I'm back in kitchens with the tray. Windows tinted like how black my skin is. Scoop the shorty in it from a J. Swish, she got vision just like any women giving me the kitten. Way before the riches, nothing more to mention. I could light a block of powder or a glisten. Foreign on my body, that's a Gora linen. I came through tripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make bitches, I'm my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell her peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios.
I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Yeah. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Okay, I'ma hit for 20 off a laptop. In a Zoom meeting, making money as my backdrop. Ballpoint base hit harder than a slap shot. Flew up my baby, told her rub me like I'm Epcot. Whoa, whoa, I've been doing road on the go. Get a bag and flip it, that's for sure. If it's show, that was never talk about nothing. Turn it down and go get you some money. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. I was on the money, my brothers got my back. Streets moving funny, so I been holding strap. Not playing defense, we been on the attack. Plotting and scheming, how we gon' get it back. Designer all on you, but you can't buy the swag. No Miris, those foo-foo, I can see the tag. You can bet if I spending this, cause I get it back. I'm 5G, your dollar, I can see the lag. All I ever wanted was to have it all. Got close, never froze, had to risk it all. As a little boy, I wish I was a little tall. Never made the league, I find other ways to let me ball. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing in. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing in. Tell them run it on. I wake up. Yeah. I wake up. Flex, I'm down now. Check. No drip, this wet. Tell them run it on. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it on. I wake up. Flex, thumb down now. Check. No drip, this wet. Tell them run it on. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it on. 9 out of 10 roll through my hands, I'm by my lonely.
Cover going out.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Last round in the half. Spike planted. Face your fear! Last player standing.
Your duty is not over.
Switching sides.
So now we should be able to be hurt. That's what I'm getting at.
Dallas.
What's up?
How's it going, man?
Doing all right, man. I'm feeling good. I get a little bit of headache, honestly, but we'll figure it out.
Minor details. So, for those that joined us and just kind of hanging out and watching, what you're witnessing now is the secondary stream, our Community Gaming NY stream, kind of being patched in through the first-person observer feed. So, we're going to follow the Ontario Sturgeons and Valkyrie here on yet again Shaka Shaka, good old-fashioned Ascent. So, OS being GLG's most recent team pickup, and you know, being where they are now, it's so far a great showing for them as they've managed to make it out into semis.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of with you on that. I mean, already, I'm just looking forward to see what a lot of these teams. I'm just kind of on the lookout mostly for like the Ascension League, obviously. Like, obviously, that kind of announcement we got from Valor of like where these teams are going to be sitting. A lot of bigger orgs just kind of like completely instead, which is what I'm confused about. It's like how 90% orgs are just like, nah, I'm good, and they're just dropping out completely. When I mean, I think there's a great opportunity for them to go ahead and just kind of like just show a lot more kind of tier 2 talent, considering that it seems a lot more competitive now. But instead, we're just getting all these teams that are actually like tier 2, tier 3 scene, like actually get an opportunity to come to the spotlight. So for squads like this to show what they got, I'm loving what I'm seeing so far. And I mean, just think about it, like all the franchise teams right now, or the partner teams, excuse me. Like, think of something like the Sturgeons or something like Valkyrie just showing up for something like that, actually contending with these squads. I mean, everybody's a rating anyway, so I mean, what's the matter?
Yeah, and I mean, as we're tidying up the situation, I'm looking back at the bracket. I'm gonna go ahead and eat my words, Chief. This ain't no Ontario Sturgeons matchup. This is
Spike down A.
actually factually Oxygen Academy versus Shift. So in the spirit of keeping things lax and vibey, c'est la vie. We're gonna go ahead and fix up that overlay right now and get that all situated for y'all.
There they are.
We're gonna round off the half. What looks like to be, unless there's a big clutch from Verno here for Oxygen. Yep.
I mean, obviously something like this, 6-6. I mean, this is kind of as exciting as it gets. I'm like, honestly, something like this, I'm choking up. Just 2 maps alone, the amount of stress that puts on your voice and something like this is horrendous. But like, I'm just shocked to, like, I'm not gonna lie, I'm obviously already a little jealous just because like to have a legitimate even match. It's good to watch. It's like, come on, man, why don't we get this luxury? But I mean, it's the trade-off you get of going back to Ascent, because obviously we got to go over to Breeze. But in scenarios like this, you can look at the scoreboard. I mean, obviously it's these first things. You see that one switch up. I'm just confused on like so many teams nowadays are going for forces on round 2. I genuinely just can't get with it. I mean, I understand it. I get the warrant behind it, but I mean, it just screws yourself so much in the long run.
Yeah, I mean, it can, and it could also work in your favor. I personally am not a huge fan of the round 2 buy. I kind of play it safe, and I'm I like to get my dollars and cents for the long run. So I mean, to each their own. But this has been thus far for Oxygen. I mean, looking pretty good. And they got good support too. Correct me if I'm wrong, and I mean some of the viewers may know, but I mean Rap is their manager slash coach. So, and Rap used to be with us here at GLG. Does a good job of managing his team and obviously keeping them tip-top shape as they're just down that one round for the time being. But all's good in the hood here in Ascent.
It definitely is. Maybe we get some Pearl. I don't think we've had.
I know.
Probably somewhere in the bracket we've had Pearl somewhere. I've only casted Pearl like I want to say 3 times since release, and 2 of which was in the collegiate scene. You know how them college kids are. They be out here just gooning, doing whatever. So I think that's the only reason they did it. And even these like upper echelon teams that we know like have coaches, have like analysts, like have literal tier 1 resources available to them on a college level. So like, you know what? Let's go ahead and be prepared for it before anybody else and know what to expect. But another round going over there to shift. I mean, that's to be expected. 6-8. Find out, honestly, a situation like that, if Oxygen, they don't come out there strong right here, things are going to look really dire for the next couple. Because I think anything that has an exchange over the first couple rounds, I think you see 5 in a row if you see this first one, because it's just guaranteed. It almost is like a mental handicap, to where we never really see it just lock out at 4.
I like listening to some of your predictions, Dallas, just because it gives me something to munch on as these rounds go ahead. But anything can happen. We've seen some crazy stuff. I want to just go ahead and circle back real quick on one thing, which is the notion of collegiate gaming, right? Yeah. Had Valorant come out, I think, in my days of university, I would have had a fantastic time.
You think so?
I think so, man. I don't know. The days of Counter-Strike never made me feel too great, warm and fuzzy inside, and I think this game really revitalized that esports vibe within me. And I'm kind of chuffed that it didn't exist at the time when I was in uni. Mind you, I was in university probably like 12 years ago, to 11, 12 years ago. It's a long time, so can't time travel and take this game with me, but I guess I can live through some of the esports vibes by casting, if that makes sense.
I mean, I think you still go back to university. I'm in grad school right now, and I got a bunch of like older people in my grade. I'm talking, here I am, 21. I graduated my undergrad in basically 2 years, and everybody's like, and everybody else in my program is at least 28. 28 to like 60 is the age range of people that are in my classes.
I get you, but I mean, holy cow, I can't believe we're that vibe and chilly here that we're talking about this in a sense. But let's go ahead and look at the situation, right? Mortgages don't pay for themselves. Obviously,
that's true. No
married,
doubt.
a house, cars, insurance expenses, and obviously you get out of school, you start a career path, and you do well for yourself. But then, yeah, I don't think I'd want to go back to school per se, just because it's I'm quite content with the way things are going, and I don't think I can digest more learning. But it's just I don't know how I ended up here. I just want to play games back in university. Like that's really what I want to do, to be honest with you. And this game specifically, because it's darn a lot of fun, and as casters we get to support that community, and it's great the resources that they have that you mentioned too. Obviously having like tier 1, tier 2 resources in college or university, that's super amazing.
I'm gonna with you on that. I think even then just the scene as a whole, like a lot of people are like, we don't know what's going on, or like we don't really know what's kind of happening. Like I gotta say, like I'm huge for the scene coming up here. Like you see a lot of casters out there like, I don't know how I feel about the scene and how things are going or what's going on there. But me, like personally, I'm excited for tier 2 and what's happening. Like I think honestly, the Ascension League, like, you got to look at so many other scenes. Like I come natively from COD. And just for Riot to be giving the support for these squads that we're watching right now to actually have a chance to be competing in tier 1 to get those resources and that partnership, even if it's just for 2 years, that is life-changing opportunities. Like think of it if Oxygen Academy just came through, got all this money, which sure they already had the backing of Oxygen to some extent, but like Shift per se, as an even better example. They make it, they go on a miraculous run and get into tier 1 for a year in the partnership that kind of Riot offers for them. That like it's absurd, not only just for the actual org itself, but for these players on an individual level and the kind of notoriety they get off of that.
So this matchup though is petting out to be immensely spicy.
The Conti Shift clutches this. I'm losing it. I think he has potential too.
You think so?
I mean, that spike's already been down for a couple seconds. If he doesn't hurry up right through mid, I mean things are gonna look really bad. Yeah, that's already taken down. He's playing for exits. Okay. That's fair.
This one
makes 3.
This could be a situation here, Chief, but
I like it though, kind of backing up the panels, limiting things, say, all right, cut my losses. I've already gotten a kill. I don't want to get over antsy. Don't really want to risk anything. Just see if I can get anything else. It's just kind of swinging out on me, more importantly.
This is where things start to get hot. I mean, look at that score.
8-8.
Yeah.
I mean, ain't nothing better you can get. I think, honestly, even then, Shift, bro, literally looking at these ultimates, that's the thing that kind of gets me right now. Is Auction Academy. Is it just me, or is like Jewelage as a whole? Because I'm surprised how many Jets we've seen today is another big thing for myself. I was like, why is Jet still just like viable? I mean, sure, she
why not?
That space immediately. I mean, yeah, but like compared to like, say, if you get yourself another initiator in there, we see a lot of triple initiator comps here recently, which has just looked outstanding. Because I mean, what are you missing out on? With Jet, you're getting a cloud burst. With Neon, I mean, you're rushing those clouds anyway. So say with Neon, you get that same circular, that big radius, and it's just a stun. It's an outright screwing over your opponent and then running in on it. And because, I mean, inevitably, every player gets swung on. Every player has to get into the fight. Every player's going to see somebody over the course of a round. If you don't see somebody, you're not really playing Valor right.
You know what? Jet's that type of agent that I think relies heavily on entry potential backed up by other people. And it's really there to disrupt, you know, what's happening on a site. But I kind of feel you. Like, I mean, after the changes to Reyna, I don't understand why everyone's not playing Reyna. I've still played
You're just a Reyna. You just.
I play. You can go ahead and look at my match history and how much at Reyna I play. Like, even through the dumps of what Reyna was never picked, like 2% pick rate. Still played her. She was great. Yeah. Now with the changes, I think she's worth more. Has a lot more potential, but I feel you on that. I mean, Jet's just a nuisance to deal with, especially when Bladestorm comes up. And see, look at that. Like, what other agent can do that? Just seclude one specific area?
Slide.
Yeah, I guess so. But again, that's the same can be said for so many other things. Like, oh, it's like, why do we pick KO instead of Sky? That was pretty crack, though. Playboy over here going hard. Holy dogs. Jesus. What did we just watch?
Oh my god! What is it, Playboy Cardi's? This is Playboy Cardi. Who's Playboy Joe?
Playboy
a whole
Joe,
lot of
fam.
red. He's seeing blood, man. Jesus.
Got the res off of it. 3 more below have ultimates to back it up.
That round was huge right there. Yeah. Shift could honestly, I think with the Tour de Force available and so many ultimates they get in the back end, I think genuinely they could win the game off that play alone. That was disgusting because Thrifties are like the most impactful thing in the game, easily. Not only do they shut down win streaks, so they screw economy over the long course of the game, they also completely reverse things as well. And if especially you get a player like that who gets an ultimate off of it, or Sage, or Resurrection, keep in mind, that's I mean, there's literally nothing more you can do in a game to really mess it up big time for people.
Yeah, and as you say, that rust in here is open up some great picks, but I think Shift did the right thing by caboosing up like the way they did and just forcing the full push through tiles. And geez, Andrew, little wall bang Garoni flex with the Tour de Force.
They went off that round.
Yeah, they did, and they played it right. I mean, they took their guns and just sent it through B.
I mean, in situations like that, I mean, you got to keep in mind, I'm not just trying to run a whole, like, double lift, co-stream. Oh my gosh, such and such wins world because of one round. Like, genuinely, when you get a Thrifty that late to the game, when you're expecting to be ironing out money, when you're expecting, okay, we had to play for the long haul because a lot of teams, as we mentioned, kind of get these chokeholds around round 10. You have enough leeway and you have layers behind it and you have rounds and rounds and rounds. You can throw a round out the get-go. You can just throw it out there. Just say, why not? Let's try something crazy. Look at how much is being expended per round that Shift isn't even worried about. They don't get the lead off of this, nor do they get money because Shift is still going to have themselves an entire buy afterwards. And nobody's even pushing for door. They're kind of scared for it. So I want to see exactly how that goes. And an operator for the retake as well. I think those always have to push for tree. I think that's the best option in my opinion because Heaven just doesn't get enough. You have to swing so much you see the barrel.
And here comes the dump fest out of Verno and everybody else. So they got this site on lock for the most part. Tagging occurs, just back and forth, and here comes that typical post-plant situation. Shift can't even get out of Heaven, so yeah, that's just trouble. And Redux, I mean, for a second there, I'm like, I mean, Dry No Lube just ran into sight, and in the end, the rest of the team kind of showed up and supported it, so I'll take it. Just on a different note, Verno was 25 and 12. What?
Oh my god.
Jeez. And that's normal gameplay too. 25 bomb, not even getting into OT. That's a situation and a half.
Kind of unfortunate though. You gotta think probably most likely I'd say for Nasi, just kind of being in the back end, kind of probably getting fed on a little bit. Considering that like Verno's so high up there, somebody has to take the fall for that because I mean you look at the squad of Shift, how a lot of them are kind of positive right now. They're getting their good exchanges, they're getting their damage off. Their ACS is looking good. They're just managing to get stuff done. Oxygen, I'm surprised how much they still have after a round like that. I mean, they invested a Hunter's Fury. What else do they have? They don't know command they used. Two of the most impactful ultimates in the game, I'd say, depending on how you use them. If your team's like lined up right in a 5v5 situation, especially. And I mean, they invested a lot for that. Oh my god.
Spike down B.
No shot. They clutch this out, or Verno gets anything more than one more kill.
I mean, he's got to get.
Okay.
No,
I'll shut up. That was Caster.
He's gonna get he's gonna get his head taken off with Andrew's Jiggle one headhunter. Yeah, no, and this is gonna be an opportunity for maybe one, if not two, but that's a wipe there.
Is that a bug? Because I swear there's been multiple occasions tonight. Or is it just Oxygen Academy have a player that actually has no name to him?
No, it happened, I believe, in the last game as well. That we were on, if I'm not mistaken.
So recently, we're getting longer menu load times and a single player that has no name inside.
It's all part of the patch buff, you know. As things, you know, as time goes on, we just progressively make the game, you know, a little bit more scuffed. So.
I mean, it makes it more fun though.
Scary Omen.
Yeah, totally.
Never know.
No name. One no name
like, just
player.
honestly, like I feel so bad though, because like their player goes off and they have no name on like a spectator on a stream. Anybody can just go for Twitter Club, like just post their name on there. Yeah, I'm brazy with it. It's like, dude, shut up. That is not you. I'm plat too, and I could go in here and just take credit for that.
The most frustrating part of that is like that's actually something that's gonna happen. Like it's not even like a dream or a reach. Like someone will do it. But
you know me. Right now, look at me on the field, Mick.
Mick here, making moves towards
I'm
short.
I mean, I'm usually an Omen player. I'm not flawless. I'm a little negative, sure, but hey, I'm pitching in for the team. That's all that matters.
What is Joe doing here, looking at the wall like that? What is like expecting? What, a hop up? Oh my god.
Maybe.
Oh, this is just bad news.
I don't know, but Andrew's there.
Man,
you got to contest mid. That's another thing I've seen a lot of today. That
who
is
was
how much
it?
ascent we've seen. We've seen so little control of mid.
Who was it that was making mention of Chamber? And I think I swear I heard it on here earlier with one of the caster duos, or I think it was Vincent, or I can't recall. But basically, no, Anton I think was telling me. I don't know where I heard it. That apparently like teams that lose their Chamber as first pick, or like get picked off first in the round, they're 70% less likely to win the round or something like that.
That's definitely an Anton kind of number.
Sounds about
That's
right.
definitely
Regardless,
a statistic you would try to figure out.
that's just mad if you think about it, though.
Yep.
That's a huge statistic.
I even mentioned that in Champions. I think it is because of how much of an influence just as an agent he has in the game. He's literally just there for first picks. That's literally his entire job. I mean, he just gets the kill, gets out, and then at that point, he's not going to rendezvous again to go back in. He's just going to act as a regular Joe Schmo agent, just running around hoping to frag out. He has no flashes, no engage, like nothing off of that.
He's pretty, yeah, he's essentially useless, but it kind of is anxiety, you know, ridden in a way too. It's like you're just a chamber and you rely entirely on one shot and a rendezvous. And utilization of that rendezvous is also so critical, like where you place it and how aggressive you want to get.
Mm-hmm.
And you drop that utility and then they go to the other site. Like it just sucks sometimes. You kind of feel like a Cypher or KJ some days, you know, you're just like posted up for a pick and no one's really there. So what did you really get them? You got your no pick potential. And then on a retake, I think on a retake, honestly, he's pretty useless. Like coming into a site, you drop a rendezvous somewhere in the back. Okay, cool. You get up into site, you rendezvous back to where you started from. Now you got to retake the exact same distance. Like no bozo chamber is going to drop a rendezvous right beside another area because it's just way too obvious. Like he's not going to go like left pillar and rendezvous to right pillar. Like that's not going to happen.
Even then, he's not going to fight for control and then be like, oh, I'm going to switch him up and get crazy with it and I'm going to rendezvous back. It's like, good job. You just gave up the control you literally fought for.
Pretty much. And it just doesn't make sense. It's literally that entry pick potential. So
Let's be
But I
real
mean,
though. We
that's-
all hate Chamber purely because like we get smurfed on Chambers like more than any other agent. That's why I hate Raina.
Oh, 100%.
As bleh of an agent as she is, that's why I can't stand her, because that's what she was, the Smurf agent after like she's kind of the leeway one between Jet, because Jet, you'll actually see people get flashing and like stare at him and I'll be like, oh my god, he's so good. But like, because they're like so flashy with it. Raina, you're just like, I can't see, dude. Stop. Like this sucks. Like, please just leave. I don't know who you're boosting, but go home or somewhere else.
My life story of playing against Chambers is, you know, the ones that buy like 4 headhunter charges on round 1 and run around and just one tap 7 people in the face. Like that's
Dude, my favorite play with Chamber. I'm telling you, Chamber with the judge is so busted. It's almost as good as Raze with the judge on the attacking side.
Really?
Because,
why?
Yeah, because me, look, so if you position it, look towards A site right there, where you had that little angle there, you still have plenty of room. I always push up, I wait for footsteps to come around, I go with the judge, I push out, I do a little bit of a short swing, get maybe 2-3 kills because they're going for a full setup there, rendezvous all the way back to back garden. There's nothing they can ever do about it. It is
30
horrendous.
seconds left.
The amount of crud you receive inside all chat afterwards too is just reinvigorating.
I think like the key to success is any agent, particularly like, you know, the Chambers of the world and stuff, it's just to play like an absolute burger. Like you just got to do everything different every single round that they won't expect it in every single rank, and you will get yourself out of the dumps. Like that's what it feels like some days.
The more times you get called weird, the better you are as a player.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the only game that's like that, where if you know you're weird, you're normal. But you know, c'est la vie. So coming back to it now, I mean, desk time, Chief, we're here. We're back at it. You and I had a chance to kind of vibe, chill out a little bit, absorb a game or two. I mean, a game only. But that's going to be good enough to set us up for the grand finals. So we take those all day.
Yeah, most definitely does. Once again, I'm going to go ahead. Thank you for an opportunity like that. We do want to give one love to Control. Obviously, fan fave is still up for debate here. Wherever, that's going to go until the end of the night. MSI, they still are giving away their 165 Hertz monitor to the MVP. So obviously be spamming names in chat, because we will be reading that. We'll obviously kind of take it into effect, because we're going to take in control not only just players who are top of the line getting those frags, because duelists, that's their job, but controllers, if they're setting off a lot of these kind of viewpoints that are needed. I voted controllers time and time again because I'm a controller main. I have a little bit of bias there, but the amount of impact they provide in a game is insane. Same thing with initiators. They're great. Make sure to give us your impact. Let you know what you think about these games. You do see them kind of folding out. Even as well to Metify for going ahead, helping us put things on. And community gaming for 2 streams, albeit, because we don't even get the luxury of seeing just another game on its own right. We used to just kind of have it going off somewhere, never get the chance to really enforce it or even take a second to sit down. But in a big tournament like this, we actually get that benefit to really sit down and kind of break stuff down without having to talk about it every single second.
Yeah, it's a nice feeling. With grand finals not coming on the bend, that $1,000 is up for grabs here for first place. So we're keen to see where that goes. But we got to get that game set up, get the teams in the lobby. Mick's done a great job of giving you so much information to dabble with for the time being. For those that stuck around and enjoyed our, I guess, quote unquote, chill cast, feel free to drop some love in the comments. Maybe we can get a chill cast going on the regular. That'd be kind of fun, and just have some good banter. It was nice. But alas, let's go to a quick intermission and come back here for those grand finals. Don't go too far.
Laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Go, go. Laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Yeah, I got it in 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s. Laugh it to the bank like pedal to the floor, need no brake lights. In the dark, watching make light. I'm a star, got no stage fright. Please don't get me mad, I'm a nice guy. My baby say I'm cute, yeah, I'm type 5. I be waking up when you go night-night. In a different zone, what's the time? Laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Ooh, go, go. Laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Yeah, I got it in 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, flip it and continue. I've been going dumb, I've been going mental. Going up, I'm on another level. All black clothes like a medal. Little this and this, little Ricky Rick. It's my grandmama, I'm her Nicky Nick. I just wanna love, but I've been hit or miss. I might up and leave, never take a piss. Laugh it to the bank like.
Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. Yeah, alright, okay. We get it. No contest. Wait. Surf's up, nigga. The world been dying, days is numbered, check the climate, I'm sick of it. Fuck the harebrained scheme to get the riches quick. I play the long game with serene scene and the whip is quick. From the back room to the hearts, I'm in the thick of it. I grind too hard for y'all not to see me as star, bitch. I'm raising a bar like they really pay me to talk. My life been in shambles, but I got handles. I'm finishing at the rim. I remind you time and again that I'm really him. Oh, you ain't know? This shit not just for the show, but that you entertain. Anybody not for me is below me. Blow me, you in the way. I live my dreams, I got it locked. The master keep it on me. Back in the field, running audibles with the team. Everything I got out the mother. Told my truth, I shake that fake shit. They praise you, then minimize you behind you. Just know I notice you. Stay woke, no joke, it really be the ones you closest to. Had to stop sleeping on myself like I ain't know the truth. Oh, this to me like it's really nobody code is this. And if you disagree, then you jaws in your...
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up.
Maybe not! Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal, to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through from Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
Hey, Medify here, the platform with the world's best players in your favorite games. Absorbing the knowledge and skill of our experts is easier than ever with bulk discounted lesson plans, flexible replay reviews, and new group classes. So what are you waiting for? Book your session at medify.gg. Oh, you were waiting for the video to end. That's very polite.
Yep. Gotta go to the bathroom.
Boyfriend?
Were those laptops?
Yeah.
I didn't even feel that.
Lightweight. And then you can click and you just push. Big push. Good job.
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up.
Maybe not! Are
Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through from Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
Hey, Medify here, the platform with the world's best players in your favorite games. Absorbing the knowledge and skill of our experts is easier than ever with bulk discounted lesson plans, flexible replay reviews, and new group classes. So what are you waiting for? Book your session at medify.gg. Oh, you were waiting for the video to end. That's very polite.
Yep. Gotta go to the bathroom.
Boyfriend?
Were those laptops?
Yeah.
I didn't even feel that.
Lightweight. And then you can click and you just push. Big push. Good job.
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up.
Maybe not! Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through from Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
Hey, Medify here, the platform with the world's best players in your favorite games. Absorbing the knowledge and skill of our experts is easier than ever with bulk discounted lesson plans, flexible replay reviews, and new group classes. So what are you waiting for? Book your session at medify.gg. Oh, you were waiting for the video to end. That's very polite.
Yep. Gotta go to the bathroom.
Boyfriend?
Were those laptops?
Yeah.
I didn't even feel that.
Lightweight. And then you can click and you just push. Big push. Good job.
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up.
Maybe not! Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through for Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
Hey, Medify here, the platform with the world's best players in your favorite games. Absorbing the knowledge and skill of our experts is easier than ever with bulk discounted lesson plans, flexible replay reviews, and new group classes. So what are you waiting for? Book your session at medify.gg. Oh, you were waiting for the video to end. That's very polite.
Yep. Gotta go to the bathroom.
Boyfriend?
Were those laptops?
Yeah.
I didn't even feel that.
Lightweight. And then you can click and you just push. Big push. Good job.
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up.
Maybe not! Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through for Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
Hey.
Welcome back, beautiful people. It is time. The creme de la creme. We have made it to the grand finals of the evening. I am Strive, joined by Mick. I hope you guys enjoyed our, impromptu, chill little situation of that Stream B. But the conclusion of that match has now made its way onto Stream A here with us. And we're going to take you through the grand finale. As you guys can see down below, it's going to be the fantastic Shift. And going up, obviously, against Kitten Shelter, a fantastic team that delivered goods before on Breeze. And shocker, we're going back to it yet again here, Mick.
Yeah, we most definitely are. And even then, I'm shocked in my own right to see we're even getting this privilege to go back to Breeze. I find it absolutely baffling, but even then more so considering that even then, I don't know if Shiv did their research. Looking at, obviously Kitten Shelter and what they did in that last match against the likes, obviously, they did this point and just regardless. Knowing the matchup wasn't exactly the closest thing in the world. It wasn't by all means just an absolute stomp, but good lord was it bad to watch. And for the most, I would say the majority of the game, because it just didn't go well. So I want to see exactly what we can get out of Shift, more importantly, whether they feel prepared enough to let this map slip through, or not they're prepared enough more or so just to actually put $1,000 on the line, considering that's really the stakes here just for one squad.
Yeah, absolutely. And keep in mind here, so the prize pool itself is 2,500 overall. First place takes home 1,000. Second is taking home 600. So knowing you're kind of guaranteed 600, that's a great and warm, fuzzy feeling, but we got to appreciate the prize pool. Obviously, third and fourth took home $250 a piece, and 58th took home $100 a pop. So you can see the spread, but as we battle it out here in this final matchup, a lot of question marks in my mind. I'm really hoping for a banger here. I cannot muster the courage to sit through a crazy one-sided half. I can't. I will turn off my camera and walk away. I'm kidding. I won't, but I might, but I won't. It's just not a good feeling. So these two teams, I'm just hoping for the best here. Before I get too far and get sucked up into the details of it, because the game will speak for itself, we have a couple important things to do. So for those that continue to vote and control their way through things, we have an announcement on that behalf. Mick, the winner of some fantastic control bars is
Gonna be the likes of Rip Shock. Y'all going ahead, congratulations to yourself. Obviously, I've seen everybody spamming them symbols already, kind of saying giveaway over and over again inside the chat over the course of the night. So congratulations to Rip Shot for winning out that box control bars. And you're not gonna be the only one to win tonight. Another player could also be winning just alongside of yourself to get themselves a little bit of control as well, considering that we still had that fan favorite vote up and ready to go for anybody, because it goes through the entire night. Finals are one of the most important games of the night. It's when things really matter, and when you can really get that impact to start coming in and really start making your mark, especially on everybody else here in the audience. So make sure you can do that. Show your love to the players, so when they go ahead and start taking those drinks, and when they're hitting their own heads inside the servers during these mornings, when they want to decide to skip breakfast and go for a meal replacement instead, they think of every single one of you lovely lads.
Yeah, indeed. So please vote for that fan favorite. MVP is going to come up at the end as well, and that's going to be a bangeroni. So please don't go too far. We want to share that vote with you. And of course, the winner of that amazing MSI monitor, who is, again, MSI, supported us time in and time out. We appreciate it. We love it. Mick did a great job of shouting out Metafy. And of course, if y'all are interested in some great one-on-one live coaching and some other great services, please be sure to check out Metafy. Tons of different titles, 2,200 plus coaches all across the board. And they can make sure your gaming dreams come true, at least if you put in the work for the most part. But getting into agent selection here on Breeze, so far so good. We got Conti on that good old Cypher again. What is happening tonight? That's 2 Cyphers now in a row after a huge hiatus for me.
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, that's what I mentioned, is that Cyphers are starting to look good here. Cyphers are starting to live up a little bit more to the expectations. Teams realize that with Breeze being such a large map, they need every single little bit of help they can get. They can say, what can slow down this push? Oh, well, maybe if they can look over to the right or the left for just a millisecond, just to shoot a tripwire or a cage acting as a smoke. Because that's another big thing that we have to keep our eyes on. Controllers it's all coming into Viper on this map. We don't see too much besides Viper, and we're like, well, do we really want to sacrifice something? A lot, actually, just to get ourselves one more controller. Because what's an Omen going to provide anything else? How's an Omen obviously going to be able to smoke over there towards main hall, over right coming outside of cave, even right there towards arches, over towards the B site, whatever it may be, they can cover that up. What else does he really offer, though? Not much. A Cypher, though, tripwires, whenever you're into a post-plant scenario, those cages act as a smoke to cover up those exact spots leading into sites. They provide the job to get done whatever you need to look for, plus a little bit more, because that neural theft does absolute wonders on a big map like this.
Yeah, it's a great warm and fuzzy feeling. This overall comp for me feels great. A lot leans on Conti. It's you kind of answer my question. Let's say, well, you know, Dallas, why Cypher? And you made a really good point. And again, here's the fantastic good old Riot bug. Cypher is the no name, so that is going to be Conti. So keep your eyes peeled on that. Yeah, we've resolved that portion of it, but who's going to end up coming out on top? Viper, obviously a staple pick. We saw Cobra go bananas on that. Apex Zero on that chamber again. You and I had a bit of a conversation about that chamber and just how amazingly strong it is in our chill casts, and it's really dependent on that opening pick. Otherwise, it just doesn't feel too warm and fuzzy. Not having that though for the side of Shift might be a crutch, but that's TBD.
Most definitely is. It doesn't really matter what happens too much, because this first run has to go in ahead and fold under pressure anyways. As Kitten Shelter finds themselves a nice couple little crisp kills off the get-go to make sure they get themselves a 5-2 lead. No actual vulnerability going off there on the Jet, surprisingly enough, but still regardless, so you get that spike going down over towards the A side as well, with the Viper wall to back it up and get that coverage as well. So you need to go ahead and be watching that flank, watch tube, give your eyes out, and even then see if anything crazy happens to the side of Shift.
Yeah, not our first time seeing Kitten Shelter run this A-type situation now. Post it up, post plant. I like the good coverage they have here. Duck is just kind of buying time, and unfortunately, Duck, Goose in that case as Joe taps that head off. Andrew for one, Playboy Joe. I mean, sporting multiple kills. It's down to Darkest, who's been superb with that Sheriff. Gets the one. Pop flash coming around. Close proximity doesn't leave a lot of time for Andrew to turn around. And of course, canceling some of that utility, tapping, and it's all down to the peaks. And Darkest not even one bit afraid. Swings out for the three-piece combination, even had the Viper to fall back on.
The little bit of a duel between the two best sheriffs in the game, by my opinion, is a little bit satisfying to see in its own right, but already seen that first round go underway. Kitten Shelter following that little trend of themselves looking really good on this map of Breeze, and even following it up, saying we're not stopping there. We saw the Guardian be employed in a lot of rounds by them in this last map. Even then on buy rounds, it's a little bit of a more of a budget option. If you don't hit that headshot anyways, you're not expected to win that gunfight. So why not just spend less money to still get that same cash and that same one-shot potential across the entire map? And even then with a better first shot ratio and accuracy than the likes of Vandal. So let's just go for it. Let's start things out. Get a Bulldog in our hands as well. 2 rifles into their hands. Only exception is that one Sheriff. So a crazy start here coming out from these squads. But even then, causing for a little bit of a tech pause as well. So we do want to get that shout out once again to Control though. But we just gave them their love. We got to give these teams their love. We got to let them go ahead and shine and show what they got potentially inside this game, because there's a lot more to go and there's so much on the line, considering that even the forces coming out from the side of obviously Shift as well.
Yeah, and I want to go ahead and touch on one thing, which since we have it up here and it's a conversation point, Control offers a meal replacement, which is stuff you put in a shaker bottle, you shake it, and you get a beverage out the other side. Fantastic. But they also offer control bars, and our giveaway winner is actually winning control bars. And I will tell you, texturally, flavor-wise, everything, they're just bomb. They're the bomb diggity. It doesn't feel like you're eating a, an air-filled Rice Krispie, and it doesn't feel like you're eating a Cliff Bar, which is gumming up your entirety of your esophagus. It's just really good, really delicious and wholesome. So if y'all are interested in some control products that aren't liquid-based, you want something on the go to grab, check out those control bars. They're going to do you way more good than harm. And Kitten Shelter here, doing good. Sheltering kittens and patting round so far with one in the back pockets. Looking to make a bit of an attempt on this B side here. Conti, nice bit of activity with that Stinker. Such a good gun and a great opening pick, but the team read it well, and that Bulldog buy from Roy ends up delivering a really good pick with Apex Zero to follow it up.
The big concern for me in a round like this, I mean, looking at so much being invested by these squads, looking for them to be playing the long game with the guns that they've already bought. I mean, sure, they've lost that first player, but that's a Sheriff out of the way. That is a Sheriff gone. Every single other gun in this matchup is going to be so expensive. There you go, a Guardian gone, a Vandal still available, Phantom still on the field. Not really costing too much, but already gets its own value out of Covert, getting that kill. Has to look out for this player swinging out from elbow. That's a Phantom gone. I mean, regardless, win or lose this round, you are taking such a big sacrifice to where, honestly, Shift, Playboy Joe, I don't blame you, man. Get out of there. You picked up a Phantom for round 3, and you say Kitten Shelter. Does it really matter that much, and is it really worth it in the end result?
No, keep that Phantom for the long haul. And even in the last round, in the first round, which was the last round, Joe was just monumental. I mean, a real prick in the rear end when it came to the latter end of that round, and was able to get a couple good picks. And albeit it is the beginning, it still makes precedence. It sets precedence that here, we're not here to just get walked all over. We got a thing or two to say, even if it means we lose a round. But regardless now, I just want to go ahead and digress for a second and converse, because this is what it's all about. It's about having fun. The entire GLG saga rests on us enjoying ourselves. And I'm going to go ahead and say that tech pause that actually occurred was a tech pause because Roy spilled something. So I don't know if that's a tech pause or a spill pause. I hope Roy's okay, and or whatever that was spilled is not causing a complete mess. But c'est la vie, good to have you back, Roy. It is an absolute pleasure. Round number 3. Looking to washboard this B site again. I smell a fake though. That chamber's sitting really far back, all for not too much as the rotates are coming through spawn.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think it's as much of a rotate. You already see the full extent over towards that B side. It's gonna be a little bit of a bloodbath, all things considered, when you see how many players are stacked up towards back in that spawn of CT, looking to go ahead and get some control, and he did go for a retake there, but the Stinger already results in 1 kill. More players kind of scattered across the map. You see Joe not really being the most healthy stance, but regardless, damage is still being done for both sides, and Kid Shelter is getting shut down left, right, and center. That one player, Apex, towards the back, was alive. Look at the flank, and he's looking to do some damage and have an impact on sight, but it's not gonna be enough. Joe coming out on top once again, showing he's made of money.
Yeah, and correction to my previous statement, it was actually Kane who spilled something, not Roy. So if good luck comes from spilling things all over your desk and or keyboard and or computer, then I mean, I'm all for it here. Shift, y'all just start better dumping buckets of water on yourselves' heads as they bring that round together on a clean bit of a retake. I don't know about you, Dallas, but I used to have a computer which had an open top. Like, it had a little mesh on the top, essentially. My current one doesn't. And I was smart enough to rest my cup of milk on the top of that computer. You can guess what happened after. It's a very sad day.
$100 of keyboards purely off drinks alone. I'm
Bless your
not
soul.
we can't really talk about, like, I'm pretty sure it's age restricted content talk about the drinks though, but one thing leads to the next, and we probably want to hang connect to the pieces, but we got to connect some shots right here, right now in this round, especially for the side of Shift to get themselves back into a tie game, because they already resulted themselves in the first blood. Andrew came with the follow-up, 2 already off the board. Shift going for a 5v3, holding things out. This site probably will not really fall to anybody's hands, because there's nothing but a bunch of sheriffs around, a bunch of 6 shooters available just out of Kitchen Shelter so far.
Yeah, a bit of a default for the time being, and it's not working for Kitten Shelters thus far. Spike in hand, rotates are aplenty. They got a Viper wall on that A side too. A bit of aggression now. I like it. This is what Kane has been notable for, getting a little bit aggro towards Cave. Apex Zero, got to be careful, but we talked about the chamber diff with the Headhunter. You don't want to just dry peek a chamber. That thing can do a massive amount of damage from downtown, and oh my god, Coburg. Just delectable one tap across the map.
He's kind of grody with it. We've seen him over the course of the night hit a lot of shots like that, and if you're looking for his first bloods, look at that. Just
Spike
one shot.
down
So it didn't
mid.
come down to just the Vandal, but a Guardians as well. I mean, we are getting some delight, some crisp kills, saying that, honestly, if anybody steps their way into a cross line, it's a problem. Swing in, swing out, get swung on, it doesn't matter. Somebody's swinging, somebody's dying. And Lord seems like more Kitten Shelter players are following this one than the likes of Shift, as they do find themselves a 3K to Kane and a second round on the board for themselves, and an ult command to back it up as well.
Such patience on that mouse one though for both of them. Coburg lining up 2 clean picks, and then Kane, despite the close proximity, not panicking, saying, I'm just going to strafe, I'm going to tap, take it super chilly. And look at that now. These the Playboy Joe Kane combination now 5 and 2 on the top of the board, bringing up the 2 rounds for the side of Shift. They've built up a Blade Storm. They got a great ultimate with that KO to get them into sight. However, on the opposing end of the spectrum, Kitten Shelters have got a full buy. They got the Viper's Pit and a Hunter's Fury. So from an ult for ult perspective, this is panning out to be, you know, favored in either one of these two teams' way, depending on how they execute. But alas, part of me is really itching to see some mid control come out here from the Sova. Starts off with that drone and a bit of a lurk through doors, but we know for a fact that dry peeking on mid typically equates into a lot of trouble. We got to see these guys out of cave make some moves, and they want to do that, but Mick, Viper walls don't last forever.
Now, I want to see if there's going to be a dart coming in somewhere, at least some kind of assistance from the Sova that's across the map. I mean, you got a Viper's Pit, but you want to go ahead and get a read. You want to take some shots on some players that are outside of it, and even then try and get some damage off, because you know it's going to make that Viper's Pit that much more impactful. But Nasi already going ahead and popping off the likes of Apex. I mean, that's your chamber. You're not really too concerned about that. You can exchange, you get Darkest, and that an ultimate goes off a little late. No resurrection to be available there. Kitten Shelter still in a man advantage. Blaze Storm trying to go ahead and fight back in for the site, and a side for there towards the back as well. well. Pike is sticking down. Honestly, at this point, you can really only go for exits.
Yeah, pretty much signed, sealed, and delivered. I think that had KO survived and that ult popped off, it would have been a different round and they would have had a little bit more precedence. But in a situation like this, how much utility are you going to really use minus some Sova util or something of that nature in a Viper's Pit? Not too much. So Spike's going to go boom for the better, and happy to see the Viper's Pit got dropped. It's going to earn Kit and Shelter one more round in their back pocket, and Conti's going to walk away with a gun in hand. So, I mean, there's benefits on both sides of the spectrum. As we kind of reset and recalibrate, Joe and Kane are in a bit of a sticky position, right? They're not going to be able to buy anything that's sort of useful, maybe half armor, a drop coming out. Conti goes in for the Stinger full armor situation. So donations are great, but in the end, it's really beat up those dollars and cents. You can see they're not even passing a K on Joe's side. So the richest man is less than a stack at this point.
It most definitely could be, and already looking at a round like this kind of, I feel, is as equal as we're going to get. We see a classic from each side, not too much of a buy coming out, but that's because the ultimates going in from an exchange. Viper's Pit does go down preemptively over towards that A site because you've got such a big Cypher set up towards B. You get full control of the map. The only thing that's missing is over towards Tube and towards middle. And as I mentioned, Tube, that thing has already been given up completely. Duck could completely just mow through the middle of the map, find his way into a spawn, but instead looking to wrap back around, see if they can get a flank on top of this A site. And honestly, it's going to be successful because you picked off Kane, who's the only support there.
Look at the magic of saving that Viper wall and what it does for you. Holding it, getting tons and tons of mid control, dropping the wall, segueing right onto site here. And we got a pit covering the opposing side of main, but I don't think it's going to phase too many people. Apex Zero out in caves here, just having a dandy old time. Should be able to catch Nasi. Yep, really good job. That's a critical pick in itself. And now they get the spike down. Rotates are coming. A slow Conti. The Stinger.
Oh my
thoroughly
God.
20 out of 20 broken gun.
Bro, 950 to beat a Tour de Force. Come on. That's fair. That's fair. But I mean, it gets exchanged out by a Vandal, 2,900. So everything's going back to normal. The world is good once more, but even then, kills still have to be rained down by one side or the other, and that's going to be shit trying to go in for this 1v2 situation. Andrew doesn't really go ahead and check that right, doesn't check Stone Stack, and his hand gets popped up from likes the Darkest once more as we see Kit and Shelter grabbing themselves a fourth, keeping this game chugging along, keeping themselves relevant inside this match, and looking to keep that lead a little bit further than out of comfort.
I like to see the fact that, you know, Darkest and Co., even Coburg has been notable for it. And the entire team, realistically, even from the previous matchup into this, they have no hesitation peeking in a post-plant in a 2v1.
Yeah.
Which is nice. I mean, you have to appreciate that, yes, they're not like, at that point, they're saying, listen, you play off me type thing, right? I'll take first look at it. We're in a good position. You're at pillar. I'll swing off your shot. And that in itself is wondrous. When two people are just sitting passively holding a crossfire or watching different things and they lack the communication, you leave one spot open and oh my God, Andrew, leaving things open. In this case, Apex Zera's head is just completely dismantled. That's a good pick. But yeah, back to my point. Kit and Shelter, post plant, getting a little bit peeky. It's a good vibe. And I hope they continue that same type of activity into the latter rounds.
Yeah, I mean, they're going for kills. They're showing that even then, I mean, no matter what, every stage of the game, they're trying to keep their dominance kind of still there. They're keeping that a level of intimidation to be relevant in every single stage of the fight. I mean, once you get around to a post plant, most teams, you have all the utility available. You have a fragment grenade, you have those snake bites, you have shock darts, you got plenty to just never swing ever again in your life in a post plant and still buy out every single second. But instead they're saying, why do that? That's going to go ahead. That gives them the option to run away from the utility, for them to live at the end of the round. Why would we want that? We have to win this out. We know we shoot better, so we got to find these kills. But Doug doing exactly that, already going ahead, equalizing things out, making it a 4v4. And Kit and Shelter looking for a little bit of a lurk around the map to see where they can go ahead and exploit these teams and figure out to find that little cranny to be working off of.
Yeah, this is some bandit-ish that just went down getting onto A. I mean, the complete silence of walking through middle just was a bamboozle. Kane left, like just laced up his robotic Jordan and said, peace, I'm out. And those rotates for the rest of the team, and it opened up an opportunity to get that one opener. But again, what is it with Stingers tonight? Just delivering these mega blows and giving that advantage to Shift for the time being. Duck and Co. They got some guns, and Kane continues to hold off this post-plant situation. Darkest is caught out. Again, typically been first peak. Again for another. Looking for more. What? Oh, and it's the plant. It's the plant position of the gods. It's the cross, man. Coburg's rehearsed that more than once.
They wanted it. I mean, that's a really good spot for Viper. So I've even seen a situation like that. I think it was on TikTok where it was an I'm a Cutie Pie clip. Said he'd buy a guy 2 pizzas if he won the round and clutched it out in like in a 1v3.
I've seen that.
That exact setup was it.
I've seen that. 100% know what you're talking about. Is that really long playthrough mid? And yeah, dude, it's It's solid, and that's a thing that you would probably do once, maybe twice in a matchup, and that's it. But it's that differentiating factor that really means a lot, and obviously equals rounds upon rounds.
And it's one of those wild cards you pull out just kind of when you need it most, either for a desperate play to get around on the board and one of the later stages of the half, or to go ahead and show that the economy is starting to dwindle down a little bit. You're really choking off these resources, and you make that exchange right then and there, because you know you have something followed up. And this round specifically, it's an ultimate in the darkest, able to push on the site. Free as a bee, you can go ahead, wander wherever, fly across the map, do what you gotta do, get on that site, get a spike down, just go for the post plant. The player's already dead. You see Playboy Joe now trying to find this impact as well. Can't get a hit off or any damage just yet with that until finally a hit comes down the board. But it's a huge exchange across the board. Kitten Shelter is really struggling for some manpower.
Yeah, they are here. Duck looking for the pick. Gets Jiggle on low HP. Coburg playing the Hail Mary. Oh boy, here it comes. They know where Coburg is. Here's Joe. Has time. If you can get this one pick, we should be okay. Does get the one, does get the second. No shot. Dallas, what?
I almost broke a
Shut the front door. Coburg, so patient. So calculated. That's Sova step. I believe that was Playboy Joe who made that noise and gave, I think, completely sold the fact that they were pushing. But why push? What was the necessity? They could have held an angle differently, maybe. I don't know. But holy Coburg, mega 12-3.
Dude, he's disgusting. He's been showing up all night, regardless. Whether it not only comes down to the post-plant situations, as we see coming out of controllers, but it's not just that one factor. He's been playing almost duelist, finding a lot of entry kills off that lurk for the entirety of tonight, just alone by himself. Getting in situations like that, winning clutches as well, not showing he's a one-man army in a 1v4 scenario. You can't sleep on attributes like that, and even then, if it comes to one man alive, if it's a controller, you got to start running it down to get this man dead.
Tough thing to do when your Viper is literally playing from 17 different area codes away, and just so patient on top of it. You can see off that, Kitten Shelter say, listen, silence again is on the agenda. We're going to go ahead and turn that volume down to absolutely 0 here, and run that clock and keep that shift squad on their toes and guessing what's going to go down.
Poison's gone.
Not like this. Can't sleep on slow and steady. No, sir. That's going to be the play of the game. They are going ahead, making sure to get that pacing out, and then find those impactful kills there through the middle of the map. Exchanges going through there towards the back. All right, they're in spawn. Andrew to get a very crisp hit kill over there towards those double doors. But it's a 1v3 situation. It all comes down to Playboy Joe once more.
Isn't it just fantastic watching Darkest play? On these ATEGs, he's pretty much been first in on site on right pillar almost consistently.
Yeah.
And the follow-up has been the rest of the team, has been the duelists coming in a little bit later and supporting and cleaning up, right? It's just different to see that. And it kind of makes sense to me, right? In the sense that you want to have that initiator doing what the initiator does. And typically we're seeing, you know, you and I talked about it, the Cloudburst dash, right? How many tricks does a Jet really have in the back pockets? Not that many in the grand scheme of it. Whereas I think there's a lot more diversity as to what relying on a hard initiation and getting on site first that a KO can do, or a Sky can do perhaps.
Yeah, definitely some good setups, and even then, I mean, some better impact. I mean, looking at all this utility, I mean, it's all having a work behind it. It gets a little bit of impact. It's not just going to throw it out there. It creates that space. It does its job, and we see it finally coming through. But in a situation where you get a Viper spit out on the field, that's one thing that it's going to have its value no matter what, especially in a post-plant scenario. Honestly, this is where the clock starts ticking, stress starts going ahead and accumulating, and we see shifts start having to push.
Coburg buying time. Snake bites 3 HP in a dream, has a shorty in hand, has done a number of damage. Patience, patience.
Okay. A little bit of a call there. Drawing out the clock. That's the name of the game. Once again, patience, time. That's all the virtue. Taking it slow, but you got to swing on the shot eventually. You know that defense is going down. There's no time remaining. A great play coming out there by Roy to go ahead and accumulate that timer and say it's such a big map. Let's make sure that that clock just goes ahead and plays it out. Seconds on seconds on seconds. We had a Viper's Pit, and that's all you're doing, right? Just waiting for that bomb. You're not waiting for anybody to push you. You're not waiting for something to happen. You're just sitting inside, taking your leisurely day, moving along and saying this should be locked in. So 8-2 already. The scoreline here for this grand final Kitten Shelter almost looking to repeat history once more as they found themselves a 10-2 in the last game.
Interesting flavor not having a chamber. I'll be honest with you, right? The fact that Kitten Shelter is able to be so almost ninja-like on these specific rounds, it kind of nullifies any opportunity to get kind of picks, right? And that's what a chamber would typically do. And talking about a tempo change, holy cow, do they come out swinging as Shift want to get really up close and personal, but Kitten Shelter obviously have the shot to back it. They clean up the mess for the most part. Got good control of that side area. Nasi coming around the doors and is going to be joined with some support from the flank of Cave in the near future. Duck just tapping away, having a leisurely old time, and with Apex Zero to finish up that kill, leaves it to 1, and count on Coburg to be on the backside of Cave to, or clean up that situation. So Kitten Shelter about to walk away with a potential 10th round. I mean, are we getting history repeating itself? I hope for the better, at least.
I don't know, man. That's really what it comes down to, and I gotta say, it's pretty scary in its own right to even be looking at this. Just already a 9-2. We're expecting something a little bit closer. I was hoping for maybe a 7-5 would be best case situation, but I mean, Shift, just for them to not really be looking at that homework, not looking at the game right quick before these picks and bans came through and say, you know what, we need to get Breeze out of the way. That's something that didn't happen. Something they are highly regretting right now if they don't really kick into high gear on this attacking side. But they still got one more round to keep it relevant, make it 9-3. They got guns to work off as well, so it's not extremely impossible. But when you have a null command amongst the side of the Kitten Shelter as they push themselves onto a B side, just don't be close. That's really what it comes down to. And Nazi didn't really hear the warning.
Full send tactic gets repeated one more time now. Andrew getting caught. Coburg, the lurk warrior, the flank warrior, is able to get the one before being traded. Apex Zero, nice crossfire, good support from that Sova as well. And a swing from Playboy Joe gets shut off, and Conti can't get anywhere near sight. Like, absolutely hard negative, even getting within a 50-foot vicinity of that spike. We rounded off Kitten Shelter 10-2, and I'd say a well-deserved 10-2. They played that attack side darn near flawlessly.
They do. I mean, the way they played the game so far, it's like just coding. They just go ahead, set everything up, and then they execute. They press that execute button, and it does everything it needs to do to make sure they get to the end result. And somehow, every now and then, they'll mess it up. But, I mean, the majority of the time, it just works. I mean, it's literally just like how I mentioned with that coding analogy. It just, you're surprised when it works, but good God, does it work? It's outstanding seeing the level of execution on an individual level as well here out of Kittens. I mean, they got to find some more here, and if they do, this game's going to be already just done and behind us. So Shift, this is where they have to start doing that same thing. They're now on the attacking side, which is a little bit scary considering that the Cypher's supposed to excel this defense. You can't really use it aggressively like you can in Chamber. You can't swing, you can't throw this guy out into the midst, you can't really feed him to the wolves as a bait. You need to do something more here, and honestly, getting themselves on the side, getting a dart to go off, and getting a couple kills in the meantime. And Andrew, that's going to be a good start for him, but a lot of damage has been done in the meantime, regardless to switch it out.
Yeah, Shift's game plan, I think, here is going to have to be really dancing around Chamber and being cognizant of that, because I think on the defensive side, that Chamber can really extend and get opening picks and be that saving grace for Kitten Shelter. And Darkest, the most patient little robot, gets the one off to elbow to Conti. The rotates are around. A fair amount of damage off the Shift as well. Both the Jet and the Sova are low. Roy comes around and picks up the one. Darkest with more. Andrew now stuck at half wall. It's down to Nasi and a Dream. And of course, the Snake Bite.
A little bit of impact, you know the way players work, you know how these Vipers work. Coburg's probably giving you the calls inside your brain to say, this is what he's doing. I'm a Viper man myself, but I can tell you, that's how he's playing the game. So you go ahead and say, just swing the man, kill him, and that's what Kitten Shelter does to execute. We talk about the 10-round chokehold, checkpoint, deciding on which side of the coin you are. It doesn't matter, because it's already behind you. You're moving on to 11. You got one more round coming up here with a force. You win this thing out, you get yourself a bonus afterwards, and it's GG. But this first Shift, once again, it comes down to whether or not they can win out this force. They are going to find a retaliation. They're going to look for an answer here, but good God, are they going to pay the price for it, no matter what.
I like it. It's almost like that guessing factor, and I can see just how conservatively they're playing that Chamber. Not extending, but on the meanwhile, look on the B side. There is a 3-man caboose here ready to push on through. They're going to go ahead and follow the Owl drone in. Dash, jumping and flying. They get 2 off of it here, and Coburg is going to be the notable Bulldogger. Halting that push heavily here, the decay, and oh my God, it is an absolute slaughter. No entry potential as Roy from the backside. Just, I mean, dude. I don't know if we're in a janitor's closet or what. Who brought the buckets and the mops? Because Kitten Shelter is absolutely slapping Shift across the floor here.
Well, if you're running a kitten shelter, you got to have a janitor, right? Surely those kittens don't go around just kind of, you know, it's not the cleanest, the most sanitary place in the world. So you got to have somebody to go ahead and take care of that. And honestly, kitten shelter, it seems like these players are willing to get down and dirty just as much as they're willing to make these clean executes happen again and again and again. So as it stands so far, 12-2, this is where things get concerning. You see the buys coming through. You see the Vandals. You see the Bulldogs. You see kitten shelter stacked up with all this money. They want this $1,000. They want it fast, and there's only one round set between them and that, and they found themselves only 2 more players in the meantime.
Look at Coburg going off, the whole team just going off. In a minute 26 on the clock, we're gonna potentially end off with an absolute kaboom. It's down to Kane. It's not gonna happen. Apex Zera is the one to finish off the kill. Your crowned GLG Pit of Valor number 100 champions are none other than Kitten Shelter in an amazing 13-2 fashion. They take home a crispy $1,000 across the team. And with that showing to back it up, I mean, backed up by MSI, Metafy, Control, we went totally nuts that matchup. I am so proud to be here right now on POV 100.
Dude, I honestly, as great as it is to be here, I feel kind of bad, low key.
Don't feel bad.
I mean, look at the execution though. This is not, it's not just execute. I talk about executing the rounds and everything. It was a public execution by Kitten Shelter for those last couple. We're expecting the later and later the night goes on, they find themselves to look, the competition is get closer and closer and closer. I'm not going to sleep on these teams at all. They did just as much embarrassment to anybody else they faced earlier on in the day. They have their own right to be here. Congratulations to every single squad that has gone through today. You've had a very, very admirable attempt at here, and you've shown why you deserve a piece of that prize pool. That's why we didn't do the top 1 and 2 like we do on a weekly basis 9 times out of 10. Right here, right now, we give it to top 8 because we knew that there's gonna be a lot more teams coming through. We had one more round added on, which is a whole extra, 60 teams that would be going up against. It's not an easy thing by any means necessary, but because of that, I mean, just for every squad to get here and looking at Kitten Shelter and what they've accomplished this later on, you got to give them the respect for it.
Absolutely. I'm with you on that. And I mean, I'm not saying that you're, you know, I'm trying to hear it be motivational, like super like proud of the fact that we made it. And yes, the matchup was an entire one-way fiasco for 13-2. I'm not dismissing that, but I'm going to say it in a different way that although the matchup itself was crazy, this entire evening has been a whole bunch of crazy matchups, a lot of topsy-turvy ones. So what does that tell us? Does that tell us that the pool of talent is just that much spicier? Are we seeing amazing teams starting to grow and flourish? Yeah, maybe that's it. Is it that's where I'm going to sit. I'm not going to go too much deeper into it. I just think for a fact that Pit of Valor number 100, the fact that we have so many fantastic sponsors backing us, our viewership continues to be strong, and more than importantly, we've built our story and our entire, you know, genesis on the idea of community. And like that, you know, tacky old commercial that we have up there says, it's an opportunity to create a space for everyone to compete in. And Ben came on in the beginning and really mentioned what it meant, what GLG meant to him and what the intention of it was. The lounge is one aspect of it, but the fact that we're able to get so much diverse talent across all different ranks, competing and having fun in a well-organized, structured tournament. And we really hope that you guys appreciate it and have good things to say. And if there is feedback, share it because it means the world to us. And that's what continues us to make number 200 and 300 and 400 happen.
Yeah, I mean, even in situations like that, I mean, you talk about it, the players offering obviously a very professional and perspective for them just as a player, but I mean, we have to do a lot more to set this up in the back end. That's also another reason we need these sponsors, and we need you as an audience kind of being here, everybody as a community working with each other, because we also have to give all these production opportunities because we have a lot of people in the back end, 2 whole streams going on tonight. We got production in the back end. We got 2 observers for each one of these streams that was going on here. We got casters. Obviously, we're not going up on front stage. We're not getting flying out to Iceland or to Berlin as you help us out, maybe, as much as I love that. But regardless, though, I mean, the amount of support that we have to give these players, there's an Ascension League coming up here soon. They want to have that grit. They want to have that spirit of competition ingrained with them. And because of all of you making it happen so far, and because of nights like these, they feel the reason. They know what it feels like to win. They know what it feels like to topple down people who are better than them and create upsets, create entire turnarounds, keep games good, and keep the scene alive. It's all because of just this kind of stuff and these kind of players, these kind of teams, and more importantly, you as an audience just providing every single bit of it to them.
Yeah, and you know, talking about some of the critical things coming up, for those that know, Pit of Valor runs every single week. Next week, it's not going to happen. We're going to take a bit of a pause, but next week, we're back. So the show doesn't end here on POV 100. Take an opportunity to sign up for the next event. communitygaming.io. CG has been supporting us and has been more than supporting us, actually offering a fantastic platform to run our events upon. Of course, supporting the prize pools every single week as well. We mentioned Medify. Check them out for some coaching, one-on-one coaching across tons of different titles and tons of different coaches. MSI, of course, which is the little tidbit to come. I don't want to spoil it just yet, but they are supporting this event and they have supported us in the past. We're giving a fantastic monitor away to the MVP of this entire night. What else did I miss? The Country Club membership. For those that have it and purchase it for this event specifically, cool. That's amazing. For those that don't, take a time to grab it. 3 months for the price of one right now. So for those that got it, you're basically guaranteed entry. And realistically, you look at that $10, it doesn't hurt you too much in the bigger scheme of it. And your whole team is guaranteed an entry into all of our Pit of Valors. And what else are you doing on a Wednesday? Hanging out. I mean, at least here in Canadian land, things are getting cold and I need something to do in the evenings. And Pit of Valor, gaming, I mean, in my case, casting, it's what it takes. So be sure to participate and sign up for that. We are going to be announcing the MVP momentarily, but Mick, did I miss anything, or are we pretty much on the right track here?
Obviously we got one more thing. I mean, fan fave, that's still going to be up for debate there. We got ourselves, obviously, we talked to our boss about it. There's an entire day going on for that. So just in case you're still kind of mentally trying to figure out what's going on, something kind of caught you amiss, you're kind of making sure. It's a whole forum going on there. It's not just kind of a vote and chat kind of situation. So you still have a little bit more time. We want you to think about this, and we really want to, especially consider an MVP. We may not want to like stack it all into one person, but if you want to, by all means, once you hear MVPs and really what we see as casters, by all means, everything's up to you as the audience, and even going to fan fave and voting for your own player.
Yeah, do that. And I just, you kind of hinted at it or said it, maybe I missed it, but the announcement itself is happening tomorrow. So again, digest the evening, sleep on it. It's obviously a good thing to do, and come out hot after. I think we are set to go, production, to provide the goods for MVP. If that's the case, throw it up. If that's not the case, you can tell me to go fly a kite. But here it is, transitioning. Congratulations to Coburn. I mean, Dallas, pointed out the good feelings and vibes, that amazing 4K clutch that we saw there in the beginning of that matchup with those snake bites. And of course, going off on Haven, delivering so much on Breeze. You can see a breakdown of some of the KDAs. I mean, not only notable in terms of agent selection, but of course in frags and obviously combat scoring KDA exclusively. Really delivered it. So, Coburn, congratulations. You are the taking it home winner of a MSI Optics G273 monitor from MSI. Thank you to MSI for supporting us. And I hope that goes towards good use and maybe is going to be your main monitor and could result in some more amazing, let's say, KDAs or better KDAs in the future thanks to its performance. So that's the hopes, albeit, yeah, that's amazing. Coburn, congrats. So cool.
Yeah, I already gave him a little bit of props there during that round, knowing what he was capable of, but even then we kind of mentioned it going into it. It's talking about the likes of controllers, the likes of initiators, what they're doing. Darkus was a great little follow-up for me personally. I was keeping my eyes on him because, I mean, obviously as casters, we highlight all the players. We talk about them, and we kind of had this own little mental ticker of how many times we're saying a certain player and really going ahead and hammering down on them. But I mean, Coburn, this guy was not only, as I mentioned, playing the lurk role perfectly, able to go ahead and get a lot of first bloods out of it during a lot of central rounds as well, getting these clutches. And even then, once we kind of gone ahead, had an entire map and a couple maps before then to get an idea of what he's capable of. That one moment right there, the 4K clutch, I just typed in prod chat. I said, that's it. That's the cherry on top. That is the man's clip for the night in a grand final situation with $1,000 on the line. And he's able to pull off something like that, like there's ice in the veins and he's not even worried about it. Man needs to get his respect for how it is, because you look at Breeze, you look at the map, what it provides, and it's very, very central as we talk about the 3 post-plant utility agents that were available to the likes of Kitten Shelter. Still, every single time, that Viper has been centric. And when you look at the scoreboard for those 2 maps and how far it went along for that specific team, it's because Cobra was just a much better Viper and just showed the potential he had as a player and really stood out against everybody else.
100%. I think the rest of the team did a notable job as well. They were there to back each other. There was great trades, good buddy system. Like, obviously everyone was, a part of the equation, but it felt like when the standout moments came to shine, Coburg delivered some of those more than met the eye in many cases. Even that play down mid, that obviously the TikTok plays, we called it, of that post plant right from mid boxes. So, that kind of stuff, it's worth a lot in itself. And so again, congratulations to Coburg. I hope you enjoy it. On our behalf and Mick, of course, thank you so much to our viewers for tuning in. 100 Pit of Valors to get to this point, 109 to be specific. God knows how many restless hours from many different people staying up long nights, and to our viewers who have been there for that journey as well. I have to take the time to, I think it's most important to thank production over this event and the other 109 events that have gone by. And I hope they go back and watch this, because truly, I think from the entire team here at GLG, we mean this to every single one of each other's. To the casters that put in the work and effort to show up and make this happen, thank you so much. To the TOs in the back that make sure everything runs smoothly, beyond thank you. That's what gives our competition and our players such a smooth opportunity to just get in, play, no headache, get seated, get placed, get the support they need, and move ahead in the brackets. So yeah, everything about it has just been great. Very few opportunities come along where you work with such a fantastic and diverse team and such a great supportive and you know, really just great community. I can go on the Twitter all day and read comments and just have the best time ever, because we have such a great community that actually appreciates the sometimes the craziness and bit over the topness of our social presence, but we like that stuff.
Yeah, most definitely do. So with all that being said, thank you to every single one of you. Once again, obviously to Ben, I'm gonna go ahead and throw names out there just in case for production for what else going on, because we got the likes. We got, just for spectators alone, we got the likes of Shelton, we got Casey, we had Annie Pooh, and we had Carol. All they're kind of doing their own situation of the course of the night. We got Resley there as well in the production of what we got going on right here, right now, kind of in the back end. We've had Anton, Vincent, Orbital, Endless, Infernosis, Eric, Becky. Everybody's been on stage here today. Even Doctor had a little bit of a guest appearance. I didn't see that man in ages. I'm surprised he didn't have a couple gray hairs on his face by now, but it is what it is. Regardless, though, everybody pitching in. Even then, we've had people exchange out throughout time, all the previous casters, just to get us to this point, because we haven't been here since day one. We've had a couple exchanges here and there. We've had different people come through. I came in, I think, during week 20 something. It's been a while here, but I mean, there were people that set it up before then for even the opportunities we got for people right now. And even then, the audience members as well, every single one of you stuck here since day one. I know there's people who are in chat who are moderators who've been here for a while before even I came around, not even doing production stuff, just here to actually help out, be in the chat, give people a time once they show up and come in, and even then giving support of the back end whenever Ben needs to call for it, because I know the guy's had COVID recently. He's really going through the dishes right now, but respect to him to making sure all this still happens nonetheless. So with all that being said, everything being done and it all coming to a conclusion, once again, last chance right here, right now, before we go on to tomorrow, because I know you're not going to think about it once I tell you. Fan exclamation point, fan fave in chat, give that love to somebody. And even then, so I'm going to give all my love to all of you here tonight. So thank you all. We'll see you here in 2 weeks because we're taking that break. We'll be right back for some more Pit of Valor. We'll catch you then.
To the bank, like